Anti-Terrorist Division. You recall before the World Trade Fair, the World Trade meeting that was held up in Seattle, one of the last times the system really worked and everybody efficiently was when they caught a guy coming across the border from British Columbia and Canada with a view to blowing up the Space Needle, I think it was at the time, in the Space Needle in Seattle.
That's what they originally suspected, and then later updated it.
Turned it into something in Los Angeles.
When he began to cooperate, he admitted his plan was to set off a massive bomb inside the terminal of LAX, Los Angeles Airport.
That's right. And what I remember at the time about that, John, which is why everybody in the country is so on edge today, you should know here was a guy who was picked up by one agent at one border crossing in the country because he was sweating.
One alert agent who didn't like the fact that he was panicking.
Yeah, okay.
Under questioning.
Let me go back now to the World Trade Center. Just to finish this very quickly. Under orders from the FAA, airports nationwide are now closed all across the country. Anybody's just connecting with the world today and you're planning to go anywhere on an aircraft from one place to another, you can just forget it. So let's go back to the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan on the west side and talk to Don Daler. Don.
For New York yet. As you know, this is one of the most densely constructed pieces of real estate in the world, and when the Twin Towers collapsed, it appears that they ignited fires on surrounding buildings. I'm seeing a huge amount of smoke. Just about 15 minutes ago, there was a phalanx of firemen, I would say probably about 50 firemen, moving deliberately into this black cloud of smoke. They disappeared completely into it. Then about 5 minutes ago, there was quite a bit of activity as a number of police officers started moving back individuals as well as firemen who were with their fire trucks away. So they moved the line of demarcation back away from that area, and I can see at least two buildings look to be partially involved. Just from my vantage point, I'm about 4 blocks away from where the Twin Towers once stood. Right before the second tower collapsed, when you and John were talking about the concerns over that possibility, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani walked right past me here on Church Street and Duane Street, again about 4 blocks from that area, moving his entourage out of that region. And then just moments later was when the collapse happened. There was a complete cessation of ambulances and any kind of emergency traffic in this area for about 5 minutes. And then slowly I saw 1 or 2 ambulances trickling out of this incredible cloud of dust with debris on top of them. Some of them had broken windshields. There was a police car that came by that looked like the top had been almost completely stove in. And that's one of the most disconcerting aspects this morning has been on this avenue that has been opened up, Church Street. There's just been a trickling of emergency vehicles coming out of that scene and towards the hospitals. I'm not sure how much they've been trapped down in that area or whether they moved away and are going to some of the other area hospitals that don't come by here. But I have not seen anywhere near the number of ambulances leaving the site that one would expect.
Don, let me ask you this. Do you have, and I realize this is a tough one to ask you to speculate about, after the attack occurred on the aircraft, the first aircraft attack on one tower and then the second one, how many people managed to get out of that place before they collapsed? Have you any idea? Would you see a large number, small
number? I saw a river.
No effect on us. This is the answer today. This place remains an enormous target in the eyes of a lot of people, and we are so vulnerable because of all those things that make us so great, our freedoms and our sense of security that we have. But America has been changed today by all of this.
We want to go and find out more about what's being done for those who were injured in these attacks. Leslie Van Sant is with the American Red Cross. I believe she's joining us from Washington. Ms. Van Sant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Matt.
Tell me what kind of resources you have available to you to pour into these areas where, obviously, in Lower Manhattan and in Washington, D.C. and outside Pittsburgh.
Well, our chapters on the area are local disaster volunteers. You know, they are, of course, the first people on the scene and responding. Unfortunately, probably now some of them are also victimized by the event. We're also mobilizing 80,000 units of blood to transfer to the regions as needed and, you know, taking guidance from emergency management personnel on what assistance we can provide to them to make this, you know, response go smoothly.
Is there anything that, I mean, I know it's early after this has happened, but is there anything you can think of that people might be able to help you out with in terms of donating certain things? You mentioned blood and those things.
Well, we're asking people who are in other parts of the country who are blood donors or maybe not blood donors, maybe they could call and schedule an appointment so we can make sure that the supply stays ready. Our disaster volunteers, our mental health volunteers and health volunteers are going to be responding. This will, as Tom mentioned earlier, this is going to be a long, long response. The emotional trauma, the emotional impact is going to be felt weeks, months into the future, even years. So we're going to be working very hard at this for a long time.
All right, Leslie Van Sant with the American Red Cross. Ms. Van Sant, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital, which is about 5 minutes away from the World Trade Center, where many of the victims have been brought. Kathleen, I know we spoke to you about an hour or so ago. Can you tell me what's going on in the hospital now? Okay, apparently we're having some problems with Kathleen, and I'm sure it's as chaotic there as it was at St. Vincent's, where we heard from Bob Bazell moments ago that there was a line with Cardinal Egan outside delivering last rites to some of the dead who were brought to the hospital. So we'll try to touch base with Kathleen in just a moment. But first, we want to go to Andrea Mitchell once again in Washington. Andrea?
I've been told that the State Department evacuation, Katie, was precautionary only. There was no car bomb, as had at least been reported or rumored, not here on NBC. But in any case, that was precautionary only. There are still some officials there. They are now being redeployed to another location in Virginia. The CIA is still operational. Intelligence officials are still meeting at Langley, but those officials have also evacuated the non-essential employees. The current working theory, as you have been reporting and speculating, is that there is only one terror organization in this world that could coordinate this kind of event, and that would be something operated by Osama bin Laden. Intelligence officials say he is in Afghanistan, where he has been protected by the Taliban. And as we know, the United States has warned the Taliban government of Afghanistan that if there were any attack against the United States, that they would hold Afghanistan responsible. So that we most likely will expect retaliation, military retaliation. But I think right now the full focus of the U.S. government is on finding out how many other possible targets there might be, how many vulnerabilities there might be, making sure that there is no chemical or biological element out there. I spoke to a former Secretary of Defense, Bill Cohn, and others who had been part of the anti-terror operation planning, and they say that those are the first lines of defense to make sure that there is not some other event, unexpected, as this obviously was, that could make Americans vulnerable. Obviously, this is the largest intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor. Katie?
All right, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thank you. We're going to check in again right now with Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital. Kathleen, tell me what the scene is like at your hospital.
Well, we're at NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and we have had a steady stream of patients coming through the door since the first explosion occurred some hours ago. We have information at this point on 3+ fatalities, plus because there may be additional fatalities that I have not yet been informed of. We have had a severe burn case. One individual is an amputee, a serious neurosurgical injury, a whole range of injuries from both debris, smoke inhalation, respiratory issues related to smoke and debris from the collapse of the two buildings.
So how many medical personnel, Kathleen, do you have working there at NYU Hospital?
We have a medical staff of 500 plus physicians. The entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are working as hard as it's possible to work.
And tell me again, Kathleen, I know it's hard to estimate how many people you've seen so far.
It's in the hundreds. Our entire cafeteria has been transformed to a triage area, and it is wall-to-wall people at the present time.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much for that update. I'm sure we'll be checking back with you a bit later on, and thank you very much.
Katie, let's go now to NBC's Bob Hager. And Bob, I think it's important that we recount. A short while ago, we were talking about 4 planes that were unaccounted for. It seems now we know what happened to all those 4 planes, isn't it?
That's it. There's no plane at the moment that we know of that's outstanding that's unaccounted for. And now NTSB is able to match the particular flights to the particular accidents or acts of terrorism. So the two planes that hit the World Trade Center were both takeoffs from Boston, one belonging to American Airlines, and it had been bound for Los Angeles. The other belonging to United Airlines, it too was bound for Los Angeles. Those are the two planes, the American airliner first and then the United plane, that went into the World Trade Center. The other two flights, the one that went into the Pentagon was an American Airlines flight bound from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, and the plane that's down southeast of Pittsburgh is a United flight. It had been bound from Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that it was Newark via Washington National to San Francisco, but I'm not sure of that. Let me tell you the flight numbers. The Boston takeoffs were American Airlines Flight 10. It had 92 aboard. That's one of the ones that hit the World Trade Center.
Bob, let me just interrupt you there for a second, because we've been reporting all morning that it was American Airlines Flight 11.
You know, I'm mistaken. You're right. It's 11. American Flight 11. Thank you very much, with 92 aboard. And then the United Airlines that left from Boston and hit the other World Trade Center tower was United's 175. I don't have a figure on how many on board it. The flight that went into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77, bound Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. There were 64 people aboard it. And the United Airlines flight that went down south of Pittsburgh was United's Flight 93, and there's no number on the number of passengers on it. But again, you have 4 flights known to have been hijacked, known to have crashed, and no flights at the moment that are outstanding that we know of.
Bob, that the crash that you just mentioned near Pittsburgh, I just want to say that is a United flight that was en route from Newark to San Francisco. Is that accurate?
That's what I have, and I've heard it two ways. It's Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that there was an intermittent stop that it was to make at Washington's Reagan National, but that's not confirmed, so it might be erroneous.
Yeah, United is now confirming that, apparently, Robert. We also have a report from the mayor of Cleveland, Michael White, saying that a Boeing 767 out of Boston emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns it may have a bomb on board, but no.
Just because I have a personal friend who was flying from Kennedy to Los Angeles this morning, that plane was diverted to Kansas City. So apparently many planes that were en route to certain locations have made special emergency landings in the wake of this, and because of concerns that there may be more problems aboard more airplanes.
And what happens, unfortunately, in situations like this, if the terrorists themselves don't call in to say that there's a bomb on board, you have the twisted minds of other people who call in and say, well, by the way, there's a bomb on board that flight. So it is chaos in the skies for those flights that were already in the air. Other flights have been grounded. This country has been immobilized in terms of where its attention now is focused on New York City and Washington, D.C., the tragedies in Pittsburgh as well. No air travel, no financial markets. All national monuments are being evacuated. The president has been rushed back to Washington, D.C. The Pentagon has been attacked by an airliner, in effect, and on Capitol Hill, code red. The Speaker of the House was taken to a very secure area because he's third in line, succession to the President of the United States. We are, as we have been saying this morning, in a state of war with terrorism.
And as a result, the Army has been placed at ThreatCon Delta. That means that armed personnel will be guarding U.S. installations, not only here in the United States, but in other parts of the world. You're looking at the southern tip of Manhattan Island here in New York City, and for so many years we've come accustomed to seeing the World Trade Center standing there in the background behind the Empire State Building that you see in the foreground. Those two towers no longer stand after a terrorist attack this morning. NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat,
Matt,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Matt. If there is a war against terrorism that started, rather ongoing right now, it started here at about 8:45 this morning. As you described, a big hole in the skyline at the southern end, the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where the two World Trade Center towers have stood for the last 25 years, 110 stories high. They are no longer there. Just moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department, who was obviously one of the first people here on the scene after those two planes were crashed into the side, we assume, of the World Trade Center towers, which used to be behind me over there. Chief Albert Turry told me that he was here just literally 10 or 15 minutes after the events that took place this morning. That is the first crash. He said that at one point he had roughly 10 alarms. That would equate to roughly 200 to 225 New York City firefighters who were in the building. This was after the crash, trying to rescue civilians who were in there. Now, earlier this morning on the Today Show, we spoke to the director of the World Trade Center. He said that at that hour of the morning, you could have upwards of 10,000 people in each of those towers. That would be 20,000 people total in each tower. The chief of safety, as I said, chief safety of the Fire Department of New York City, told me that shortly after 9 o'clock, he had roughly 10 alarms, roughly 200 men in the building trying to effect rescues of some of those civilians who were in there, and that basically he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place, and then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building. One of the secondary devices he thinks that took place after the initial impact was, he thinks, may have been on the plane that crashed into one of the towers. The second device he speculates, was probably planted in the building. So that's what we have been told by Albert Turry, who is the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. He told me that just moments ago. Now, we are continuing to hear explosions. Here downtown. And what we've been told by some of the fire officials is that there are some gas lines that occasionally are exploding down there, because obviously, as you can imagine, there are a lot of open gas lines down in the southern part of Manhattan where the World Trade Center towers used to be. As far as the situation right here, basically what we have are hundreds of New York City firefighters and other New York City rescue units who are massed here. There is a cordon just down there. We are not sure, to be honest, if some rescue workers have tried to go beyond that point as yet. When we spoke to the head of the Port Authority Police, that would be the organization that is in charge of the World Trade Center building itself, the Port Authority Police chief told us that they were at that point, about, I'd say 40 minutes ago, about to make a decision on whether or not it was safe to send emergency workers back in there. But the bottom line is that according to the chief of safety of the New York City Fire Department, he says that he probably lost a great many men in those secondary explosions, and he said that there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people in those two towers when the explosions took place. He said everything above the 60th floor was extremely difficult to get to, as you can imagine.
Pat Dawson.
Back to you.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, actually that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat emerged to speak with reporters ahead of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He said, "We are completely shocked. It's unbelievable. We completely condemn this very dangerous attack, and I convey my condolences to the American people, to the American president, and to the American administration, not only in my name, but on behalf of the Palestinian people."
And this comes on a day, Katie, in which obviously there's been a steady deterioration of the situation in the Middle East, but Shimon Peres was to meet today with Yasser Arafat in the West Bank. there has been some criticism of the Bush administration for not getting more involved in the peacemaking efforts in the Middle East in the past few weeks from within the Republican Party as well.
Because it has gotten increasingly volatile.
It has. There's been a steady escalation of violence, incursions by Israelis into Palestinian towns and declaring martial law and then pulling back. And everyone thought that the bomb was ticking in the Middle East. No one expected anything of these kinds of consequences to be visited upon this country in this horrific way that we have been witness to today. It is one more example, as we have been saying this morning, of events in far-off places that have such an enormous impact here, because the United States is, in the eyes of so many people who are opposed to our system of government and our alliances, is the devil incarnate. And today, this is a very sophisticated, very cold-blooded, very widespread attack carried out with the most chilling kind of efficiency on several of the great nerve centers of our system of government and our way of life.
And we're talking about perhaps thousands of casualties. What's one thing that's very frustrating about reporting this story is we know that many, many people were inevitably very seriously hurt or killed in these explosions. We have 4 aircraft full of people, obviously, that were involved in these incidents, and an untold number of people who were in the World Trade Center at the time, in the surrounding area, and of course those individuals at the Pentagon as well.
And you can only hope that in the time between the actual collision, the planes hitting the towers, and the time it took for those buildings to collapse, that large numbers of people were able to get down the stairs. You'd have to assume that power in the building was probably disrupted. Elevators may not have been usable, that they were able to get down smoke-filled stairways to safety before both of those towers collapsed.
And as Pat Dawson just said, though, from the 60th floor up, it was very, very, very difficult. And there are 110 floors in the Twin Towers each in the World Trade Center. So you're talking about 50 floors, if his estimate is correct, of people. Now, the first explosion did occur at 8:42 in the morning. Some people might not have been at work yet, but many people here in New York, a workaholic town, get to work early, particularly those who are watching the markets, the overseas markets, and this is the financial center of the United States and, of course, of New York City as well.
Yeah, we have hesitated to use specific numbers, but Mayor Giuliani is saying it's a horrendous number of lives lost, and it could be in the thousands.
We want to go now to Ray Kelly, who's a former police commissioner here in New York City. Mr. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, after the terrorist attack in 1993 on the World Trade Center, security was beefed up, but there's nothing that could have been done to prevent this kind of an attack, it seems.
No, it appears that nothing could be done. And, of course, events in 1993 pale in comparison to this. This is a horrific event. As the mayor said, it appears to be thousands of casualties. And New York City emergency services, I believe, are the best in the world. But something like this, of course, could overwhelm any emergency service. But I think there is, I guess, some consolation to say that they are the best. And unfortunately, we don't know how many of them have been injured or perhaps killed.
Let me ask you a question about that, Ray. Is it true that the Center for New York Emergency is housed at the World Trade Center?
Yes, that is true. It was shifted there a few years ago. It was up on the one of the, I think about the 7th or 8th floor in one of those buildings. And again, in hindsight, perhaps that shouldn't have been done, but it was a state-of-the-art facility, no question about it.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that facility, if you could, Ray. I mean, what specifically is it designed to do?
It's designed to coordinate. You have 40,000 police officers. You have a fire department with the emergency service, EMS component of about 15,000 people. The purpose of that facility was to coordinate activities in the event of emergencies. And again, it had state-of-the-art communications equipment. And it's something that it's just unfortunate as to where it was located. But there are temporary headquarters. New York City has several of them in mobile temporary headquarters that I'm sure they're operating out of now.
At the same time, it must be fairly chaotic without the use of that center to coordinate the efforts.
Well, I guess everything is chaotic right now, but the emergency vehicles, I think New York City has a lot of major events, and they coordinate most of those events outside of that center. That center has kind of an oversight responsibility for a lot of the events. The coordination is done on the scene. So they practice doing that.
And Ray, I mean,
basis.
obviously the problem here is not only do police officers and law enforcement and rescue people have to respond to what's happened at the World Trade Center, but also a large number have to fan out to make sure that nothing occurs at other landmark buildings throughout the city.
That's true, and of course services have to be provided throughout the city. The normal police and fire services, the rest of the city, 320 square miles, have to be covered by emergency services. So it is indeed a tremendous challenge.
Ray, you've been in the middle of these kinds of episodes when you were the police commissioner in '93 during the attack. Your whole life has been dedicated to law enforcement and national security matters. But aren't you stunned by the magnitude of this attack and the complete surprise of it all?
Yes, and the complexity of it. And I think we've relied for years on the relative lack of sophistication on the part of terrorist organizations. We've been very lucky, no question about it. We've had fairly good intelligence information, but then again, we knew nothing about the World Trade Center bombing before it happened. We had terrorists cross into our borders just before the millennium, December 14th of 1999. You can't predict these things. I am surprised, again, at the level of coordination and sophistication of these attacks.
Ray, what kind of game plan is in place? Obviously, following the bombing of the World Trade Center, officials really sat up and took notice and knew that this kind of attack, perhaps not of this magnitude, but another terrorist attack was possible. So what kind of game plan was put in place?
Well, there's tremendous reliance on intelligence gathering. Certainly the FBI and CIA work more closely now than ever in communicating with each other and gathering information with the NSA. The FBI has set up counterterrorism task forces throughout the country. There's now, I believe, 23 of them. New York City was the first. And indeed, that was the entity that did the investigation of the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There's a lot more awareness now than there was in 1993, quite frankly, but obviously can prevent a terrible tragedy like this.
All right. Well, Ray Kelly, former New York Police Commissioner. Mr. Kelly, thanks very much for talking with us this morning. We're going to go now to Washington, to Campbell Brown, who is across the street from the White House, which, as we mentioned, has been evacuated. Campbell, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, we're not actually sure at the moment if where exactly the president is right now. He was in Florida this morning. We understand that he was told about the situation while he was in a holding room at the Booker Elementary School, where he was scheduled to do a reading event. He was was informed by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, by telephone while he was in that holding room of the first incident when the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center. He was actually reading to children when he heard about the second incident, and that was from Andy Card, his chief of staff, who whispered in the president's ear while he was reading to children. We are told by White House officials that he is planning to convene a national security meeting of all of his top advisors. We do know that National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and other key officials are now meeting in the Situation Room at the White House. As we mentioned, the rest of the White House has been evacuated. Only key personnel are allowed there. That meeting began about 9:39, we're told, this morning. Everyone else, again, evacuated. One of the questions, Katie, that we're asking right now, given that no one's been informed where the president is, and this is, of course, deliberate, is whether or not the White House will decide to put him on the so-called doomsday plane. This is a special plane designed for the president in the event of a nuclear attack, and it's far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the absolute most advanced electronics, equipment on board. He's able to communicate with anyone at any time and able to command the armed forces from this plane. They're able to refuel it mid-air, and they could essentially keep the president on this plane for an extended period of time. We don't know if that's an option that has been considered or something that they are looking at trying to do right now, or whether or not his plan is to come back here to the White House. The situation where we are now, though, it's fairly desolate because of the evacuation. They've actually pushed the White House staff evacuated many of the buildings around here and kept people several blocks away. We're at a hotel just about a block away where we do have a view, but again, only key personnel allowed in the White House at this time. Katie?
All right, Campbell Brown. Campbell, thank you very much for that update, and please keep us posted as things develop there.
Katie, joining us on the phone now is the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki. Governor, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, we're looking at some just devastating pictures of lower Manhattan, similar pictures at the Pentagon in Washington, and another incident in Pittsburgh. Just first of all, your reaction.
Well, it's just a horrible, horrible day. It's an attack upon America, an attack upon New York, and we have to respond longer term to make sure we protect ourselves. But right now, we have to deal with this crisis and try to help the people who are still trapped, still at risk. And we've mobilized our National Guard and statewide fire and emergency services teams, and we're communicating and working with the city, and everything we can do to try to provide support is being done.
After the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, I mean, was there a sense that some of the vulnerability had been eliminated through security measures? I mean, obviously no one can predict an airliner or two airliners crashing into these buildings, but was there some sense that security had been shored up?
You know, you do everything you can. You make sure that people don't get into the towers without being inspected. You make sure that people can't park under the towers, but you just can't be prepared for a plane to fly into one of the towers or two planes to fly into the towers. It's a horrible, horrible situation. Our heart goes out to all those whose families are at risk, and we're just going to do everything we can to respond and be supportive and helpful to them.
Obviously, the loss of life is the primary concern right now in helping those who've been injured. But if you will, at least talk to me a little bit about the other impact of this building. This is, for example, as Tom and Katie and I have pointed out, the world financial center, the hub of finances in the world, if not at least here in the United States. What type of damage has been done to the financial infrastructure of this country?
The economic impact is something we can talk about as the days unfold. Right now, we still have to focus on making sure we save as many people as possible, help those who are injured, help with an orderly removal of the people who are leaving downtown and leaving the city. We're going to focus on that and be concerned about what may or may not be the economic consequences once the immediate crisis is passed.
All right. Do you have plans to get down to this area?
Yes, I'm in the city, and I've been in touch with the mayor, and we're going to be continuing to do everything we can.
Governor, what about other emergency procedures for the city of New York in the next several days in terms of what's going to remain shut down and so on? A lot of people have this as a destination. A lot of people, millions of people live here.
Tom, right now we do have limited service out of the city. We have both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad running out. We have the George Washington Bridge open. The tunnels are shut for security reasons. We're not having traffic other than emergency traffic come into the city. And I think at this point it would be extremely unlikely that we're going to have many people coming into the city tomorrow. We're going to be continuing to try to deal with the horrendous situation downtown.
Thank you very much, Governor. I know it's been a long and difficult day, and it will go on for you and for all New Yorkers for a long, long time, unfortunately.
Well, our prayers are with the families and the people whose lives are still at risk.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you. We
want to go now, Matt, to Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon. Jim, a lot of these flights were transcontinental flights, heavily loaded not only with passengers but with fuel.
That's right, Tom. And we just learned a few moments ago that the U.S. Navy is dispatching a couple of aircraft carriers from Norfolk, the JFK and the George Washington. One will be stationed off of New York. The other will be stationed in the Atlantic as close to Washington, D.C. as they can get. They'll be there to provide any possible military support that may be needed, including flying any kind of air cover should there be any additional warnings of any further terrorist attempted attacks. Now, as we stood here this morning, you can see the smoke is still billowing. The smoke just in the past few minutes has changed from black to white, a strong indication that they're throwing more water on the fire, as we saw from other vantage points. But the priority now is to get the fire under control. A casualty count is impossible at this point, Tom. As you've seen from the earlier pictures, the plane opened a huge wide gash in the side of the building. We're being told between the 4th and the 5th corridors. It smashed through the E and D rings, and people who were in that area tell me that debris and parts of the plane actually penetrated deep all the way into the B ring. There are 5 rings, A through E, and it entered in the E ring, so it plowed through a number of the rings. The priority now, as I said, is accounting for the casualties. Medevac helicopters have been flying in and out. You hear the ambulances. Occasionally, we've even seen F-16s flying low routes around the Pentagon and over Washington, D.C., flying those CAPs or air patrol missions that are usually flown in combat. But to see 2 aircraft carriers moved in locations off the United States to provide air cover, Tom, I mean, that's the kind of thing you normally see in a war zone.
Mick, can you tell me, was that chosen randomly where they hit the Pentagon? Can you tell us what the function of those people in that particular ring was, where it was hit?
Well, it's interesting because a number of people, this really wasn't sarcastic, but they said, well, they hit on the wrong side, because just the opposite side of the building, of course, you have the offices of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. We were on that side of the building when the plane hit. We felt the building shake, the windows rattle, and looking outside immediately saw people on the run. There was pandemonium in the hallways. Now that section of the Pentagon, I thought at first when it was described to me that it may have hit in an area where some of the special operations offices are located. The Assistant Secretary for Special Operations is located near there, but the plane actually hit maybe about 60 to 70 feet to the right of that location. In that part of the building, there's it's very near a mall area, actually, where they have a shopping area for Pentagon employees. After all, there are 25 to 30,000 employees in there on any given day. And also in that part of the building, you had many Navy personnel, many reserve personnel. I bumped into many Army personnel who are adjacent to that. They think everybody's all right. The Navy people I talked to said they still had a few people that were unaccounted for. But again, it's going to be impossible to tell exactly what the casualty count is in there until they get that fire under control.
Matt.
All right, Jim Mikoszewski outside the Pentagon, thanks very much. Joining us now is General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of all forces in the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've seen the footage, I'm sure, of the Pentagon and of southern Manhattan. We haven't seen much footage outside Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, it's a very, very sad day for this country. It's really a sad day for the world as far as I'm concerned, and your heart goes out to all those families, and your prayers go out to all those people who lost their lives.
We are fighting a war now, it seems, a terrorist war here in this country. The question is, how do we go about fighting it, General?
Well, you know, that's one of those easy questions to ask and one of those very tough questions to answer. The deterrence against terrorists is almost impossible because these are people who could care less about their own survival. And normally deterrence is just says, you know, you hit me and we hit you back harder. And in this case, these people don't care whether they lose their lives or not, and therefore it makes it doubly tough to deter. The fact is that the world is getting smaller, and you know, terrorism has come to our shores because we have the ability to span oceans and great distances in a very short time.
Yeah, General, have you been able to talk to anyone at the Pentagon and get some updates on who may have been injured or lost?
No, I mean, the information that I've heard is basically what you all have, and that's it. You know, they didn't hit the very critical parts, and therefore maybe we don't have as many casualties there. But when you look at what happened at the World Trade Center and the number of casualties that they probably have there, it's just horrendous.
General Schwarzkopf, hi, it's Katie. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been in the military for a long, long time. Have you ever heard, or is this a method of destruction that the U.S. military was aware of and had concerns about, where they would actually, hijackers would use a plane as a flying bomb?
Well, Katie, you know, Tom Clancy wrote a book about just that. Several years ago, he wrote a book about a Japanese pilot crashing his 747 directly into the Capitol building and wiping out the national government. And so it's not something that's new. Obviously, what's kind of shocking is we thought we had good protection against hijacking of aircraft, and what's very apparent today is that something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked all at the same time.
Meaning security at airports across the country, General?
Well, that and many other measures that could be taken, but I mean, it's kind of frightening when you consider the number of aircraft that were simultaneously hijacked and apparent with, I can't say with apparent ease. I don't know but it did in fact happen, and that's kind of frightening in itself.
Well, also, General Tom Brokaw here, the failure of intelligence here. I know it's always easy to say that at this point, but this is a very sophisticated and obviously widespread, complex operation that was planned. It was very tightly held in the most sophisticated way.
Yeah, Tom, but you and I both know that getting inside the intelligence, getting inside a terrorist group is probably the most difficult type of penetration that you can do. I mean, you've got to have somebody on the inside that can let you know what's going on, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in this type of terrorist organization.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll be back in touch with you throughout the day as we get more information. We'd love to get your oversight on all of this if we can.
Okay, Tom.
Well, let's go to Paul Bremer now, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who's the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Mr. Ambassador, do we have any idea whatsoever who may be responsible for this?
Well, as you were just saying, we have a massive intelligence failure and a huge security failure that's going to have to be looked into. Analytically, there probably are 4 possible candidates. There's the Osama bin Laden al-Qaeda group that you've been talking about. There is the possibility of a Middle Eastern group such as Hezbollah or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad conducting an attack like this. And there are at least 2 states which at least are capable of such an attack, and that would be Iran and Iraq. So you have probably not more than 4 suspects.
How do we begin to find out who is responsible?
Well, the good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in, and they will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names. They will have had to have showed pieces of identity. There will be a trail that will lead back from the hijackers at some point to the perpetrators. It may take some time, but we'll get there.
You're an expert on national security matters, Ambassador. How is this country going to have to change?
Well, I think it's one of those great challenges of fighting terrorism is to find the balance between being tempted to overreact, but also being absolutely certain, as the President said this morning, that people understand we're not going to take this sitting down. And I think once the perpetrators have been identified, and I believe they will be, the United States will have to retaliate with the full force of its military as hard as it possibly can. This is an act of war. It's an act of war that some have described as a domestic Pearl Harbor. In many ways, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. I think we will probably find the casualties are going to be higher than they were at Pearl Harbor. In Pearl Harbor, we knew immediately who had done it, and we therefore knew what the return address was. It was Japan. Here, we have higher casualties, less certainty as to where the attack came from, and therefore a more difficult response. But there must be a very strong military response to this act of war.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is a longtime colleague of Henry Kissinger and a veteran of national security affairs in this country. This is routine in times like this. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned what he called the terrorist attack, saying this is a terrorist act. We strongly condemn as the Taliban have given shelter to the Saudi militant Osama bin Laden, of course, and he's been accused by the United States in the past of masterminding these kinds of attacks. So they're at least on the record from a rhetorical point of view of saying we had nothing to do with this.
Let's go to Martin Fletcher, NBC's Martin Fletcher, Tom, who is in Israel right now. Martin, tell me the reaction by the Israelis to this course turn of events here in the United States.
Well, of course, everybody has been very, very quick to express complete solidarity with the United States. The Israelis, of course, are very experienced in these kind of things. They've offered to send all their emergency help they can to the United States. They've also, by the way, just closed the Israeli airspace just in case things do spread. But among the Palestinians, there's a different reaction. Yasser Arafat immediately expressed complete horror, condemned the attacks completely. But on the same time, in some places on the streets, in the Palestinian towns, there's been rather strong expressions of support, of delight even. There were 3,000 Palestinians took to the streets, we're told, in the West Bank city of Nablus, and smaller demonstrations also in East Jerusalem, Tulkarm, Bethlehem, other Palestinian towns in support of the bombers. Happy of these few Palestinians at what has happened. But of course, that's just We don't know how widespread that is, but there have been some clear support, demonstrations of support for the bombings.
But Martin, we should point
but
out...
I must stress, I should stress that Palestinian leaders all condemn totally the bombings.
We should put into some perspective for us, if you could, Martin, how displeased many Palestinians are with the United States right now about their feelings that somehow the U.S. is siding more with Israeli and with the Israelis in terms of what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, there's complete support across the board belief among Palestinians that the United States and Israel are one. That the United States is together with Israel in the situation here in Israel and the West Bank. They believe the United States completely supports Israel and therefore deserves to some kind of attacks against the United States. So there have been many calls here, especially in recent weeks, by the way, in some of the Palestinian media, for attacks against the United States. So there is a great feeling of anger, a great belief that America supports Israel, and a great belief also that Israel, without American support, could not be as aggressive in its retaliation against Palestinian suicide attacks as it is. So
but Martin, that's really
a feeling, strong feeling.
I was just going to say, Martin, that sentiment.
Sorry, Katie, go ahead.
I was just going to say that sentiment is really nothing new. Has it been exacerbated in recent weeks in terms of how the Bush administration has been dealing with the Mideast?
I think it has been exacerbated because throughout the last 11 months of the fighting, there was always a feeling among Palestinian leaders that the worse the fighting got, the more likely it would be that the United States administration would intervene, would try to help impose a solution on the Palestinians and the Israelis. The Palestinians have always wanted an international force to get involved, believing that's the only way to really get to a solution, an imposed solution. And what they're seeing from Washington is, if anything, President Bush backtracking from that, making it rather clear in several statements from American leaders that Israel and the Palestinians should get on with it, and that until there's a real possibility of peace talks, America won't get involved. That's the belief of Palestinians. But of course, I just want to stress that this Palestinian anger, we don't know that has anything to do, of course, with what happened today.
All right. Thank you, Martin Fletcher, in Israel this morning, this afternoon.
I was going to say we have a couple of other developments that we ought to share with everyone. Ripple effect seems like an understatement. The U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada now have been closed. White House sources are saying all principals in the White House, senior Bush advisors and officials like the Vice President and the President himself are either in the Situation Room or in bomb shelters. They will not say exactly where the President is, except to say that he is safe. There have been comparisons to Pearl Harbor this morning. 2,400 people were killed in Pearl Harbor on that attack on December 7, 1941. It is likely that the death toll today will be higher. The political magnitude of this is yet to be fully calibrated as well. But as we have been saying throughout the day, this is a new form of warfare against the United States.
And as Ambassador Bremer said, in that case, we had the return address.
Right.
It's still certainly unclear and may remain unclear who was responsible for these absolutely horrendous attacks.
Christian Martin is a producer for Dateline NBC, and he joins us now. Christian, you were obviously down in the area based on your appearance, and I understand you shot some video while you were down there. First of all, tell me how close to the buildings you were.
I was probably about 2 to 3 blocks away, and they were moving most of the folks back. Near me were probably 20 or 30 cops and emergency personnel, and at this point we were thinking, wow, and then suddenly this cloud started moving real fast, as you can see, and it was a dead sprint for about 20 of us. I found the corner as the cloud blew me into a car across the street. I crawled under a car. You could hear, it was pitch black, you could hear chunks of concrete falling all around you.
You were under a car?
I got blown into a car and then crawled under a car.
How difficult was it to breathe at that point?
Very difficult. It was probably pitch black for about 2 minutes. I was covering my mouth. It was, for a while you didn't hear anything, and then you heard a lot of moans and groans. That it was really just a canyon, and the entire force of the blast came shooting down it much faster than you would imagine. As you watched it fall, you thought. You
say you heard moans and groans. Did you see many of the injured around you as when the dust finally settled somewhat, so that you could get out from under the car?
I was really kind of in shock and stumbled around for a little bit. You could see that there were some people there. Everybody that was in the area was pretty affected. There was no emergency personnel helping anybody. Everybody that was there was in pretty bad shape at the moment. And as I started to wander farther and farther away from it, you could see more people coming. The cops and the firemen down there were just incredible, and probably still are down there. So.
Obviously, it was a very frightening situation for you to be in. Did you have any idea? I mean, were they anticipating that because of the size of the hole in this building, that the whole building might come crashing down?
That wasn't my sense. I mean, it was obviously a terrible tragedy, but I felt that I was down in Oklahoma City about 3 hours after that blast happened, and I felt that things were beginning to ramp down. The emergency, obviously, there was a lot of tragedy going on, but I felt like the cops and the firemen were sort of beginning to get the situation under control. They were moving everybody back. By and large, the streets were cleared. There was a lot of emergency tape, and then when that started, we were all surprised. You can hear the voices saying, "Move back." I mean, there were a lot of people on the street.
Did you see the triage units at work and people being helped in the immediate vicinity? Because one of our first concerns when this happened was, what about the people who were outside the building who were in serious pain?
I mean, I don't know what was going on right in the immediate area. I assume there were, I hope there was no one around. As I said, I sort of stumbled away from it, and by the time I got 3 or 4 blocks away and the air cleared enough so that you could see, we were then all being pushed away. But I mean, you could still see the remains of the plane crash from earlier that day. I mean, I shot some video of a huge airplane wheel. There were body parts, all over West Street. I mean, it was insane down there.
Well, Christian, thanks so much for coming by. We're glad you're safe, of course, as well. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Washington, where Bob Hager is standing by with more information. Bob.
Katie, the word now on these air crashes is there's 266 dead total. That's the rough addition at the moment in the hijacking of 4 planes. 2 of them were United airliners and 2 American airliners. 2 out of the 4, by the way, I'm getting my own voice coming back to me in my ear if somebody can help me on that. 2 of them were American, 2 United airliners. 2 of the 4 took off from Boston, 1 from Newark, 1 from Washington, Dulles. 2 of those planes went into the World Trade Center, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania. There are 50 flights that are still in the air at this point. That is 50 commercial flights. The FAA has put what they call a ground hold on all flights in the U.S. So 50 of those flights are still in the air. That means that virtually everybody's landed at this point, and if there's any good news in any of this, they say that at the moment none of those planes appear to be hijacked or in trouble. And they're all very close to landing now, within 40 or 50 miles of an airport, their airport where they intend to land. So that should put them on the ground in the next half hour or so.
Bob, I just want to ask you, Bob, have many of those planes been diverted? In other words, are they reaching their destinations, or are they having emergency or premature landings elsewhere?
Yeah, there is nothing on that. They left it to the discretion of the pilots. They said if you want to go on to your landing, unless you're going to land in New York or Washington, go ahead to your landing if you want to, or you can divert if you choose to do that. So New York and Washington were the only 2 that were closed to incoming flights. I'm now told that there are 22 international flights still in the air. So we have 50 domestic commercial flights still in the air, 22 international flights still in the air. None of those believed to be in trouble, so that it's been more than 2 hours now since the last of these crashes, and hopefully if that word is correct from the FAA, then we've seen the last of this.
Bob,
Again,
I was just going to mention, Peter Greenberg, our travel editor, had an interesting observation that perhaps the airlines that or planes that were chosen were because they had the most fuel. They were planning to travel across country most of those flights. Can you weigh in on that?
It is curious that 3 out of these 4 flights were bound for Los Angeles. They were 757s and 767s.
And the other to San Francisco.
Yeah, but none of them had to fly long distances because the 2 crashes in New York, let's see, those planes came from Boston, and from the second tower crash was, both of those flights were from Boston, the 2 crashes into the World Trade Center towers, and then the crash here in Washington into the Pentagon was a takeoff from Washington Dulles, so that's very close by, and the crash that happened in rural Pennsylvania was a takeoff from Newark Airport, so that was not a terribly long distance.
Seb, I think what Katie's getting to, Bob, is that the planes were loaded with a lot of fuel because they were anticipating a long flight, and perhaps they were chosen because of the damage that fuel would do on impact.
Well, that could be a factor, yes, because you would imagine that a plane with a whole lot of fuel would make a lot bigger explosion than one that was had only a limited amount of fuel left.
All right, Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, thank you very much. So now we know from Bob that there are 266 people dead as a result of those 4 planes. Obviously, this is an unspeakable tragedy for so many families throughout the country, not to mention all the lives lost here in New York City and at the Pentagon. But again, American Airlines Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 77, United Airlines Flight 175, and United Airlines Flight 93. Both American Airlines flights, I understand, were en route from Boston to Los Angeles. The United Airlines flight, one from Newark to San Francisco, and the second from Washington, D.C., actually from Dulles International Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles as well. If you need any information about a loved one on board, these are the following numbers you should call: 1-800-245-0999 or 1-800-932-8555. Those numbers, the first one for American Airlines, the second one for United.
And of course, what we don't know about those flights is what happened in the cockpit. That had to be the worst kind of terror, because they were able to force the plane, 2 of the planes into the World Trade Center and then 1 into the Pentagon. Did they take over controls? Did they shoot the pilot and the co-pilot? Did they have a gun at their head and force them to do this? We don't know, and we don't know whether there's any radio traffic to describe what may have been going on at that time. There's just been one report that they knew there was a hijacking, and they were citing radio traffic at that time. So this only adds to the horror that I think everyone is beginning to feel across this country today. Clearly. About what they try to imagine what has been going on. And it is just beginning, I suspect, for a lot of people to fully sink in about what we're going through. And we are just halfway through this day. And it's going to be a long day and a long week and many months to come as we continue to deal with this. So there's going to be a test of this country, and we're going to have to steel ourselves for some very difficult decisions
Clearly,
ahead.
this was a suicide mission of enormous magnitude, and of course we heard speculation from Pat Dawson at the scene that there might have even been a secondary bomb on board the aircraft, although who knows what kind of explosion would occur if a plane actually crashes in a building that's 110 stories high.
Is it too much to ask? Do we still have that identified? We're not going to do this in a gratuitous way, but to give you an idea of what happened, we have an astonishing piece of videotape of the second plane going into the World Trade Center, and you can see it coming from right to left across the screen. We'll try to play that for you in slow motion. There it is, first real time. And now let's just back it up for a moment, and we'll play it in slow-mo so that you can see that, in fact, it was an airliner.
And when you saw the impact from a different angle, you saw the plane hit one side of the building, and then you saw parts of the other side of the building blowing out. So you can only imagine how far that plane traveled through the building on impact. And keeping in mind that we want to talk about the location here. Southern tip of Manhattan, Newark Airport, probably what, Tom, as the crow flies, 10 miles?
Yeah, maybe.
To the west and south. Kennedy Airport, another 10 miles maybe to the east. LaGuardia Airport, just to the east as well and slightly north. So air traffic, obviously, it's a congested area, although that was restricted airspace. No planes fly that close to New York City.
Landing gear at the bottom is somewhere in lower Manhattan. It was December 7th, 1941, actually the next day, that FDR said this is a day that shall live in infamy. We are living through another day of infamy for this country.
That was some videotape that was taken by our producer, our Dateline producer, Christian Martin, who was at the scene, Tom, right before that tower collapsed. I'm not sure if he was there before the first tower collapsed or the second tower. I believe it was the first tower. And as we saw, as you mentioned, airline debris, and apparently Christian saw some very grisly things on the scene.
Well, it turns out that President Bush has been diverted to Barksdale Air Force Base, which we believe is in Louisiana, and we expect to hear from him shortly. He has been taken to a secure area. There were reports that he would be taken back to Washington to Andrews Air Force Base. We've been talking about the secure facilities that are available there to him in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Actually, the briefing room in the White House itself is secure, but they've decided to divert him, obviously, to an Air Force base, and he will be addressing the nation shortly. You have in your nation's capital now F-16s flying CAPs, they're called. These are air cover missions over the nation's capital after the plane went into the Pentagon today. So we have never been witness to anything quite like this in the United States within the continental borders of this country. An active war, nothing less than that. There is your nation's capital. It is effectively evacuated from the Capitol building itself down majestic Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. A crisis of grave proportions on this land, and the President of the United States in his first year in office will be addressing the nation, we're told, before too long.
And we would have to assume this would have been true, but a Navy public affairs spokesman now tells WUSA TV that there are indeed dead inside the Pentagon. We want to go back to Lower Manhattan. NBC's Pat Dawson is standing by there with more. Pat?
Matt, hundreds of people, we assume, hundreds of people based on the information that we've gotten from emergency officials here are still in there. Obviously, we don't know their condition. We have not seen anybody coming out in some time. The question really for rescue officials at this point is when they can begin to move large numbers of emergency service units, either firefighters, police, or of any kind, into that area down there. This area you're looking at here, we are probably about 12 blocks north of where the World Trade Center once stood. This area here has been secured off basically for emergency workers and also for the press. If you just beyond those police barricades, about 50 yards beyond me, is as far as we are allowed to go. And then beyond that, as you can see, literally hundreds of firefighters and other emergency workers who are massed down there. They have bulldozers, they have all sorts of ambulances and the like. But we have not seen more than a handful of ambulances coming out of there in the last hour or so. That may be only that they are not using this particular way out. That is, of course, possible. They may be routing them from other directions. We can't say that. But at least from this direction, we have seen only a handful of ambulances coming out of there. And clearly, there have to be a great many people in there who are either injured or dead at this point. We spoke to a Port Authority police officer, a lieutenant who was in the building at the time just a few minutes ago. The Port Authority, we remind you once again, is the agency that runs those two twin towers, as well as the World Trade Center complex and the airports and the tunnels and bridges around New York City. He said that he had been in the building at the time, that he heard the explosions. He said it was a frightening situation. And at one point after the initial crash of those two airliners into the sides of the buildings, when there were fires blazing, he said that he saw at least a couple of people leaping from high floors, obviously because of the fires presumably behind them. Anyone leaping from a height of that, he said probably at least the 30th floor, obviously leaping to their death. There will be a number of horrible stories. We have already heard many of them so far, but at this point we have basically what we have is hundreds of emergency rescue people who are massed here, and we are waiting to hear when they will be able to go in significant numbers. That's the key thing. A handful may go in here and there, but obviously there are most likely large numbers of people who need help, and we are waiting to hear when large numbers of rescue workers will be able to go in. Back to the studio.
All right, Pat Dawson here in Manhattan. Pat, thank you very much. A bulletin has just crossed that says President Bush says U.S. military on high alert at home and abroad. Again, we believe he is being diverted to Louisiana, and we are waiting to hear word from him. He will reportedly address the nation sometime in the next few hours.
I'm going to go back to Lower Manhattan. Ann Thompson is standing by with more on the story. Ann?
Hi, Matt. Hi, Katie. I was down trying to get to the World Trade Center about 10 o'clock this morning, and I was walking on Broadway at Fullerton, and suddenly we heard an explosion. It was the first tower coming down, and down Broadway you could just see this wall of debris come flying at us, and I was by myself. I took cover in between a column and the building at 195 Broadway, and we stood there I crouched there probably for about a good 5 minutes. It took that long for all the debris to come by, for the air to clear. When I got up, I was covered head to toe with debris. They opened the building. The gates in that building had been locked. They opened the doors. We went inside. They had evacuated this building, which was some 28 floors of commercial space, right after the first plane went into the World Trade Center. We stood in there, you could see outside, it looked like a war zone. Debris, dust, ankle deep, cars on fire, cars turned askew in the explosion. We decided to stay inside. I was there with some firemen and some maintenance workers of this building. We decided to stay in there because it appeared to be safer inside. Then at about 10:30, it looked like everything was all clear. I started to walk out. I walked down Broadway towards Canal, and we heard a second explosion. I ran back into the building. All the chandeliers shook. Again, we were covered with black debris from everywhere. At that point, a fireman came into the building and said we all had to stay in one place. He then told us all to get out of the building because they felt if there was a third explosion that this building would be in danger. And then I walked down Broadway to Canal Street, and it was like walking through something that looked like out of a movie set of a nuclear holocaust. It was nothing but debris and papers and all parts of buildings down and glass.
Can we please move?
I will,
please.
sir. I will.
Right now, please.
Tell the people, please move back.
All right, obviously, Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you very much for that report. Ann's being asked to move her location. Obviously, firefighters and police officers are frantically trying to help those people who have been hurt, who perhaps have not been rescued, or perhaps to retrieve even bodies as a result of this.
So many people in this country obviously in a state of shock over what's happened in several locations, but at times like this you do find people who try to rally to do what they can at St. Vincent's Hospital, which is just south of the World Trade Center, where they've taken a lot of the wounded, 184 patients in total, 10 critical. There are lines now of people who are showing up to donate blood, which is something
heartening in the face of this tragedy. Catherine Hughes is at Virginia Hospital Center, where many of the people who were hurt at the Pentagon, where yet another plane crashed early this morning, is here to tell us what the situation is. Is this the old Arlington Hospital, Catherine?
Yes, it is, Katie.
Can you tell us about the people you're seeing there?
We now have approximately 26 patients. We are expecting more. They're coming in at the moment. We have called in additional surgeons, nurses, and other staff members to help with this crisis. And we've seen basically a variety of medical issues coming in. We do have some in surgery at this time.
So tell me about the medical issues that these individuals are experiencing, Catherine, if you could.
As I said, there are a variety of medical issues, some severe and some not. We do have some cuts, burns, people coming in with shortness of breath. We took our first person at about 10:35 this morning, and they are coming from the Pentagon area.
Catherine, if you could give us an idea, is this the only area hospital that is treating people who are inside the Pentagon at the time of the crash, or have they been diverted to other hospitals as well?
I don't know that. I know that we have already seen 26, and we currently are receiving patients at this time.
A Navy Public Affairs spokesperson has confirmed, or apparently told a local station in Washington, that people have lost their lives inside the Pentagon. And you expect how many more patients, Catherine?
We're expecting patients. We don't know how many. We are just taking them at this time.
All right. Catherine Hughes at Virginia Hospital Center, formerly known as Arlington Hospital. Catherine, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just to recap where the president was when this occurred, just before 9 o'clock this morning, he was taking part in an education event near Longboat Key, Florida. He was actually, we understand, reading to students down there when he first got word of the first plane crashing into the World Trade Center, and then he was given word that a second plane had crashed into the other tower. He did have a chance to make some comments before heading out of Florida, and here's a sample of what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary of Rod Pace and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
I want to mention that President Bush is said to have made a couple of other comments. He said that freedom itself was attacked, freedom will be protected, and that the U.S. will hunt down and punish those responsible. Go ahead.
He also said that the U.S. military was on high alert at home and abroad.
Just to update you on the situation, we told you that there had been several international flights en route to the United States. The original plan from the FAA was to divert those to Canada. We now understand that they will be allowed to land in the U.S. The FAA is not saying why they're not going forward with their original plans to divert to Canada, and we don't have any information on the points of origin or the destinations of those 22 planes. NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by in Washington. Campbell?
Well, Matt, what we can tell you is that we do know the president now is at the Barksdale Air Force Base. That's in Shreveport, Louisiana, northern Louisiana. He flew there from Florida, where he was this morning. And it was interesting because in those early minutes, shortly after Air Force One took off from Florida, no one was told within the White House press corps where the president was, where he was going. Our information now is coming from what we call the travel pool. It is one network reporter who is on board the plane with the president. He did make a brief statement. We're waiting to get more on what he said when they landed at Barksdale Air Force Base. We're not sure whether or not he's going to stay there or that they will take the president somewhere else. There are a number of options. Obviously, there's a bunker in Colorado Springs that the military runs. There is the so-called doomsday plane, which is another option. This is an aircraft that is far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the most advanced electronic equipment on board where the president could communicate with anyone from that plane. It can stay in the air. It can be refueled in the air. So it is something that was designed and built in the event that there was a nuclear attack, but it is a possible option today if they feel like they need that. Of course, the president, when he was in Florida and initially made those remarks you played a moment ago, he did say he was coming back from Washington, but obviously now they're reevaluating the situation to try to figure out where it may be best for him to operate from. There are a few officials still at the White House now. His National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and other key officials are in the White House. We're told they're operating out of the Situation Room, and that a few areas of the White House have been designated as so-called hard rooms, meaning Special Secret Service agents are there guarding the few key people who are needed to stay at the White House. The rest of the White House has been evacuated. But the president is obviously in close contact with his national security team, who is remaining there for the time being. He was informed of this while he was in Florida at an education event this morning of the first incident when the first plane flew into the World Trade Center. He was told by phone by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, while he was in a holding room, while he was about to go out and speak to some elementary school children. Then while he was actually reading to these students, a note was passed him from his chief of staff, Andy Card. In the pictures you can see the reaction on the president's face, as shocked as the rest of us at what had happened. And his plans immediately changed, initially to come back to Washington, but now, again, the Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, and we'll be waiting further word on where he will go from here and where he will sort of command the military operations, given the situation. Matt?
All right, Campbell, thank you very much. Katie?
Meanwhile, Matt, Cardinal Egan of the New York Archdiocese is joining us now. He has been outside St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan delivering last rites to some of the people who have been brought to that hospital. Your Eminence, thank you for talking with us. Can you tell us or describe the scene for us, if you could?
Well, I've been here since the very beginning. We have 184 patients here at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. 10 are critical, and 6 are of the police department or the fire department. So far, 2 have passed away. The situation has been that the doctors and the nurses are waiting outside here. The hospital is completely mobilized, and we believe that we will be able to handle whomever they send. We understand that Bellevue Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital are the 2 places where they'll be sending the most critically injured, and that they do have triage down closer to the 2 centers. I have to say this, that I've taken care of a lot of people spiritually, anointed a lot of people, and I've no limit to my admiration for what I've seen of the doctors, the nurses, and the staff, and the administration of St. Vincent's Hospital. And I'm told that that is what is to be found throughout this great city of New York. We're addressing this the way New Yorkers address things, with a prayer and with a total commitment to help everyone who is hurting, and especially to make it clear to families and others that we will be doing the very best we can for their loved ones. I have here Dr. Ackerman, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure, that would be great.
Here he is right now.
Dr. Ackerman, are you an emergency physician there? Dr. Ackerman, it's Katie Couric. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the situation there and how the patients are doing? I know that you have about 184 patients. Is that correct?
That's correct, Katie. And actually, the number is growing as the minutes go on. When the first ambulances came in, there were 10 or 11 people in each of them. Now that the triage centers are set up downtown, we're getting fewer patients at the moment, but we're getting the most critically injured. Severe burns, several heart attacks, multiple traumas, many broken bones. And probably what's most striking is that everyone that's coming is coming full of gray powder from the massive explosions that obviously took place. There are family centers set up here at the medical center. There's a special number that family members can call to try to find out if their loved one is here at St. Vincent's. That's area code 212-604-7285. And the New York City Police Department's working very closely with us. We're very grateful that His Eminence has been here to help us and our staff, and we continue to be prepared. I was here for the last major incident with the World Trade Center, and this, in my opinion, is many, many times worse.
Well, Dr. Ackerman, do you have enough people on staff to take care of the hundreds of people who are there already and the other people who may be arriving at your hospital?
We are very well staffed right now, Katie. We are a little bit concerned, though, about later in the day. People will obviously wear down the number of traumas that you can handle, that one can handle, not only physically, but psychologically. And so we're asking all of the people that call us at this point in time to please check with us around 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, because we fear we're going to need another shift of workers to handle the tragedy of this magnitude.
All right, and we heard that people were standing in line to donate blood, and of course that was heartening news for us to hear under the circumstances. Dr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're very, very busy, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Katie, we've been showing basically video of New York and the World Trade Centers, or where the World Trade Centers used to be, and of Washington and the Pentagon, and we've forgotten somewhat to remind people that there was the crash of another plane, a fourth plane outside Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and we don't have video of that story at the moment. That's one of the reasons we haven't been talking about it as much, but that's the fourth prong in this terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and it's just information we'll be trying to get as the day progresses.
In fact, we want to just repeat those airline numbers, which is extremely upsetting news for people who had loved ones on these flights, but we want to give you that information. The 4 aircraft involved: American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was American Airlines Flight number 77 from Dulles, Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. And finally, United Flight 93, the plane you just referred to that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. It was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
Here are the phone numbers if you'd like to inquire. If you think you had a family member or a loved one on board any of those planes, American Airlines has set up a number at 1-800-245-0999, and United Airlines 1-800-932-8555.
You mentioned that we have not shown shots of Pittsburgh and the United Airlines plane that crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. We have the first shots, pretty shaky video of that airplane that crashed shortly after the 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Tower. At least we got the information. And after that other plane crashed into the Pentagon.
In short, and you really can't put this story into short form, this has been perhaps the most devastating day in American history in terms of terrorism. It certainly has been. 4 separate attacks, obviously coordinated fairly thoroughly. 2 on the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 on the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., a 4th, the hijacking and crash of a plane, as you just saw, outside Pittsburgh. Unclear now as to how many lives have been lost, but the numbers are bound to be staggering as the day progresses.
Aboard those airplanes alone, 266 people have lost their lives. That was confirmed by both United and American Airlines, and we are unclear, as Matt just said, about the perhaps thousands of people who have been killed and certainly injured as a result of what happened in New York City and outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. With more, here's Tom.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
September 11th, the year 2001, a day unlike any other in the long course of American history, a terrorist act of war against this country. President Bush saying today that freedom has been attacked by a faceless coward and freedom will be defended. Not since Pearl Harbor was attacked on December 7th, 1941, has this country undergone such a devastating and damaging attack. And it may not yet be over. We do know at this time that at least 4 targets have been attacked. The 2 Twin Trade Tower centers here in New York City, the Pentagon, and then another plane that was crashed deliberately into an area outside of Pittsburgh. That is the 2nd plane hitting the Twin Trade Towers this morning, all of them hijacked airliners. Then these 2 colossal icons of the American capitalist system collapsed in lower Manhattan. The death toll at this hour is unknown, but it is expected to be, as Mayor Giuliani has said, horrendous. Shortly after those attacks on the Twin Trade Towers in New York City, at the Pentagon, in one of the outer rings, another hijacked airliner crashed into 2 areas there, killing an untold number of U.S. military personnel in Washington, D.C. A code red was put in effect in the nation's capital. The White House, State Department, CIA evacuated along with the Pentagon. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was evacuated to a secure area. President Bush, who was in Florida for an appearance for an education project, was evacuated to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where we do expect to hear from him before too long. The United States is in effect in a national state of emergency. All domestic flights were grounded immediately. Most flights that were already in the air, we believe, will arrive safely at their destinations. The borders between the United States and Canada and the United States and Mexico have been closed. Transatlantic flights were diverted to Canada. U.S. military forces in this country and around the world have been put on the highest possible alert. Aircraft carriers were moved to waters off New York City as this scene played out in the nerve center of this country, lower Manhattan, the financial markets, an area that is home to literally hundreds of thousands of people. They are still dealing with the carnage in lower Manhattan. We want to go now to NBC's David Bloom, who is in Midtown Manhattan, overlooking all of this. As you can see there, communications have been severely interrupted. David?
Well, Tom, what we're looking at behind us more than 4 hours after the first explosion is the smoking hulk of the essentially vanished World Trade Center. As you've said, the essential question at this hour in New York City is how many people may have died in these attacks. The various officials here in New York City believe that the casualty estimates will essentially go into the thousands and thousands of people. Here is the sequence of events as they happened at this hour. The first plane attacks the World Trade Center's South Tower at approximately 8:42 Eastern Time. Airline officials say at least 2 American Airlines flights and 2 United Airlines flights were hijacked today, and that the attack planes were the hijacked domestic flights. Roughly 21 minutes later, approximately 9:03 Eastern Time, the second large jetliner can be seen taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's North Tower. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling and in some cases jumping from the two buildings. At approximately 9:40 a.m. in Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, one side of the building collapsing. Non-essential personnel from federal buildings, including the White House and the U.S. Capitol, are evacuated. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside. 1/2 hour later, at approximately 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 767, crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The FAA closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace. So again, Tom, 4 hijacked airplanes. We know what happened to each of the 4. Other officials investigating now, both apparently the worst terrorist attack in the mainland United States ever. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom. What we don't know is who may be responsible for these attacks. There's a lot of speculation, obviously, about Osama bin Laden, who is a Saudi dissident who is believed to be harbored somewhere in Afghanistan, but no one is claiming responsibility. In the West Bank, however, the Palestinians in the streets are cheering and celebrating these attacks on the United States, even though Palestinian leaders have condemned the attacks. We want to go now to NBC's Pat Dawson, who is down near the World Trade Center, because the big question, obviously, in New York City and across this country, how many people have been able to survive this horrendous attack? Pat?
Tom, right now, hundreds of rescue workers are massed here on the southern tip of New York in Manhattan Island, waiting for a possibility where they can go back in large numbers to begin searching through the debris. Obviously, the first task at hand will be to find anyone who is still alive in there. There really is no precedent for this. 2 110-story buildings. First of all, the impact of those 2 planes into them, and then the buildings themselves literally tumbling down into the streets. It's the sort of thing that one assumes very few people could have survived, but the task of those rescue workers, and if you look behind me, you can see many of them massed down there. The task will be for them to go back in and to try to find anyone who is alive. First of all, that is, of course, the priority. They know. We have spoken to a number of them. Of course, common sense tells us as well they are going to find a very, very high number of dead bodies in there as well. No way. We have spoken to officials here with the police department and with fire. They all say the same thing. This kind of a catastrophe, there's no way of knowing how many people that they're going to find in there, how many people are dead, how many people are alive. There's really no way to know how difficult their task is going to be going in there and trying to dig through the remains of 2 110-story buildings that are now lying at the bottom of Manhattan. Obviously, taking care of those that are hurt that they have been able to get out is a first priority.
With Kelly Mack, I'm David Cruz. We're in the studio here at NBC in Los Angeles. As we continue our coverage from New York, you're about to hear Los Angeles Police Chief Parks address questions that are being raised here in the Los Angeles area. Also with him are other fire and emergency officials. Let's listen in.
Okay, yes.
Representing the city controller. Laura Chick representing the city controller.
Okay. You can't get a double here now. Come on. Okay, ready?
Mike Carey, the city clerk.
City clerk. Anyone else, gentlemen? Where am I missing someone? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Representing the city librarian.
Okay. Laura Chick is here. She's just in. And we also have our president of the police commission, Rick Caruso. And then also we have Mr. Stapleton from the FBI, President. Any other? Yes.
Don Kincaid from ATF.
Yes, okay. Now, would the members of the City Council here, would you also, and then we have Tim McCosker.
Tim McCosker, Chief of Staff to Mayor Hunt.
Okay. We have other City Council members that did not get introduced?
Jan Perry, Council District 9.
Janice Hahn, City Council District 15.
Nick Pacheco, Council District 14. Jack Weiss, District 5.
Cindy Miskowski, District 11.
Eric Garcetti, District 13.
Okay.
Ted Reyes, District 1.
All right. Did we miss any? Really? Okay, we got all the introductions. Okay, let's start off with Mr. Muckery, why don't you give us a review of what has happened in General Services?
Yes, sir. Department of General Services is responsible for security in and around the Civic Center. When I came in this morning, I directed them to secure the buildings, meaning that only people with badges, city badges, be allowed in or on official business, because at that time, we had not secured the buildings to official business. I secured all commercial parking lots, directed them to empty those lots, and to put on a higher level of security, meaning visual security, going around the building, see if there was anything suspicious in nature at all, period. Anything suspicious. Fleet Services, I directed our heliport to maintain 24-hour operations on the mechanical end. I know that your helicopter's up and running. We will be there all the time, as well as other fleet services. Low level of security, this may sound insignificant, but I do have custodial, I do have parking services, I do have building maintenance people in and around the 425 square miles of the city. I also directed them to be aware of any suspicious packages, any suspicious vehicles, any people that should or should not be in there, or anything out of the ordinary to call me personally and be relayed to the EOB. There was some initial confusion with my security forces. We have rectified that. All communications will be face-to-face out of the EOB, and as I said, we are just concerned now with security and being ready to support the operations of the city.
Thank you, Ray. Any questions from the board to Mr. Muckery?
We have instituted the emergency procedures. All of our downtown office has been secure, although we are still open for business. Our outlying facilities are secure. We've had no incidents. Everything is business as usual right now. Our control center is secure. We've got a mobile force put in place to monitor outlying facilities. And right now, everything else is business as usual.
Okay. Frankie?
Department of Transportation. We spent the morning going through our staff and redeploying some of our critical staff to functions to support functions at the police and fire department. We have assigned staff to command centers. In addition to the emergency operations center here, we have a number of other centers. We have the ADSAC center, which is fully staffed. That's the traffic management center for the city. We have 2 mobile command centers, and they have been placed, one in the valley and one in the vicinity of the zoo, in the parking lot there. We have 2 other command centers set up, one in the southern district of the city, one in the western district of the city. And so we're fully staffed at all of these various sites. Our communications are all in order and ready, and
is being tested. That the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President George W. Bush, in his capacity today, not only as President of the United States, but also as Commander-in-Chief as U.S. military forces around the world are on the highest possible alert. There is so much uncertainty in this situation. Who is responsible? When it could happen again? And where? These are questions that are still unresolved as we try to work our way through this day. I'm joined on the telephone now by the former National Security Advisor in the Clinton administration, Sandy Berger, a longtime veteran of national security matters in this country. Mr. Berger, in all of your contingency planning during your days in the White House, did you ever anticipate anything like this? 4 hijacked airliners that would be driven into the Twin Trade Towers and the Pentagon?
Well, Tom, I think for some time we have known that terrorism is the greatest security threat that this country faced. We've seen some horrible incidents here before. We broke up a multi-pronged effort on Millennium Weekend, but this certainly goes beyond anything that we have seen before in its dimensions and sophistication.
As we work our way through this day of shock and grief and still trying to count the number of casualties, we also have to say, however, that there has been a stunning failure of intelligence at the highest possible level. The American people are going to wonder why they spent billions of dollars of intelligence if we can't find out about a complex operation like this that involves so many people.
Well, I think all of that is going to have to be sifted out. I think that in the midst of our outrage and anger, President Bush is right. We have to show the world that we will respond to this both with determination and with steadiness. That means first, obviously, focusing on security and on rescue, then on determining who's responsible. And this is of such magnitude that it's inconceivable to me that we will not soon know what the origin of this is, and then how we did not detect this, since it obviously involved a multiple operation based on from the United States. But blame, I think, the blame game, I think, comes, in my judgment, after we do everything we can to take care of the people who are in those buildings. We assure the security of others who may be in situations that are vulnerable, and we find out who is responsible for this absolutely horrifying set of events.
Mr. Berger, it's just not a matter of assigning blame. That's not the question. The question is, how do we get our intelligence back on track so it doesn't happen again in the next 20 minutes or the next 20 hours?
Well, I think we have to recognize that this is the overwhelming security threat to the nation, more so than any foreign nation, more so than long-range missiles. Terrorism has been and continues to be the number one threat to our people. I think the intelligence community has intensified its efforts over the years, but this simply demonstrates that we're certainly not doing enough.
Sandy Berger, thank you very much for being with us today on what is obviously a day of great trial for this country, a great tragedy, and we have to determine how we go from here once we do begin to sort out just how many lives were lost, who is responsible for all of this, and how we can protect ourselves from this kind of attack again in the future as it continues to play out across America. Robert Knowles is on the phone with us now. He was on the 54th floor, I'm told, of one of the World Trade Center buildings when one of the planes was flown into it. Mr. Knowles, you're safely at home? When one of the planes was flown into it, Mr. Knowles, you're safely at home?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn down your television? I can hear it in the background, and that will cause us some problems if we continue our discussion. Okay. Tell me exactly where you were and what happened to you.
I was on the 54th floor.
Of number 1 building or number 2?
Number 1 building.
Uh-huh. And when were you first aware of the attack?
Well, something hit the building, and it knocked me to the floor. And then the whole window blew out of the office I was in. And it snatched the desk out of the office like it was a piece of paper.
And how did you get out of that office?
By the grace of God, I was holding on to the door so I wouldn't be sucked out the window.
And then did you go down the stairs?
Yeah, going down the stairs was really rough because it was from the 30th floor down. It was water. The sprinklers was on, and then I pray to God for the people in the wheelchairs because they couldn't get out. They were sitting there waiting for somebody to carry them down.
How many people did you see like that, Mr. Knowles?
2 people. They were invalids. You know, they couldn't get out the wheelchairs. It wasn't a regular wheelchair. It was the kind of wheelchair where they do everything in a wheelchair.
It was a heavy mechanical wheelchair of some kind.
Yes, sir.
And then as you made your way to the bottom of that stairwell, was crowded with other people trying to get out?
Yes, sir, but God bless the fact that it happened early, because if it had happened at 10:30, it would have been chaos because you couldn't get down the stairs. Between the smoke and the lights being out in the water, and the staircase was slippery.
When you finally got to the ground floor, then what happened?
Then they herded us out of the building. They told us to walk fast. We walked up towards Broadway, up Nassau, and it was glass blown from everywhere.
When you were in your office when the first explosion occurred, that was the first building that was hit?
Yes, sir.
And were there lots of people in the building at that hour?
It was a good amount of people, but not lots.
It was not full to capacity?
No, thank God.
And were there other people who, so far as you could tell, were either seriously hurt or killed in the first explosion that you could find?
No, everybody I seen was mobile. They were able to get out the building. You know, people were coughing, people fell down the stairs. They weren't hurt from the explosion. They were hurt trying to get out of the building.
Okay, Mr. Knowles, we wish you the very best, and by the grace of God, you were able to get out of there, and we know that this has been a difficult time for you, but we thank you for sharing your experience with us today.
Thank you.
Going to go to Washington now. Senator John McCain, who has declared this an act of war on the United States. It's already being described as a kind of 21st century Pearl Harbor. Senator McCain.
I think that's accurate in many respects, Tom, although clearly the implications of this are very significant, and including the fact that at least we knew exactly who it was that took these actions against the United States at Pearl Harbor. And obviously at this point we don't know who it was or which organization or nation may have been sponsoring this kind of activity.
We're obviously in the early stages dealing still with the shock and the grief, trying to count the number of casualties, but this country will have to take immediate action in terms of how we rearrange ourselves now to hope that we don't have this happen again. We're going to have some profound changes in America, Senator.
I'm afraid so. I think that our lifestyles will not be the same for a very long period of time because of security requirements. I also think that, as I was watching you earlier, there is going to have to be an evaluation about our intelligence capability, and part of that evaluation will be recognition that we don't have the kind of human intelligence capabilities that perhaps we need. We have excellent technical capabilities, but a lot of times you have to have someone on the ground to penetrate these organizations so you can know their intentions rather than their actions. But look, this is a terrible, unspeakable act. I believe the American people will rally behind and support the President of the United States, and I believe that we will find out who did this, and I think we will respond. And I don't know how you could describe it, very frankly, any other way but an act of war.
You grew up in the conventional military, and we have such an investment in all of that, but for some time, national security officials across all administrations have been saying the great threat to this country is terrorism. Have we devoted enough attention to this kind of an act?
It's very difficult for me to second guess. I think there's going to be plenty of that kind of activity. I would repeat that when I talk to people in the field and when I travel around the world, our lack of human intelligence capability, part of that is the difficulty in penetrating some of these organizations. As you know, they're very difficult, but that may be an area that would have to be addressed. Our technical capabilities, our satellites and others are absolutely superb and sometimes phenomenal. But you've got to divine people's motives. As I said, you've got to get these things before the act is being carried out, and that's probably an area that we have to look at. But I'm sure that this administration and the Congress will devote all their efforts to making sure not only that the people who perpetrated it are punished, but also that it never happens again.
Senator, is it too early to speculate on whether or not we're going to need protective air cover over the nation's capital and some of our more critical areas?
I don't know. I do know that average citizens are going to find it a much more complicated process going to an airport and getting onto an airplane. That'll be one of the first, obviously, one of the first and necessary evaluations that are needed, because I think it's pretty clear now that these planes were hijacked, and how they were able to do that in the case of at least 4 airplanes is going to be a subject of great interest and perhaps some controversy, because there's been this issue of security at airports for a long period of time. How much inconvenience versus how much security, which has been one debate that's been in Congress and in other areas of government as well. So I think that rather than attacking it from having air cover over the Capitol, perhaps we ought to devote our efforts to going places where these acts of terror originate. That would probably be much more effective and cost-effective as well.
Senator, we're still dealing, as I say, with the initial stages of shock, but in fact, it is hard to overstate the magnitude of all of this or the continuing effect that it will have on the business of this nation.
Oh, I don't. There's never been anything like this in our lifetime. Pearl Harbor was a horrible and dastardly deed, and I don't like to compare it to Pearl Harbor. But this is unprecedented in its scope and frankly, its efficiency.
Senator John McCain, thank you very much for being with us today.
Tom.
Thank you. Under these very difficult circumstances. It's also worth pointing out that in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attack on a military installation. This was an attack by terrorists using innocent American civilians, for the most part, in hijacked airliners directed at targets filled with civilians, with the exception of the Pentagon, obviously. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now for an update. 4 planes hijacked today, Bob, 2 United, 2 American. Bring us up to date.
With a total toll just in the airplanes, so thousands dead presumably on the ground, but just in the airplanes, 266 dead. She said 2 American planes, 2 United planes. 2 of those planes were taking off from Boston, 1 from Newark, and 1 from Washington Dulles. 2 went into the World Trade Center buildings, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania with no idea where that one was being hijacked to. At last report, and this report was about 40 minutes ago, there were now only 50 planes left in the air, 50 commercial flights over domestic U.S. airspace. So that is saying no new flights were being allowed to take off, haven't since 9:30 Eastern time this morning. The planes that were already in the air were allowed to continue on. There were only 50 of those still in the air. They were mostly about 20 minutes away from airports, so presumably almost all of those should have landed by now. There were also 22 international flights still in the air, heading here. Initially, the word was they were going to be diverted to Canada, and then the decision was made that that would be just too hard for Canadians to handle, and so those 22 flights were going to be allowed to land in the U.S. So far, we don't know of any of them landing. But this is a very important point. The FAA knew of no problems with any of those 50 planes still in the air in the U.S. or 22 in international airspace bound here. So that would seem to indicate that the problems are over in terms of these hijackings. Just to run the flights down very quickly, the first was an American airliner, Boston to Los Angeles. There were 92 killed on board that one. It went into the World Trade Center. That was the first event. Then there was a United plane leaving from Boston. 16 65 were killed on it. It also went into the World Trade Center. It, too, as the American plane before it, was supposed to have been bound Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was an American airliner leaving from Dulles Airport bound for Los Angeles, 64 aboard, and it crashed into the Pentagon. And finally, a United flight leaving Newark Airport bound for San Francisco. It went into rural Pennsylvania, so we don't know what its intended target was. Now, in terms of what Senator McCain was talking about, when you think of a plane being hijacked, you've got to get the hijackers aboard, and you have to get some sort of deathly weapon aboard, like a gun or some explosives. And there are two ways to do that. Either they go through passenger screening and manage to sneak through passenger screening without getting caught, or you get behind the doors somehow and sneak those people aboard behind passenger screening as though they were an airport employee. There have been investigations done on both those things. The FAA tests them a lot with plainclothes people to see if they get through, and every time they do it, a sizable percentage do get through passenger screening with mock weapons or mock explosives. And the same thing on the employees behind the lines. A sizable number do manage to get through the doors. So we'll be seeing in coming days what it was that led to all this. Tom?
Bob, any indication from the FAA of radio traffic indicating that there was a hijacking underway?
No, what it is in the cockpit, presuming that an armed person, in the course of a hijacking, an armed person or somebody with explosives has broken into the cockpit, and the pilot, therefore, cannot say it over the open radio because the hijacker would take action against the pilot. So there's a button that you push, and the button sends out a code, and it tells the appropriate air traffic controllers, and word is flashed to Washington immediately that there's a hijacking in progress. So one could presume that that happened in all four of these flights. Of course, we don't know at the moment, but it certainly must have. Then you wonder, too, because the targets were hit so precisely, is that somebody standing behind a pilot and saying, okay, now fly this right into a World Trade Center tower? Or is it an experienced pilot, the hijacker himself, who gets the pilot out of his seat and takes over at the controls to guide it in at the last minute? We don't know, of course. Yeah.
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Robert Hager, who will be monitoring the airline part of all of this. The 4 hijacked airliners, in effect, became guided missiles in the hands of terrorists who hijacked the plane. They took innocent people to death with them, 266 altogether. President Bush is at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana at this time. We're told other senior members of the Bush administration are in secure positions. There's code red at the Capitol right now. House Speaker Dennis Hastert was removed to a secure position. All financial markets have been closed down. All national monuments have been evacuated across America in places like Minneapolis, Kentucky, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. A number of critical installations have been closed down as well. This country, the most powerful in the world, has been, in effect, semi-immobilized today by these terrorist attacks. And we can only hope that they are now all over with. When we heard this morning at 8:42 that the World Trade Center had been attacked, we thought that that was a solitary and horrifying event. Not too long after that, the second one was hit. And then NBC's Jim Miklaszewski here on NBC said an explosion was felt at the Pentagon. And that was a plane that went into the Pentagon, another airliner near the helipad there. It fortunately was on the far side of the building from the most critical offices housing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Intelligence Center, and of course Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, who at first did not want to evacuate the building, and then he was persuaded that that was in the best national interest of this country to do just that. And then, of course, we had the situation in Pennsylvania where a United airliner crashed into the ground. It, too, had been hijacked. James Lee Witt is the former head of the Federal Emergency Administration in the Clinton administration. He was well known during his tenure there because there were so many natural disasters around the country. Mr. Witt, what is FEMA doing at this hour?
Well, Tom, I'm sure that they've already activated the Operations Center and also talking to the City of New York Emergency Management and Governor Pataki's office in putting together whatever resources they can to support their efforts in meeting that immediate need. And I'm sure they're probably activating some search and rescue teams. Probably. Go ahead.
I know, James, from our own experiences together that you had lots of contingency plans for tornadoes and for hurricanes, those kinds of natural disasters. What did you have in planning at FEMA for a terrorist attack?
Well, of course, after the Oklahoma City bombing, Tom, we've worked very hard in putting together a very strong federal response plan in which they have continued to work on, particularly adding the terrorist component to that, and working with the FBI, who will have the lead on this in crisis management. And, of course, FEMA has a consequence management, and I'm sure Director Albaugh and all the staff there are liaisoning with the FBI at this time.
Was that something that you prepared on your own, or did you do that in close coordination and get regular updates from the FBI?
We worked very closely with the FBI, and if there was a threat, then they would notify us and work very closely with them, and as far as having someone in their operations center.
When you look at those pictures of what happened in lower Manhattan, in the canyons of this great city with those two 110-story buildings coming down, you can only imagine what the carnage must be on the ground.
It's probably horrifying, and I saw earlier said it looked like a war zone, and I'm sure it does, and just looking at the pictures. But, there's so many firefighters and police officers that were probably up at the base of that building, probably in that building, trying to get people out, and I'm sure that, the loss is going to be tremendous, and the pain is going to be felt for a long, long time.
Jamie Lee Witt, thank you very much. By the way, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban movement on Tuesday said that Osama bin Laden, they are closely allied with him, was not responsible for the attacks on the United States. What happened in the United States, according to the Taliban, was not a job of ordinary people. It could have been the work of governments. Osama bin Laden cannot do this kind of work. Neither can we, a Taliban spokesman said from the southern city of Kandahar. The Taliban, of course, a very militant and very conservative Islamic organization, and widely believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden, a very wealthy Saudi dissident who has a very sophisticated apparatus at his disposal. He has not been seen for some time, although he does appear from time to time on some Islamic media outlets. One reporter who has been in touch with him said that 3 weeks ago he said an attack was planned on the United States, but that, of course, has not yet been verified. He is, at the moment, I think fair to say, at the top of everyone's list of suspects. But as we have learned on these occasions in times past, it's often not the best thing to do to make a premature judgment. There is the picture that we have often seen of him as he has declared a holy war against the United States. Let's go to General Norman Schwarzkopf now, who had the Southern Command and, of course, commanded the forces during the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, I've been trying to review in my own mind the incidents in which the United States has been a conspicuous participant or absent in the past month or so. We lost a spy plane over southern Iraq. We've stepped up pressure on southern Iraq. Obviously, in the Middle East, in the ongoing dispute between the Palestinians and the Israelis, there's a great feeling that the United States is siding only with the Israelis. The war in Sudan goes on, but we've not taken an active role there. Are there any other signs on your radar screen that would indicate that this kind of thing was likely to happen?
Well, Tom, the truth of the matter is that most of the Middle East countries consider the United States to be, the main source of support for Israel. It isn't isolated just in certain states. And, any one of those people, if you got them aside and asked them truthfully, they would tell you that they were not in favor of our policies with regard to Israel.
So do you think that probably was the cause of all this continual escalation that has been going on between Palestine and Israel? And there's been an absence of participation, I think that it's fair to say, on the part of this administration and all that.
Well, I think that's kind of speculation at this time. I certainly think that the reason why the United States is hated in so many places in the Middle East is with regard to the support of the state of Israel. And as a matter of fact, they'll openly state that if Israel had not had the support of the United States, it wouldn't exist today. So they go so far as to say that.
There are people, many people, still trapped.
When you and I were talking earlier, we were commenting on the sophistication of this attack and the complexity of that. Doesn't that stun you some?
It really does. I mean, just what was mentioned by Robert Hager, the fact that undoubtedly, I can't see any U.S. commercial airline pilot flying their plane directly into an obstacle like that. Undoubtedly, there was somebody at the controls that was able to guide the plane there. That in itself is kind of scary. I told you earlier about the fact that it bothers me that with all the devices we have against hijackers, that hijacking can still take place on this scale and organized in that fashion. That causes me concern. I certainly agree with what Senator McCain said about the fact that, many years ago, we abandoned human intelligence. The attitude was that only bad guys have spies, and good guys don't need spies, and we put satellites in the air, and we put a huge amount of investment into technical intelligence. At the same time, we dismantled human intelligence. I don't know what the status of that is today, but we damn sure need to get somebody inside these organizations. I would tell you that...
General, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment because we're looking at some scenes that we have not yet had an opportunity to see. It does look like a nuclear winter in lower Manhattan. It is one of the most vital areas anywhere in the world, obviously. The home of the financial markets, the World Trade Center, lots of residences. There's been a real revival down there in recent years. And it has a great gray pall of dust and smoke and debris. And of course, overlaying all of that is the psychological effect of knowing that there could be a casualty list in terms of fatalities that could go into the thousands.
Yeah. I mean, Pearl Harbor, we lost 2,400. And, when you hear the numbers today, it's hard to believe that we're not going to greatly exceed that number.
And as I pointed out earlier, in Pearl Harbor, it was a military attacking a military installation. This was the use of innocent people in commercial airliners to attack other innocent people in New York. There was one military target, obviously the Pentagon. You can see, if you're looking at this with me, General, the extent of the damage in lower Manhattan.
Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it's the natural inclination is, okay, we got to hit somebody back. And in this case, what's going to be even more frustration to the national psyche is you can't hit back. You don't, who you're going to hit at this stage of the game.
Yep. Thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll ask you to stand by. We'll be coming back to you. This is as effective as a bomb being dropped there. There were two bombs in effect. Commercial airliners flown into those two buildings, and they came down. We presume because of the initial explosion, there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists. Robert Harper was one of those who was in the area when all of this occurred. Mr. Harper?
Yes. Tom, how are you today?
Tell me where you were when the first plane flew into the first building.
I was down below the World Trade Centers. I was arriving at work just a little late, and the first plane had crashed into the building, so there were many people, sort of standing around. There were EMS workers running around as well, and you could see the second plane coming around and everyone sort of pointing up, and then that second plane just crashed into the building.
And what about people who were trying to get out of the building? We had one report of bodies falling through the air and people jumping from windows. Did you see any of that?
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a very traumatic day, I think, having seen that, because where the initial explosion was, there was a lot of black smoke coming out of around, I believe it was around the 78th floor, and you saw people jumping for their lives out of the 78th floor of the World Trade Center. Smoke everywhere, fire everywhere, and people were continuing to jump out of the 78th floor. So people began to run away because once the second explosion happened, the debris that was caused by that began to fall everywhere, and everybody just started running toward the mayor's office. I began to run toward the Woolworth building, which was close to that, and then as I got closer to that, I realized if the top of the World Trade Center hit the Woolworth building, that building too would be affected, and it might also fall down.
Did you have a sense right away that these buildings could come down?
Not initially. For about 15 minutes or so, people only thought, they couldn't really tell what had happened. And only after the second plane hit did people realize that, this is probably something that was orchestrated. And so then people initially who had, been trying to go back to the scene and try to help people realized that another plane had hit the building. And that's when people said, look, this can't have been a mistake.
Where are you now?
I'm outside of the emergency room at Presbyterian Hospital. I've just been released for smoke inhalation. I've been in the hospital there. They rushed me to the hospital, not too long after that because the black soot and everything that was associated with the building. I mean, heavy black smoke engulfed the entire financial district. from 9 o'clock onward, and we were sitting on the side of the road. EMS workers were there administering oxygen to people, thinking that everything was okay. And then as they began to realize that the explosion might have caused so much trauma to both the World Trade Center that they would fall, then everybody just began to run because they saw that the building itself was actually going to fall. So all of the people that had gone to help out were then put in double danger, because you were then running, and the building literally came and fell over the entire financial district area. It was a complete nightmare. Black smoke everywhere. People were running toward the Brooklyn Bridge, running away from the mayor's office, afraid that the falling part of the World Trade Center would hit other buildings, and that would cause a topple effect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harper, and thank God you're okay, and I hope that you'll be able to deal with all of this. We do appreciate
it's been a real mess, and I can't, coming back in the ambulance, somebody said, one of the things that they remembered, thinking about is the date today is September 11th, so 9/11. So, it's something that can't really go without notice, is that this was completely planned, completely orchestrated. Whoever did this has been planning this obviously for a very long time.
Thank you very much, Robert Harper, who was one of the survivors who was just a little bit late to work this morning, but then got caught in the devastating attack on the Twin Trade Towers. It's hard for me to overstate to people who are unfamiliar with New York just how dynamic that area is in terms of people coming and going. The two towers are 110 stories high, or they were. 20 to 50,000 people would work in them at any one time. It's just a few blocks from the stock market and from many of the principal banks in America, to say nothing of residential areas. And we will not know for some time what the death toll is there, to say nothing of the number of people who have been injured, so many of them with burns. Let's go to Washington now, and NBC's Washington Bureau Chief, Tim Russert. Tim, give us the state of play in the nation's capital right now. We know that the White House and the State Department and CIA have been evacuated. Dennis Hastert has been removed. Where is Dick Cheney at this hour? Do we know?
Tom, he is in a secure location. They won't tell us exactly, but I do know that he is there with his top-level aides. We have heard from some of those people. He has been in constant communication with the President of the United States and the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Tom, I've been speaking to people in the intelligence and law enforcement community, in and out, those who have served, those who are serving now. No one is the least bit surprised that there was a terrorist attack on the shores of America. Every person, to a man and woman, absolutely stunned, not only by the magnitude, but by the precision of this attack. They are absolutely convinced that there's only a few cells that could possibly have done this. And this is quite interesting because I didn't realize it until it was pointed out to me. Every one of the 4 hijacked planes that Bob Hager talked to you about was bound for California. In the words of this high-ranking official, the bastards knew they all had a plane full of fuel for the maximum impact upon collision. There is, in my experience in Washington, unprecedented anger here, but no one knows how or where to channel it. Right now, the situation is a bit chaotic. Communication is difficult, but the Bush administration is underscoring that the president is in charge, in command, in constant communication, and will bring these people to justice. They just know it's going to take a long, long time.
Tim, it's also going to be a test of the political maturity, if you will, of Washington. It's a city that has been so riven by what many would describe as petty political disputes. But this is one nation on this day.
Suddenly, the Social Security lockbox seems so trivial, Tom. One official said to me, Tim, your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001. The levels of security, heightened tension, the way we look at each other and look at our institutions will in fact be altered. That will bring some gratitude, if you will, to the terrorist. And that's why we as a nation, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, are, as they talk with one another today, are absolutely unified in their attempt to strike back, but also try to put salve on the national psyche so we don't become an armed camp resisting an enemy we really can't identify and never know when is striking.
Because the consequences psychologically for this country are every bit as great as they are physically for America as well. It is worth pointing out, I suppose, that we all breathed a great sigh of relief when the Cold War came to an end with the collapse of communism. And yet there was nothing as devastating as this for this country during that long, cold twilight that we faced down communism in Moscow with its considerable nuclear arsenal, which it still has in place, obviously.
You know, Tom, it's a very important point because all during this past few weeks, the debate about missile defense systems, many people were saying publicly, even those proponents or the detractors, well, you know, we're a long way from research on this, but there is a potential threat of a rogue nation launching a missile or an accidental launch from Russia or China modernizing their force. But everyone kept saying the true risk, the real risk is terrorist attack, and we plain don't know how to defend ourselves. But again, and let me underscore this, people are absolutely stunned, disbelieving that something so well coordinated, something is with a tick-tock like this, 4 hijackings within a matter of an hour, and then being able to take those very planes and drive them into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And there is growing suspicion, Tom, here that the plane that landed, it crashed in Pennsylvania, was most likely headed for the Capitol or White House. That's the operating theory of many of the people I've spoken to today.
Thank you very much, NBC's Tim Russert. The equation has changed for all of us personally and professionally in the course of the last several hours, and we'll be dealing with this for a long, long time. But first we want to take you through the eyewitness accounts of people who were witness to what happened here on a very sunny early fall morning in New York today. Some of the eyewitnesses.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die, but nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. It was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
Then there was the haunting story from an eyewitness that we heard from a few moments ago of people in wheelchairs who were unable to get out of the building as he ran down the stairs, and he was obviously overcome with emotion as he described that for us. We don't have any numbers for you. We're trying to be as circumspect as we can be. All public officials are saying that they expect the final death toll to be horrendous, but this business of determining how many people are still in the rubble will take many, many hours, if not days, to determine. Here is a quick summary of what we have been through today in this country. On the 11th of September, the year 2001, at 8:42 this morning, first one plane that had been hijacked crashed into the World Trade Center. Then, not too long after that, a second plane. About an hour later, the Pentagon was attacked by a hijacked airliner, and then came word that another hijacked airliner had crashed outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. When we saw the first reports and witnessed, those of us who live in New York, of the World Trade Center being hit by an airplane, at first all of us thought, I'm sure, that it had to be some kind of a terrible accident. And then when we heard that a second plane, and you could see it flown deliberately into the World Trade Center, the horror of this terrorist war began to unfold, and it continues to unfold here now almost 5 hours later. And we'll be continuing to cover this across America and in the nation's capital. NBC's Pat Dawson has been not too far from the World Trade Center throughout most of the day, where it has been chaotic and terrifying. Pat?
Tom, as you point out, we try not to exaggerate very much in this circumstance, and yet in many ways it's hard not to exaggerate just the things we have been seeing and the things that we have been told. I think it is fair to say that the task that now confronts rescue workers here is Herculean, a very, very difficult task, and it is of two parts. It has been about 3 hours since what we might call the last catastrophic incident in a morning of catastrophes. That is since the North Tower of the World Trade Center, which used to stand behind me just about 10 blocks south, right below there. It used to tower above the buildings, which you can see, and obviously it is no longer there, nor is the South Tower. 3.5 hours since that happened. There have been no catastrophic incidents since then, but it has affected the rescue effort clearly because they are afraid of what could happen, what still might happen, since there were a sequence of catastrophes, if you will. That has made the rescue very, very difficult. At this point, we are being told unofficially that there may be as many as 200 to 300 rescue workers who are actually down there. We have seen pictures of some of them. They are down around the base of this building. They are beginning again to use that word, Herculean task of trying to find the people who might be alive in that debris. We know that there are a great number of people who are dead in there. Unquestionably, what they are hoping to find is survivors, and at this point they really can't speculate on how many there are, how many there could be, and I don't think it really serves us at this point to speculate on the numbers that it could be. One of the tasks, though, is to try to get this rescue effort in its entirety going, and as you can see behind me down here, there are probably hundreds of New York City and New York State and federal rescue people who are involved, fire, police, emergency service, quite a few. In addition to those, the task is certainly aided by the American Red Cross's disaster relief teams. They are here on the scene. This is Frank Donahue, who is with the American Red Cross. Frank, tell me first of all, as you start out here, what is it you're trying to do?
Well, our immediate purpose is to kind of assess what role the Red Cross can play initially, and certainly it's to help the emergency medical people that are here provide any kind of relief and support we can for them. People being evacuated from neighborhoods need a place to go, and the Red Cross is setting up service centers and shelters. There's one at Grand Central Station and Penn Station. And then the blood supply, making sure we have a safe blood supply, not only here, but throughout the country.
Do you have any idea, have you heard, how many casualties have been dealt with so far?
No, I have not. I'm sorry, I have not heard that.
Now, part of your task, though, is also to provide blood supplies. Obviously, that will be needed in huge
Absolutely, and people throughout the country are responding. They should call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. It's important to know that this incident, and you know, there's blood needed here in Altoona, there's blood needed all throughout the country that's been affected by this disaster. Another part is people that are moving around, are traveling today. No airport in this country is open, and so Red Cross volunteers are in every airport providing assistance to families. Families are calling the Red Cross here in New York as they are calling their local Red Cross to try to communicate and find the well-being of people that were in this building, as well as people in the other affected areas. So
you were also telling me about grief counseling and dealing with people who've been traumatized around the country, maybe at other airports.
Absolutely. Boston, for example, LAX, where those airplanes were coming from and headed to, we have Red Cross mental health worker volunteers there that are providing assistance to families. And again, that's happening throughout the country where people have been affected by this disaster. Here in New York alone, the Greater New York Red Cross has had lots of experience at the World Trade Center a number of years ago. Today, there's about 1,200 local Red Cross volunteers here in New York providing food and shelter, direction, and support to people that are incredibly affected by this incident.
And how many Red Cross workers do you think around the country?
Oh, a number of thousand, a couple thousand for sure. I know in Philadelphia, where I came from, we're on standby working with emergency management. It's the same thing in every major metropolitan area that Red Cross workers work closely with emergency management.
Frank, thank you so much for taking some time out. We appreciate it. That was Frank Donahue, the American Red Cross. Tom, that brings you pretty much as much information as we have here in what remains a fairly chaotic situation. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pat Dawson. As the shock begins to wear down, we're going to all of us are going to have our patience tested as well as we await these reports. We'll try to deal with it as factually as we possibly can. It does now appear that the wave of attacks is over. We could not be certain of that just a few hours ago, as there were these reports of planes that were still in the air, some that had been hijacked, and their destinations were uncertain at that time. This is a live picture of Lower Manhattan, missing two of its most familiar profiles, obviously. The twin trade towers of the World Trade Center, iconic buildings here in New York, really representing, symbolic, if you will, of the enormous economic strength of this country. They sustained an attack in 1993. They were reopened. The country came back from that, and we went about our merry way again, thinking that in Fortress America, this couldn't possibly happen. But of course it has. Neil Livingston is one of the most widely recognized experts on international terrorism. Mr. Livingston, we keep coming back to the same issue. This was a very sophisticated attack. This was not just a lone suicide bomber of some kind. 4 hijacking simultaneously. Obviously someone in the cockpit who knew how to get the plane to the targets that they wanted to get them to. And it had to have happened over a long period of time, and they were all transcontinental flights loaded with fuel.
Tom, this is our worst case nightmare scenario, the one that we've hoped would never happen, and that would be a multiplicity of targets with a multiplicity of highly sophisticated bombs, in this case aircraft, and very symbolic targets. And so this great deal of thought went into this, a great deal of time and money. This kind of thing doesn't happen overnight. So we can anticipate that maybe a year or more was probably devoted to planning this attack, and there may be others coming.
Mr. Livingston, I remember that the FBI has been concerned for some time about the number of cells harboring terrorists in America that have been growing. Is that true?
Well, there clearly are a number of people in the United States that have been the beneficiaries of our relatively liberal immigration policy that have hidden within various communities here and have expressed very strong anti-American sentiments. Whether that can be translated into terrorism at this point is open to question. I would suspect that what we will see in this case are perhaps foreign nationals who have arrived in the United States strictly to carry out this mission, hijack these aircrafts, and take them to their targets. Very similar to what we saw in that millennial potential attack when a man was arrested at the border in Washington State who was going to carry out bombing attacks in the United States. He was an outsider who had been sent here to do that.
All right, Neil Livingston, thank you very much. I also have on the phone now Anthony Lake, Tony Lake, a former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, who's been a longtime student of the prospect of terrorism in this country, recently wrote a riveting fictional account of the various scenarios that the United States may have to deal with. But even in your most wildest imaginative days, Tony, you could not have anticipated something like this.
No, it's terrible. It's hard to say you can be lucky in any respect in something in such a catastrophe. But one of the great dangers still lurking out there is that it could have involved some kind of weapon of mass destruction.
But at the same time, it's hard to understate the amount of damage that has been done here physically and certainly in terms of loss of life. When you have an institution like the Pentagon attacked, the World Trade Center's attacked, and the plane that went to Pittsburgh might have been headed for the Capitol or the White House, for God's sake.
Yes. No, this is terrible. As I said, a catastrophe. Clearly a very sophisticated terrorist attack. Our intelligence community has headed off some in the past year or two. Their ability to evade our usual intelligence gathering methods in order to pull this off is extraordinary. And one question now we need to focus on is not only why did this happen, but where do we go from here?
Well, short term, if you were the National Security Advisor now back in your old office in the White House, what would be your recommendations in terms of a suppression of some of our normal liberties that we have in this country?
Well, we mustn't defeat our liberties in trying to defend them. I think what I would be urging now is, first of all, of course, get all the information we can immediately while dealing with the human dimensions of this catastrophe. And then thinking ahead, I think there are three fronts we have to act on. One, there must be, once we have identified the source of this, there must be an American response to this of some kind. Secondly, I hope that this will encourage us to even think in new ways about the nature of our security threats and increase our preparations, for example, for the Coast Guard in defending our ports against possible incidents like this, customs, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and improving our organization for dealing with catastrophes like that. There's been progress on all these fronts, but not enough. And finally, and I think this is very important, we need to recognize that there is only one group out there that is trying to kill Americans, and that are these terrorists. We are at war with them, and it is not enough for us to attack simply on an American basis. We need to develop a global strategy for a global alliance, for a global war against these terrorists, including, for example, making sure that any nation pays a terrible price when it provides sanctuary for terrorists.
Thank you very much, Anthony Lake, former National Security Advisor to President Clinton, now an author and professor here in the eastern part of the United States. We were just told that the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, has stopped all civil flights over Great Britain. whether that was precautionary or in response to a threat that his government received, we cannot say, but all flights there have been canceled. Let's just take you through now a quick summary that does not begin to tell the true story of this day, but it is a kind of a checklist of what we've been through. 4 airliners, 2 American, 2 United, headed for California from Washington and Boston, were hijacked, 2 flown into the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 into the Pentagon, 1 crashed outside of Pittsburgh. The World Trade Center, 2 110-story buildings collapsed completely in lower Manhattan. We're showing you Somerset County, the airport near Pittsburgh, where the other United plane went down. All of this happened in the eastern seaboard, but that's just the geographical connection. This is a wound on America wherever you live, whatever your ideology may happen to be, unless you are in sympathy with the terrorist beliefs. And when those 2 twin trade towers went down, of course, that caused even more damage to lower Manhattan. At the same time, the Pentagon was attacked by one of the hijacked airliners. A number of dead in the Pentagon as well, in the outer rings, first and second rings near the helipad there. President Bush was diverted from Florida to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. We're told that Vice President Cheney is in a secure position. We don't know exactly where that is. The third in the line of succession is the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. He was told there's a code red, and he was taken to a secure position as well. All financial markets have been closed down. Hospitals in New York City over attacks. The world's largest, busiest city is at the moment all but shut down, with tunnels in and out of the city that have been closed for security reasons. Traffic off the streets. 30 Rockefeller Plaza, where we work, and other midtown high-rise buildings have been evacuated for this day. All the subways are closed down. Across America, national monuments and other high-rises have been evacuated for the day as well as part of the precaution. Still, no claim of responsibility by any one group. The only visible signs of celebration have been on the West Bank. The Palestinian people, who believe that the United States and Israel are one, have been cheering and handing out candy and celebrating, while their leaders have been condemning this attack. NBC's David Bloom is in Midtown Manhattan now with a view over the city skyline. And David, it is still stunning for those of us who live here to look behind you and not see the twin trade towers.
Well, Tom, it is a horrific scene behind me, looking from Midtown Manhattan to lower Manhattan. And if anything, it's gotten more disheartening as the hours have passed. In this sense, the billowing cloud of smoke and debris that you see behind me is in fact growing. More smoke, more debris floating up into the air. The best estimates, Tom, that the New York Police Department is making at this hour in terms of casualties is only to say that they expect them to go into the thousands in terms of dead and injured. We know that the victims are being shipped to individual hospitals, not merely here in Manhattan, but in the entire tri-state area, in Connecticut, in New Jersey as well. One hospital, St. Vincent's in Greenwich Village, reports simply being overwhelmed with casualties. They say that they've put out an all-points bulletin for burn specialists and plastic surgeons. They need all the help they get, and it's no doubt all the hospitals do here in Manhattan. Here is the sequence of events, starting with the first terrorist attack this morning. The first plane attacks the World Trade Center's South Tower at approximately 8:42 Eastern Time. Airline officials say at least 2 American Airlines flights and 2 United Airlines flights were hijacked today, and that the attack planes were the hijacked domestic flights. Roughly 21 minutes later, approximately 9:03 Eastern Time, the second large jetliner can be seen taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's North Tower. Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling and in some cases jumping from the 2 buildings. At approximately 9:40 a.m. in Washington, D.C., a third hijacked plane crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, one side of the building collapsing. Non-essential personnel from federal buildings, including the White House and the U.S. Capitol, are evacuated. 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside. 1/2 hour later, at approximately 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 767, crashes in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The FAA closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace. At this hour, airline and FAA officials believe the four hijacked planes include American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767, bound from Boston to Los Angeles with 90 passengers and crew aboard, crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Washington Dulles to LAX with 64 passengers and crew. Believed to have been the plane crashed into the
Kelly
Pentagon.
Mack and David Cruz of KNBC in Los Angeles. We want to come in with some local coverage here. LAPD Chief Bernard Parks is outside City Hall East right now preparing for a news conference talking about local developments in connection with this attack on America.
I invite all of you and all Angelenos to please join us in a moment of silence for the victims and the families of this morning's tragedies. Thank you. I want to begin this morning by relaying and conveying to the families of the victims of this morning's tragedies that our hearts and our prayers and those of all Angelenos go out to the victims and the families of the people in New York and Washington and other places around the country in recognition that there are our fellow citizens, our brothers and sisters in this country. We have ordered the flags here in Los Angeles to be posted at half staff. But the question and concerns for many Angelenos may be what is going on in the city of Los Angeles. We have just concluded a meeting of the Emergency Operations Board, and we'll have a report of the outcome of that meeting. But I want to assure everybody that the best news we heard this morning comes from the Los Angeles Police Department, that there have not been any confirmed or credible threats against the city of Los Angeles. However, that is no guarantee. So we have gone forward to take preventive measures and precautionary measures to minimize the risk of an attack here in the city of Los Angeles. We will soon hear reports from our Chief of Police, Bernard Parks, Chief Bamatri from the Fire Department, and others. But to begin with, I want to make an announcement that City Hall, as well as City Hall East and City Hall South, are temporarily closed to the public. The business of the city will continue, but for the time being, we're asking that members of the public not come into City Hall for safety and precautionary measures, and we will revisit the opening of City Hall to the public later on in the day, and we will keep you posted. The business of the city must continue, and all essential services, in particular security and safety activities, will continue without interruption. That includes the police department, that includes the fire department. But it's not limited to that. Our Public Works Commission has informed us that the public works services and the basic services of the city will also continue. The schools inform us that the students remain in schools. The MTA informs us that the buses and the subway keeps moving. So the city of Los Angeles continues to function. We have increased our security measures within the city of Los Angeles Police Department, but we've also been in communications with other agencies at the county level, at the state level, and at the federal level. And we ask all citizens of the city of Los Angeles to please be aware and please be sensitive to our heightened security measures. There's going to be places in the downtown area and other places in Los Angeles where you will see increased police presence. There will be parts of the city of Los Angeles where people may be asked for identification or asked if you live or work in a particular area, and we're asking for everybody's cooperation. We will continue to monitor activities throughout the course of the day, progress in the city of Los Angeles, and activities throughout the country. As I mentioned before, we'll revisit the reopening of City Hall later on in the day and other facilities throughout the city of Los Angeles on a periodic basis, and we will do our best to keep you informed. At this point in time, I'd like to call forward for a brief statement the Chief of Police of the City of Los Angeles, Chief Bernard Parks.
Good morning. Again, I'd like to extend our condolences to the families of many of these tragedies, and we certainly do not know at this point just to the extent of them. But based on that information, the Los Angeles Police Department and the Fire Department has been working hand in hand since 5:30 this morning to assess what is going on in other parts of this country, to take precautionary moves in this city to ensure the safety of the entire public. We have completely reviewed all of our major facilities. We've looked at all of our police station standing plans, security plans. We have put extra officers in the field. We've held over our morning watch. We've done all the things that we think are necessary to assess these issues. We've been in touch with the LA County Sheriff's Department, the local FBI, and all of our law enforcement brothers and sisters to talk about these issues and see what information they may have that would make us better prepared. We want to assure the public that the City of LA is prepared to address this. It's all precautionary, but we cannot be more concerned and cautious after we see the vivid images on the television screen. So we just wanted to make that assurances. We'll be working throughout the day with all the law enforcement partners in this community to ensure that information is passed on readily, that we are aware of all the circumstances and assessment of intelligence information, and so that we can bring about the safest environment in the City of LA. There's one number I'd like to give and encourage you to put this out to the public. It's 888-356-4661. This is a universal number that call in that will give periodic updates on any information dealing with emergency concerns in the City of Los Angeles. We'd like to have that number out as far and wide as we possibly can. Again, it's 888-356-4661. We certainly encourage you to put that out. But we certainly want to, again, reassure the public that all is safe in the City of LA. We certainly have no guarantees, but we're certainly looking at all of the precautionary measures to ensure that the community is as safe as possible. Thank you.
Chief, have you got any intelligence information that would indicate why West Coast flights were targeted?
We're going to answer your questions after Chief Dematri. I have a couple more speakers and then we'll answer just a few questions. Before I call up the fire chief, I wanted to make a couple more comments. One is, as you all know, our airport, LAX, has been closed to incoming and outgoing flights and will continue to be so, I believe, until further notice. Domestic flights have been rerouted to other locations that will not be disclosed for security reasons, and international flights have been rerouted to Canada. In addition, our harbor has been closed to incoming ships. Again, a safety and precautionary measure, but I want to underscore, we have not received any credible threats, have not confirmed any threats against the City of Los Angeles at this time. And finally, anticipating the question, I have been in touch with Mayor Jim Hahn, who's in Washington, D.C. this morning. He has been fully briefed and apprised of all the activities this morning and is fully aware of what's going on. At this point in time, I'd like to call forward our fire chief, Chief Dematri.
Good morning. I'd also like to reassure the citizens of Los Angeles that the fire department has taken effective measures to ensure that we have sufficient resources. We've augmented our resources by about 1/3, and in fact, we're experiencing normal incident level at this time. I think it's important for all of us to focus on now the aftermath of what we've seen happen this morning and how we can lend our support both here locally and nationally. We do have an urban search and rescue team that has been activated. It's in the process of deploying. They will be flying to New York to assist in the response there. That team consists of 64 members, and they will be there probably for about a week. There are 27 teams nationally, and I'm sure other teams have been activated also to lend assistance to New York. Locally, we will be providing assistance out at the airport to those passengers and those travelers that have been impacted by the closure of the flights there, and we'll be dealing with those the aftermath of the problems associated with the closure of the airport. So again, all resources are available. We have taken preparedness precautions, and as far as being able to meet the needs, we see that being no problem at this time.
Thank you, Chief. Finally, I'd like to call forward the General Manager of our Emergency Preparedness Department and the Director of the Emergency Operations Center, Mr. Ellis Stanley.
Thank you. Indeed, this is a tragic day for America, and it's important that we do what we can as citizens. And the American Red Cross is one way that all citizens can give by giving blood. Contact your local Red Cross and give blood if you can. It's important also to know that we are in liaison with all of our counterparts, city, county, private sector, federal and state government, and that any consequences that we may have, we are prepared to deal with them. It really is a tragic day for America, and it's important that you and the citizens of this great city understand that we do have a strong preparedness program and that we're working together to make sure that anything that happens, we're prepared to deal with.
Before we open it up to questions, I did want to make a brief statement in Spanish for the benefit of the Spanish language media and residents of the city of Los Angeles. Buenos días y muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos esta mañana. Queríamos hacer un anuncio poco después de una junta que tuvimos esta mañana con los gerentes de todos los departamentos de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. La buena noticia a este momento es que no hemos recibido ninguna amenaza grave contra la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Tenemos la preocupación, según lo que ocurrió esta mañana en la ciudad de Nueva York y en Washington, la ciudad de Los Ángeles siendo la segunda ciudad más grande en este país. Pero la buena noticia es que hasta este momento no hemos recibido una amenaza grave aquí en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Pero no es una garantía. Tenemos que tomar medidas precaucionarias, medidas de seguridad.
That, of course, is Acting Mayor Alex Padilla speaking in Spanish for the benefit of those viewers who may speak Spanish primarily. He, of course, is filling in for Mayor Jim Hahn, who happens to be in Washington, D.C. on business this morning. He said that there has been no confirmed nor credible threats against the city of Los Angeles or any sites within Los Angeles. That is certainly good news for all of us Angelinos here watching these terrible images of New York City in the background.
As this event unfolded in New York City early this morning at about 10 minutes before 6, and we brought you that, of course, this morning on Today in LA, and then we went to New York, here in Los Angeles, at all levels, beginning first with the city, then very quickly moving, Kelly, to the county level, the emergency preparedness systems all kicked in. These are pre-existing plans that are designed for these very kinds of occasions. We got early reports that Sheriff Lee Baca had activated the Emergency Response Operations Center in City Terrace, and you've been getting, of course, that information. So this briefing now represents the latest update on what all leaders at the various local, county, and state levels have been coordinating for Southern California. We want to reiterate, no threats have been made to the city of Los Angeles.
And we want to tell you, our viewers, that we will be updating you on local developments at quarter after the hour and quarter before the hour throughout the day and evening to let you know if what, if any, pertinent local developments, such as building closures, such as any, God forbid, any threats to the city would be happening. Let's go back to Chief Bernard Parks.
And so the issue is that all that information early on was speculation, and that we've clarified it at this point.
Any ideas to why all West Coast flights?
We've heard from FAA, to state a little bit differently, we have heard from FAA directly that all planes have been accounted for. So the rumor that was there about missing planes headed in the direction of Los Angeles has now been resolved.
What about West Coast flights? They seem to have been targeted by the hijackers. Any ideas to why?
You know, we're only 6 to 7 hours into this incident. We have no ability at this time to assess that. As intelligence information comes in and the people that are closest to it, 3,000 miles away, we will rely on their judgments and information as they investigate this issue. They have a tremendous amount of recovery to go through as they deal with also a significant crime scene. And so we cannot speculate at this time without any substantive information.
What about sweeps of the airport? Are those underway at this time?
The issue is the airport is certainly looking at all of their security issues, and they are looking at a variety of activities there, and whether we call them sweeps, they're certainly paying attention and certainly looking at all aspects of airport security.
Are other airports inside the LAX and Ontario being affected by this?
I think FAA has closed down all flights in the United States. So it certainly affects every airport.
The British Prime Minister very eloquently put into words what many world leaders are telling both their cabinets and their armed forces. The Germans called this act in America mass murder. The French said it needs to be eradicated. Tom?
NBC's Keith Miller, who is in our London bureau tonight with a roundup of European reaction and specifically the reaction of British Prime Minister Tony Blair. On the phone with me now is Warren Rudman, former senator from New Hampshire, national security affairs expert and co-chairman of the U.S. Commission on National Security. Senator Rudman, we've been hearing from one official after another that they were not surprised that there was a terrorist attack, but they were stunned by the complexity and the efficiency and the sophistication of this one. Do you share that?
No, I don't. I certainly was not surprised, and I'm not the least bit surprised at the extraordinary efficiency in which these horrible people carried out this attack against defenseless American citizens. But, you know, from what I have looked at over the last few years, we're dealing with some very sophisticated people who are very well financed and, given the time, can carry out attacks of this kind, as well as the thing that we all worry about, and that is attacks with weapons of mass destruction, as opposed to today's attack, which was a weapon of mass disruption.
But this had so many moving parts to it. Where was our intelligence community?
Well, of course, Tom, the first thing people want to ask is that question. It's a legitimate question, and we've looked at it, and we looked at it in our commission, which, of course, defined this issue as the #1 security issue facing America. Unfortunately, these are very difficult targets to penetrate. Some of these organizations, we don't even know that they exist. You can't get operatives into their midst. Very hard to find out who they are, where they are. My suspicion is that the people who carried out these attacks are people who have been probably filtered into this country over a period of months or years and have planned the attack and found a way to penetrate airport security. Once they did that, and they had people able to operate the aircraft, obviously what followed is no surprise.
Senator, how is this country going to have to change in the immediate aftermath of this declaration of war? And it's nothing short of that.
Well, it is a declaration of war. I compared it this morning in many ways to the country's attitude about defense in the 1930s or 1940, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and this country galvanized itself into action. This is another Pearl Harbor. This is a horrible attack on defenseless American citizens. I'm sorry to say I don't think it's the last. We have to do a lot with our intelligence, but more importantly, I think we have to do something about reorganizing our defense of this homeland into a rational organization that can deal with the aftermath, which, as you in New York can see, is just too horrible and too complex to contemplate. We've got to do that, and I must say that both the Congress and the administration have reacted to our report, which was issued in March. People are starting to look at ways to do this. It will take some time, but I hope not too much time.
There was going to be a very big debate in Washington, as you know, about the missile defense shield and about the reorganization of the United States military. Do you think the emphasis will now shift?
Well, Tom, I can only speak for the 12 or 13 members of this commission, and I will read to you just one short sentence. And we said, quote, "This commission believes that the security of the American homeland from the threats of the new century should be the primary national security mission of the U.S. government. With all due respect to the things you speak of, it is our collective belief that this nation has to organize itself both to try to prevent these things from happening and, as important, to find ways to deal with them when they do happen, as they will inevitably with the kind of determined foe that we are facing."
Thank you very much, former New Hampshire Senator Warren Rudman. We are looking at stunning pictures once again of people in lower Manhattan as they began to flee the canyons of Manhattan when the World Trade Center, first one building, one tower, and then the other began to come down. There is a real funnel effect in those narrow corridors in lower Manhattan, and the winds did take on a kind of tornado-like force. Ron Insana and others who work for NBC who were in the midst of all that described it as pitch dark and terrifying for a full 2 minutes at least. Many of them had to seek sanctuary either by breaking through windows, as Ashley Banfield did, into an apartment building, or getting into a car. CNBC's Ron Insana remains with us now. Ron, you've now been able to see those other videotapes that we've been showing of what it's like down there, and I think you used the phrase earlier, nuclear winter, and that's so apt.
And Tom, in some ways, I mean, if you can envision again that scene in Independence Day, that terrifying alien movie that showed New York City exploding in a horrific fireball, without the fire, that is exactly what the corridors in Lower Manhattan looked like. That's those huge plumes of smoke ripping through the streets and really overwhelming the entire community. It stretched for many, many blocks, the after effects of the implosion of that building, and to be standing in the middle of it, it was indeed pitch black, and had there not been an open car in which to hide, I'm not quite sure in what capacity I would be right now. But for quite a considerable time after the building came down, the air in Lower Manhattan was thick, deep gray, unbreathable in many ways. Many people trying to take refuge in buildings that were open to the extent that there were some, or in automobiles, or any place where they could get breathable air.
All right, CNBC's Ron Insana, who was one of the survivors today when he went through to cover the story, and then the building began to come down. No one could have anticipated that it would happen as swiftly or as catastrophically as it did. It does lead one to wonder whether there was a secondary explosion of some kind within the building, although it did take, in both instances, a terrible, terrible hit at the top. These buildings are secure. The World Trade Center was bombed in 1993. It managed to survive that. But nonetheless, the full effect of these two airliners, both considerable in size with a lot of fuel on board, brought down two of the iconic buildings in Manhattan. Let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell now, who has been keeping track of national security matters and the State Department. Secretary of State Colin Powell is en route back from Peru, we're told. Andrea, do we think he'll come to Washington?
That's correct, Tom. We're not sure that he will come to Washington. He's en route back from Lima, Peru. He was to have gone to Bogota, Colombia today, never got that far. He was at an OAS, an Organization of American States meeting in Lima, Peru, and gave a statement about this terrible attack on our nation, an attack which he described as a military attack, and then left. We're not sure where he is going to be going. As you know, the vice president is at a secure location, Mrs. Bush at a secure location. Condoleezza Rice, the national security advisor, was conducting National Security Council meetings in the Situation Room at the White House, even though the White House was evacuated. The State Department Operations Center relocated across the river to another location in Virginia. And George Tenet, the CIA director, was still holding meetings, but in a secure, separate location in Langley, while the rest of the CIA did evacuate. The CIA director on February 7th testified to the Senate Intelligence Committee that there was one person who was capable of coordinated, sophisticated, multiple attacks on the United States with no warning, and that was Osama bin Laden. Now, obviously, there are other collateral groups such as Al-Qaeda in Egypt, based in Egypt, that are closely associated with him, and it's very easy to, as Warren Rudman has warned us against, to speak without knowing fully who is really responsible. But clearly he is top on their list of possible suspects because of motive, because of means, because of opportunity, because of finances. And as Senator Rudman pointed out to you, this is the kind of attack, Tom, that had to be organized for many, many months. Just as we discovered during the testimony by bin Laden associates who were turned by the FBI and testified in the World Trade Center bombing trial, and also in the trial, of course, of the embassy bombings. These people work for months in advance. This is not a response, let's say, to recent events in the Middle East. This is something that was in the planning for many, many, many months.
Yeah, this is a terrible wake-up call for America. So many times we're lulled into the impression that far-off events don't have an effect on us in this country, or when there is a shooting at the CIA, as there was a few years ago, or when we had the bombing of the World Trade Center. Those trials went on, didn't generate a lot of attention. But, Andrea, let's talk for just a moment, if we can, about foreign policy in the United States, about what was on the agenda before this day. The President was going to China in October. The UN meeting will be coming up in the fall. How will all of this be affected?
Well, all of these events will be affected in extraordinary ways. We had already seen that economic and global meetings could no longer be held without not only the threat of protests, but without massive protests interrupting the schedule of international gatherings. The UN meetings in New York in September were already going to be very, very difficult to conduct, always have been, as you know. But now it is difficult to imagine how the president can travel safely, how other officials can gather for these international meetings without such an extraordinary degree of protection that the meetings cannot be held as originally envisioned and cannot be held really very effectively. We've seen not only the comments from Europe, but we've seen comments from the top leaders in China and elsewhere, all government leaders horrified by what has happened here in the United States. But this really will change us in profound ways. You and Tim Russert were talking about the psychological effects. We thought after the embassy bomb attacks, when airport security was stepped up so importantly, that we were in a new world, but now we've seen, much to the shock of most Americans, that we are vulnerable to hijackings. We thought that hijackings were events of the 80s domestically here in the United States, not of the late 90s and turn of the century. So this is really a new world as far as our own sense of vulnerability, especially as we travel.
Thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. We're told now by the FAA that the ground stop, that is, all flights in this country, commercial flights and other private aircraft, have been grounded until at least noon tomorrow. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager, who's been monitoring the situation for us at the FAA. Bob?
Right, Tom. It's all domestic flights, all commercial domestic flights.
Okay.
The prohibition on takeoffs and landings.
We are about to begin listening in on a press conference being held by Los Angeles County Sheriff Lee Baca. Let's go to him right now.
First of all, Chief Mike Brown from the California Highway Patrol, Chief Brown. Also from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Chief P. Michael Freeman. Chief Freeman. We have representing Los Angeles Police Department, Commander Betty Calapets. Representing the Federal Bureau of Investigation is Mr. Richard Garcia, Special Agent in charge of the Criminal Division. We have Mr. David Jansen, the Chief Administrative Officer from the County of Los Angeles. Chief Bayan Lewis, who is also the Chief of the County Police Services. Supervisor Yvonne Brathwaite Burke, and Supervisor Don Kanabi. It is appropriate for me to open this conference by expressing my condolences and the condolences of all the people of Los Angeles County to the people of New York. As this tragedy unfolds, there's no question that many things are not answered, and therefore preparedness is something we must all engage in. The sheriff has special responsibilities. As the Region 1 coordinator for disaster preparedness and emergency response, I have the obligation to coordinate my effort with the governor of this state, and I've been doing so as of now. I've been in communication with all the region coordinators throughout the state, which are likewise sheriffs as myself. I will speak with the governor at 12 p.m. and we will further discuss what California must do to protect its citizens. Meanwhile, the County of Los Angeles is now in a state of emergency alert. The alertness that we believe is important for all law enforcement and public safety are as follows. First of all, we have an emergency preparedness plan. And this plan is something we've engaged in years of experience, where we have experienced disasters of various types within our county. Our Department Operations Center and the County Emergency Operations Center is now activated, and it will remain activated until we get some clarity as to the solution of the problems that are occurring in New York. I've directed all county law enforcement agencies to be in a coordinated alert status with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And this includes the Orange County Sheriff's Department and all law enforcement agencies within the County of Orange. We have prepared and put in place a terrorism early warning group. It is now activated. We have a county-wide tactical alert that is now issued. We have a critical resource staging of the Special Enforcement Bureau of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have an air rescue system that is now on alert and is also staged. We have a field force of 212 personnel that are deputy sheriffs that are able to respond immediately to any possible problem of this kind. We have over 1,000 other deputy sheriffs who are now on alert. There is a tactical response force of an additional 120 personnel. We have over 1,600 volunteers who are involved with disaster communications that are now being alerted. There are 5 search and rescue teams that are also a part of the Sheriff's Rescue Program. And we have our arson explosive bomb squad details on 12 and 12 schedules, and they are staged in appropriate parts of the county so they can respond at any moment. And finally, our Aero Bureau is now on full alert and coordinating whatever effort it has to with FAA and other law enforcement agencies. We are at this point in a continual meeting process, looking at all the evolving events at the New York area so that we can have as much information as possible as to what the circumstances were that led to those terrorist attacks there. At this point, I will ask Chief Mike Brown of the California Highway Patrol to give a few comments as to what the state's effort is in this regard.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Since early this morning, the Highway Patrol has been on tactical alert, as have the other agencies in Los Angeles County. We have brought in additional officers to assist us with some transportation-related issues we anticipated. In fact, those have occurred, largely with some of the evacuations that have occurred in certain parts of Los Angeles County with public buildings. We do ask that the public try to refrain from unnecessary travel, at least for the short term, until we can get past this and find out more information. And we are also working with our local counterparts and the federal authorities in sharing our assets and information, as well as making certain that we can have a coordinated effort from the state and local level here in Los Angeles County, working through the sheriff here, so that we can respond to the public's concerns. Again, we're working very closely, operating our emergency operations plans, and we have been operational since early this morning after the event transpired in New York City. Thank you.
I would like to now introduce Chief P. Michael Freeman of the County Fire Department.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First of all, on behalf of all the men and women in the fire service here in California, we also extend our condolences to all the victims of this apparent reported act of terrorism. Immediately this morning, upon being informed of what had occurred, we did take care of our local needs and increased our on-duty staffing. We have made special arrangements to be sure that we are fully prepared and staffed to deal with any eventuality here, whether it be fire-related or whether it be related to any sort of medical emergency. We also immediately performed our role as the Regional Mutual Aid Coordinator for Fire Services, and we have assessed the readiness for this entire 5-county area for which we are responsible. We have also been in contact with the state of California, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, to be sure that the statewide mutual aid resources are in line for fire response if needed. Consistent with this level of alert here within Los Angeles County, we have established personal liaison with the various law enforcement agencies and fire agencies that are involved in this local alert to be sure that we are ready to respond in the event that's necessary. Again, our concern is that we have a level of readiness, but also a state of calm as we, in condolence with the entire country, work through these very difficult times.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Richard Garcia, the Special Agent in charge of the Criminal Division of the FBI.
Thank you, Sheriff Baca. Today, brave men and women, citizens of this country, as well as others, victims, died in what appears to be a tragic, cowardly act of terrorism. Investigations by the FBI has been set at a heightened alert, not only here in Los Angeles, but also throughout the world. The FBI has been coordinating with not only our office in Washington, D.C., but has presence with the FAA, the military, and other state and local offices. We are collecting all the information we can possible regarding this investigation in a global sense. We are going through the information to determine the potential perpetrators of these crimes, and we will also try to resolve it as quickly as possible. The FBI will be always working in a very coordinated effort with law enforcement and other government agencies, as well as other countries in this world, to try to come to a conclusion to this case. Our hearts go out to all those who have died and are injured as a result of this. The FBI in Los Angeles is working with the other offices in the FBI throughout this country, and we should be able to hopefully in some near future provide some resolution to this. Thank you.
And finally, I will introduce to you Supervisor Yvonne Brathwaite-Burke, who will also be followed by Supervisor Don Knabe.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. I would like to certainly give our sympathy and our concern to everyone who has been victimized by this terrorism. The people in the Pentagon, the people in New York. And I'd like to particularly say to those citizens of Los Angeles who have lost friends and relatives as a result of these plane crashes, who were on those planes on their way to Los Angeles. We want to say to them that you have our heartfelt sympathy and our prayers. We are taking every effort and making every effort to make sure that everyone in Los Angeles County is safe. We're not taking anything, just not taking it seriously. If any threats come up, we're looking at them, because we want to make sure that all facilities are safe. I also want to say to the citizens of Los Angeles, let's not take retribution against other innocent citizens within our communities because of their ethnicity or because we feel as though they look differently than from us. I would say to them, we want to look at this as an issue that is of worldwide significance, but we do not want to try to take it out on any of the people of our community. We want to say our health facilities will be operating, and in the event we have a need for them, we are making every effort to assure that they will be ready, as will all facilities. If there are emergencies in Los Angeles, we are preparing, and we've been meeting all of this time this morning to make sure that everything works, but we are also not taking anything for granted. Every possible target of terrorism will be guarded, and so that we will not have to face unnecessary problems in Los Angeles County. I want to say to the sheriff, we appreciate the leadership he has given here, and I want to also say to all of these representatives of whether it's fire, highway patrol, law enforcement, this is a time for us all to work together to protect the citizens of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. I think the thing that we want to communicate to all the citizens of Los Angeles County is that we're up and operating. We have a very distinct advantage that those innocent victims today in New York and Washington did not have, and that's a stage of preparedness. And with the coordinated effort of the Sheriff's Department and all the other law enforcement and public safety agencies here in the county, we are in stage 1 alert and ready and able. And I think that that's the big issue. Vital county services are up and operating, and I think we want to communicate that in a message that Yvonne mentioned as well, and that's the fact that, you know, there's been a lot of accusations early on who may have been responsible, who may not. The one thing that we won't want to do is to become terrorists ourselves and to create innocent American victims just like they did on us today. And so I know Yvonne and I are both glad to be here. We were supposed to have been in an airplane to Washington, D.C. at 8:30 this morning, so we didn't quite make that airplane, but fortunately. And so to everyone, particularly to the victims and their families in New York and Washington, our heartfelt thanks, and to all our public safety personnel, keep up the good work.
As a point of information, Supervisor Antonovich and Supervisor
and others, Lee Baca, Sheriff of LA County, talking about their commitment to preparedness here in Los Angeles County, and of course relaying the information that there have been no credible threats against any sites here in Los Angeles County. We want to tell you that we are going to have continuous local updates every 30 minutes, quarter after the hour, quarter before the hour, to let all of you viewers here in Los Angeles know of any important developments that may affect us.
And of course, if there are any breaking events that happen here in Southern California or Los Angeles, our teams are out throughout the area of Southern California. But right now, we're going to return to network coverage of the attack on America in New York City and Washington, D.C.
Explosion. Don Rumsfeld wouldn't get out at first, but I gather he too has been taken to a secure location.
Actually, Tom, what Don Rumsfeld did, according to Pentagon officials, is he was in his office on the opposite side of the building from where you see where the plane impacted, and he ran to the area where the fire and the fireball was still engulfing much of the Pentagon. And according to Pentagon officials, he actually assisted in helping some of the injured leave the building before he then returned to his office and then went straight to the National Military Command Center, again on the opposite side of the Pentagon, to monitor events where he now remains. Tom, this airplane that ran into the Pentagon, it happened within the hour from the two planes that ran into the World Trade Center, but it took a full 4 hours before firefighters and rescue workers could actually contain the flames and fire inside, so it was safe enough for them to enter the building. And that was about an hour ago when we were told that rescue workers did enter parts of the building where you can see where the plane sliced through the Pentagon. Now, it was actually fortuitous that the plane hit in this area, if that can be described as fortunate at all. As you see, Tom, the plane sliced through the building. It came in at an angle, flipped over on its right side, and hit actually at about the first and second floors. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were still intact immediately after the blast, but then later collapsed upon themselves. But to the right of that devastated area, you see there's not much fire damage. That's because that part of the building had recently been renovated with reinforced blast walls to prevent a kind of bomb attack, not an airplane attack, of course, but to prevent a bomb attack, and reinforced firewalls on the inside after the bombing at Oklahoma City. When the remodeling of the Pentagon was begun, it was decided to do it with extra reinforcement after Oklahoma City. Now, this area to the left, where you see most of the fire damage, that area was due to be remodeled shortly. And fortunately, a large number of those offices had already been evacuated. Now, there are confirmed dead, many injured. We don't know the exact number yet. And as rescue workers dig through that rubble, certainly the death toll here is going to climb. But really, it could have probably been much worse had this area on the right not been reinforced and the area on the left not been abandoned, really, to permit the redevelopment or reconstruction work that was to go underway. Now, according to eyewitnesses, it was an American Airlines 757 that came sort of from the direction of National Airport, and it just cleared the highway, which is adjacent, the highway ramps, which is adjacent to the Pentagon, but then it came in, and as it approached the Pentagon, almost at ground level, did a very hard right turn and actually flipped on its side and then sliced into the Pentagon on the first and second floors we see there. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC Jim Miklashevsky. In both that flight and the first flight, the American Airlines flight that hit here in New York, had similar patterns. They were flying at very, very low altitude, 1,000 feet, according to some New York witnesses. And Bob Kerr said earlier that over Lafayette Park, just outside the White House, they saw a plane go over at a very low altitude that was out of the normal flight pattern for Washington, D.C. So obviously this had been well thought out. That goes without saying. The question is, what happened in the cockpit? Did the terrorists take the controls and drive those planes into the World Trade Center as well as into the Pentagon? And where was that plane that went down in Pennsylvania headed? Why did it go down there? Well, these were all flights that were originally headed for California. We don't have the tapes, obviously. The black box may be able to tell us something. This is the second plane going that you can see entering from right to left there that hit the second trade center tower at the World Trade Center here in New York, causing that enormous fireball. That is the first tower to go down. It was hit a little bit lower. It went down first, and the second one went down as well. So there are so many unanswered questions here. All across America, we know that people are watching with horror and with a great deal of apprehension. There are lessons to be learned from past experiences. Oklahoma City comes immediately to mind. Assistant Fire Chief was John Hanson, who became a very familiar figure and a friend to a lot of us, who's been through all of this. He's now retired from the department in Oklahoma City. John, first of all, this whole business of getting people out of the rubble in New York City and in the Pentagon, but the larger lessons about what we should learn about how we move on from here. What did you learn in Oklahoma City?
You know, Tom, that we can in fact do that. We were, stung, we were wounded, but we're not going to be defeated, and we won't in this one. You've heard the president, Mayor Giuliani, the governor of New York, all make the comments that we're going to stick together and get through this. We've got to be patient. We've got an incredible rescue effort that's going to take possibly months. You know, our rescue effort in Oklahoma City took 17 days. This, with the widespread destruction, will probably go into the months. We've just got to be patient and pull together and just take this head on.
There's so much that we learn from Oklahoma City as well in terms of rescue organization and rescue techniques.
You know, Tom, we had a team from the great state of New York in Oklahoma City. After Oklahoma City, the nation's fire service, FEMA, we all got together, reevaluated what we were doing. The New York City Fire Department is as prepared as any department in the country to handle this. With the support of FEMA and the rest of us around the country, we're going to help those great men and women get through this, just as they helped us back in 1995.
John, tell me, just from a personal point of view, where were you when you heard what had happened today, and what was your first reaction?
Tom, I was at home, and I heard about the devastation during the Today Show, watching Katie and Matt. And it just felt like I'd been gut punched, as the rest of the country. I stopped for a moment, looked at the video that we saw on the Today Show, and just really couldn't believe it at a point. And then reflected on Oklahoma City and knew that we all had to go to work, band together, and help each other get through this. And we will. That's the beauty about America. We'll pull together and we'll get through this and send a message to the cowards who perpetrated this great crime against our nation.
Thanks so much. John Hanson from Oklahoma City, who went through his own trial by fire and shares with us today some of the lessons after the Murrah Federal Building was bombed, and he became such a familiar and reassuring figure to so many of us. We have some information that I can bring you up to date on now. The mayor here in New York said that 1,500 people have been brought to the Liberty State Park area. That is in the lower end of Manhattan, for those of you who come here from time to time, not too far from where ferries go back and forth to Staten Island and over to the Statue of Liberty. 600 have been brought to the New York City area hospitals. 150 of those are in critical condition. New Jersey hospitals have not yet reported in. It's fair to say that that's about 2,100 altogether. Those are the people who have been recovered. We can only guess at how many hundreds more are trapped in the rubble on the ground or in what is left of the buildings. 30 patients, this is in the Washington, D.C. area, 30 people have been brought to Arlington to the hospital at the VA Center in Arlington. 13 have been admitted, 8 are in intensive care, 4 are on ventilators. They have discharged 6 patients so far. There are a variety of injuries, blast injuries and smoke inhalation, which is always a huge problem. Burns, fractures, several patients are critically ill, perhaps 8 altogether. There have been no fatalities brought to that hospital, the VA Center in Arlington, although earlier the Pentagon did say that there were people who were killed in the attack on the Pentagon. St. Mary's Hospital in Hoboken, back to New York again. 450 people have been brought at the Hoboken PATH station triage center. PATH is a train that goes underneath the river over to New Jersey, and so they were treating him right there as a triage center. Mostly minor injuries. Of those injuries are cuts, bruises, burns, broken bones, and so on. So that's a quick update on what is going on at LAX, which is closed down, as are all airports across America. NBC Shelley Smith reports authorities may soon detonate a suspicious device found at the airport. On a day like this, there are any number of suspicious devices and calls that are made by demented people claiming that there's a bomb on board a plane or a bus or in a school somewhere. We're trying to track those down. There have been no other incidents so far as we know across America beside those that we have been witness to here at the World Trade Center, at the Pentagon, and of course that plane that went into the ground outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. NBC's Robert Hager. Robert, what's the latest there at the FAA?
Tom, you were mentioning about imagining what could have gone on in the cockpits, and really there are two basic scenarios in a hijacking. Either you have the hijacker standing there with a gun at the pilot's head or an explosive device of some kind ordering the pilot to make the maneuvers on the plane, or you have the hijacker actually taking over from the pilot and operating the controls of the plane himself. Now this is all speculative, but just an opinion here. I think to hit a precise target like the World Trade Center there and hit it right on the mark, that in this case you'd have to have the hijacker at the actual controls of the plane, because it's hard for me to imagine.
This is Kelly Mack and David Cruz with KNBC. We want to go to Los Angeles International Airport. Our reporter Patrick Healy is standing by. LAX closed, of course. Patrick, what can you tell us?
Well, Kelly, David, we're at the maintenance building, which is at the very west end of the airport, opposite from where the terminals are. This has become the information center. We're expecting a briefing in just the next minute or so. We're told that we will hear from Jerry Snyder of the Federal Aviation Administration and Michael DiGirolamo, who is involved in operations here at LAX. Now, also this morning, we've been provided with two statements from United Airlines and American Airlines, the carriers which, of course, lost the aircraft in the tragedy this morning. And we're beginning right now. Let's listen in.
Along with the entire federal government, would like to express our profound sorrow and sympathy to our grieving nation. The FAA has taken the action to close all of the airports in the United States until further notice. We have been able to ground most all aircraft that were in the air, bring them down safely at locations that were most convenient to their position in flight. We have also ordered that certain aircraft be certain airports have strict security measures, including evacuation. We'll be working directly with those management of the airport, with the management of the airport, to ensure that security measures are taken and that operations get back to normal just as soon as possible. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
With the number of airplanes involved in this incident that were headed towards LAX, are you taking any extra precautions here at this airport?
Los Angeles International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on and work directly with security here to maintain safety and security. These actions were taken and at many different stages, many different levels at security to provide safety all the way down to basic levels of checking vehicles that may not normally have been suspicious, but in this heightened state of emergency here.
World Trade Center this morning when that tower went down and the smoke literally billowed and the dust up the avenue. It was precisely like the movies that we have seen. Much of this is like movies. It is very, very hard as a reporter. You know that the first thing you do is reach for something to make a comparison to, and frankly, through much of this, it's almost impossible for me to find things that are a satisfactory comparison. Let us try to find out now as much as we can. This is Inspector Gene Ciccarelli from the Port Authority Police. Inspector, if you can give us some sense at this point of how close you are able to get your rescue units in there.
We've been attempting to get our rescue units into the area. Unfortunately, there are areas that are under possibilities of collapsing. We're still searching a good portion of the perimeter, and as far as going in any further than that, we have to get a clearance to make sure that there is no potential danger for any further collapse that can endanger the rescue operation.
Now, just to explain to the people who may not know this, and certainly people outside New York who don't, there are two towers, or were, to be more accurate, two towers of the World Trade Center complex, yet there are still other fairly large office buildings as part of the complex, correct?
There are other what they call plaza buildings surrounding the two twin towers.
Right, and those are how big?
Some of them range from 20 stories, approximately 20 stories.
By the standards of much of America, that would be a skyscraper, quite frankly.
Well, I wouldn't put them on the
But
level.
still, they're rather large buildings. They're still standing there. Is that part of the threat that you perceive at this point?
Yes, there are those other plaza buildings that we are concerned about and do have the potential of collapsing. So, in answer to your question, it isn't wise to enter into that area at this point.
How would you describe your efforts to organize the rescue effort now, given that we saw a sequence of events this morning, a sequence of crashes, then explosions, and then the collapses? How close are you now, perhaps, to being able to organize an actual rescue effort to go in there and start going through the debris?
We still have, like I said, a concern about going in and initiating a rescue if, in fact, there are other individuals there. We also have a very good operation in place at this time to pool all of our resources together in one staging area, that we have a phenomenal amount of equipment and supplies that would assure us of any efforts that we make to continue with the rescue approach. But at this point, we do have a good group assembled for that purpose.
But at this point, presumably there may be a great number of people in there in need of rescue. Obviously, the problem for you is that if you go in to try to get them out, you put your rescuers in danger.
That's correct.
And no idea of when you might be in a position to actually say, we think it's safe to go in after them now.
No, until we get a firm clearance on that, we won't enter into an area that could be hazardous to people that are attempting to make the rescue.
Inspector, thank you very much for speaking to us. We appreciate it. Tom, the latest from the Port Authority Police here in New York City. As we've explained, they have jurisdiction over the World Trade Center complex. They, of course, are working in cooperation with a number of other police and rescue and fire agencies here, both local and federal, and essentially describing the quandary that they find themselves in, which is rather rare, certainly unique, in the sense that we have seen the catastrophe repeatedly. We have seen through the morning 3 or 4 events which would qualify by anyone's description as catastrophes. It has now been probably a good 4 hours since the last one, but yet they still can't go in and begin a serious, comprehensive rescue effort because they're worried about what might still be there, what danger might still lurk for the rescuers that have gone in. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's Pat Dawson. This terrorist war that has been declared on America today in New York City and Washington, D.C., and psychologically across the country has had such an enormous effect already. It has all but immobilized the largest nation in the world politically. There's been a severe realignment of where people can go and do their jobs in the nation's capital. Dennis Hastert, the House Speaker, was whisked out of his office. The President of the United States, we believe right now, is at the Strategic Air Command headquarters outside of Omaha. We don't know where Vice President Cheney is, except we're told that he's in a secure location. Don Rumsfeld is back at his desk in a more secure location. Secretary of State Colin Powell is on his way back from Peru. Then you have the economic consequences. The largest financial market in the world was shut down today. People were in peril in that immediate vicinity. Businesses across America are doing no business, my guess is. Certainly in the largest cities, so many of them have been shut down. All flights have been grounded at this point. And all baseball games have been suspended. The Seattle Space Needle was shut down. Walt Disney World was evacuated. In California, Knott's Berry Farm was evacuated, and a lot of other theme parks. All national monuments have been evacuated today as well. This country is on hold in shock and horror, and probably the beginning of a great deal of anger and frustration as well. We're told that all planes now that were in the air have landed safely. The domestic flights, there are still some international flights that are yet to come here. We'll have to deal with our shock and grief in the days to come, and there will be a realignment of this country in so many ways, the forms of which we cannot say now, because we're going to have to work this out together, individually, and certainly from our political and our economic institutions. But certainly there will be a change in security and a loss of innocence, especially for young people who have never been through anything quite like this. The most devastating attack since Pearl Harbor, some people saying worse than Pearl Harbor at this time. Let's go to Virginia Chow of NBC News, who was down in the area. Virginia, what was it like?
Well, Tom, you've already heard the unbelievable stories of people who survived, who are much closer to ground zero at the World Trade Center area. I was about 20 blocks north of that, and I witnessed the second tower collapsing. And what I observed, and what was amazing to me, were the reactions of the people as they watched this unfold around them. You have to remember that these are people who were streaming away from that area, who just minutes before were near the building or perhaps even in the building. And as I headed on foot going toward the World Trade Center, this was this morning when there was one tower still remaining. The first one had already collapsed. I was about 20 blocks north of there. There were thousands of people literally streaming toward me on foot, trying to escape that area like refugees from a war zone. I was one of the lone people, other than emergency personnel, heading toward the area when we heard a rumble. People stopped, turned to look, and we watched in horror as the second tower came crashing down on itself. People screaming out, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh no." And immediately, very emotional, people crying in tears, realizing that there were hundreds, maybe thousands of people in and around that building who were going to be either badly hurt or killed. And I think that the emotional impact of this for people, even if they don't know anyone personally down there, has been devastating. Tom?
Thank you very much, Virginia Chow, who is one of the many NBC reporters who have gone beyond the call of duty today in the lower part of Manhattan. There is the scene. It was not a cruise missile. It was not a nuclear attack. It was a hijacked airliner used as a weapon directed at the World Trade Center. The Twin Towers both came down. We know that more than 100 people on the airliners were killed, and an untold number of people were killed or seriously wounded in and around that area. And as you look at these scenes from several hours after the planes hit the building and after the World Trade Center came down, you have some sense of the magnitude of the devastation. Jules Rennell is the manager of the World Trade Club at the World Trade Center. He, fortunately for him, was not there today. Mr. Rennell, how many people would be in the building, in your judgment, at 8:45 in the morning?
Probably somewhere around 20,000 people, Tom. A lot of the financial institutions like Cantor Fitzgerald and Morgan Stanley Dean Witter open early. So all those people would be in the building early, with the rest of the population coming in between 8:30 and 9:30.
Where were you when you heard about all this?
My son called me, and I came down and I turned on the television and saw the flames coming out of the building. And at that stage, recognized, the magnitude of what was happening. But in my wildest imagination, could never believe that those buildings could be destroyed. I mean, the Trade Center itself is like a small city. 35,000 people work there every day. Countless thousands of people visit the World Trade Center. The restaurant on top where I work, Windows on the World, is probably one of the most recognizable restaurants in the world. I just couldn't believe I was sitting here watching the buildings collapse. It was a nightmare.
How many people work in the World Trade Club itself?
We had about 40 people in Windows on the World in the club this morning. There were some kitchen crew in there. There were the accounting people, the banquet staff, some cleaning people, and they were prepping to open up for lunch at 12 o'clock in the greatest bar. We've been able to find some of the people through our network of telephones, but there are still a number of people that we have not, that we haven't been able to find yet. Even though, the communication systems after the first bombing had improved dramatically with emergency lighting and back lights, etc., we just don't know if those people were able to get through the fire, which was below them as opposed to above them. So there are many, many people, many of our friends and colleagues that are not accounted for right now.
Mr. Rennell, I know this is a very difficult day for you, so I'll let you get about the business of trying to contact those people who work for you, and we thank you very much for being with us. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory. David, where's the president?
The president, Tom, has just arrived in Omaha, Nebraska at Offutt Air Force Base.
There, he will convene a National Security Council meeting with the National Security team back in Washington via video conference, we are told. The president, you'll recall, left where I am, which is Sarasota, Florida, earlier today after making a statement about this attack at an education event, which was, of course, scrubbed. His intention at that point was to return to Washington promptly. Security concerns forced him to go to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, where he made another statement, and now to Nebraska. The White House is telling us he still intends and desires to go back to Washington as soon as he can, but again, security precautions are forcing the president to go to these various locations. Offutt Air Force Base, a secure location for him where he can go about the business of meeting with the National Security team. Vice President Cheney, as you have mentioned, running an operations center at or near the White House. We are not told for sure where he is, other than he's in a secure location. The president on Air Force One has contacted a number of the principals who are working in the rescue efforts, namely Mayor Giuliani, Governor Pataki of New York, and of course he has spoken to his wife, who is testifying on Capitol Hill, the First Lady Laura Bush, and the family has also been in touch with their daughters, who are also in a secure location now. Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's David Gregory. We're also told that at Offutt Air Force Base, which is the home of the Strategic Air Command, there is the Doomsday plane. It was built to be flying White House for the president in case of nuclear attack. We think that that's where it is located. For a long time, you remember, you heard about the famous Looking Glass missions, B-52s in the air at all hours so that they could launch an attack if this country were ever attacked. The Dr. Strangelove movie scenario came out of all of that. No one ever anticipated that we would have a day quite like today in which the President of the United States would be forced to go to Offutt, the Strategic Air Command headquarters in the middle of America, because of an attack on the Pentagon and on New York City, and another plane that was hijacked and went into the ground outside of Pittsburgh. This was an all-out military assault under terrorist terms on the United States, innocent civilians used as weapons against other civilians, and also the United States Pentagon, which of course is emblematic of the United States military. So the United States government does have a series of contingency plans. Those are being put into effect. The president will have a national security meeting. I would guess the first order of business would be, what is the level of continuing threat against this country? What do we know about what may happen next? And who were these people and how do we respond? Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager. Robert?
Tom, breathtaking, by the way, what that man from the World Trade Center said about 20,000 people supposed to be in there at that hour of the morning. So goodness knows where this toll is going. What we do know in terms of hard numbers are those killed on the various flights, so these airplanes that were turned into weapons. And that total is 266 in the 4 planes that were hijacked. 2 of the 4 were leaving Boston, and the other 2 leaving Newark and Washington's Dulles Airport. There you see the numbers adding up to 266. Planes turned into weapons, 2 of them into the World Trade Center, 1 into the Pentagon, and the other crashes before it reaches its intended target, crashes somewhere in rural Pennsylvania. U.S. air traffic at a standstill now. All airports in the U.S. closed to commercial traffic. No takeoffs, no landings permitted, with the exception that there are still 10 or 12 international flights that have yet to land on the West Coast. That situation at the U.S. airports.
This is Paul Moyer along with Colleen Williams at the Channel 4 News, when we're going to run up the network programming and their coverage of this disaster, these events of this horrible day, for just a moment to bring you up to speed on what's going on here in Southern California. I think we should start by telling you that these series of news conferences we had during the last half hour, 45 minutes, here is what we've learned. Number one, the city of Los Angeles in Southern California at this hour is very, very safe. There have been no credible threats to the city, to the county, to any place in Southern California. There have been no incidents that we know of. We heard Chief Parks say that the LAPD is on tactical alert. That simply means that all officers who can be on the street are on the street. We heard the same thing from Sheriff Lee Baca. The city and county operations centers, the emergency centers, are up and running. LAX is closed. All the freeway exits from the 405 to LAX are closed. The Century Boulevard exit from the 105 is closed. LAUSD schools are open. After-school care programs will go on as scheduled this afternoon. All other extracurricular activities in the LAUSD will not. Private schools, some are open, some are closed. And the final thing I want to tell you is that we're waiting to hear from Mayor Hahn, who, of course, is in Washington. He is safe. I talked to his assistant a couple of minutes ago on the phone. He's due back here when he can get back. And County Supervisors Yaroslavsky and Antonovich also are in Washington, and they also are safe. We're going to hear from the mayor, and we're going to hear from the governor probably in the next hour, Colleen.
The CHP advises anyone who has any business to stay off the roads, to stay out of any place that would draw a crowd. For instance, Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, Magic Mountain, any Major League Baseball games, they've all been canceled. The Grammys, which were scheduled for later this week, the Emmys, which were scheduled for Sunday here in Los Angeles, all canceled, as well as concerts. Right now, our Sonia Crawford is standing by at the Staples Center with more on the picture downtown. We understand that City Hall is open. They will be doing business, but it's closed to the public. Sonia?
Well, Colleen, between 8 and 9 a.m. this morning, it's usually rush hour in downtown Los Angeles, and it was a bit of a reverse rush hour as people were evacuated from downtown government and office buildings, and they were all leaving the city.
The building is closed.
Hundreds of people who stand in the long line outside the INS district office in downtown LA were turned away and told to come back another day. Many did not understand why, not having seen the news of the attacks. Downtown office buildings followed suit with skyscrapers like the Arco Tower, Citigroup, the Library Tower, and the Pac Bell building, evacuating workers and closing their doors to outsiders. Some workers were so shaken up they didn't want to talk to us about what had happened, but everyone agreed they were glad to be going home.
Actually, I heard it on the loudspeaker. Building security announced that they were evacuating the building floor by floor. They shut the elevators down, and we all had to go down the stairwell.
Both the planes were coming to LA anyway, so if they didn't hit there, they must have hit here. You never know. You know, never know terrorist mind.
No, I think it's a safe bet to close the building. I mean, Library Tower is a prime building in LA, and I'm ready to go home.
And we have seen a fairly big security presence as we've been driving through the streets. You can't go past a major intersection without seeing a police officer or a black and white cruiser parked. We have also seen lots of security guards out, even here at the Staples Center. The whole front area has been covered with security guards wearing their trademark red jackets. And seeing this kind of an empty parking lot is no big surprise in downtown Los Angeles, as a lot of people have just gone home for the day. Reporting live from downtown LA, Sonia Crawford, Channel 4 News.
All right, Sonia, thank you. Colleen, you mentioned that the captain from the CHP advised people not to travel. When I came in here this morning, and I'll just give you an eyewitness unofficial report about 7:30 this morning. I'll tell you something, I got in here in a hurry. There were very few people on that freeway going my way. I think people are just staying home, and I think people are heeding the warning, and a lot of people probably are leaving their offices early to go home as we continue to witness these events that are changing our lives, really, and our children's lives, basically forever. A couple of more things. The ports of Long Beach and LA were closed. They are now open, and Caltrans, and Colleen, forgive me if you mentioned this, but Caltrans is delaying any of their closures today to keep the freeways and the arteries open so people can get around.
As well, the buses and the rails are running, although at 1 o'clock this afternoon, the Red Line will shut down for about an hour. We can tell you as well, LA City Fire is sending 64 urban rescue people, a team. They're headed to New York. They should be there for at least a week, they believe. And a call has gone out for trauma surgeons in Northern California. They'll be air evac'd out from Travis Air Force Base. Again, very fluid situation. We continue to monitor what's going on here locally.
I want to give you a couple of phone numbers. Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but a couple of phone numbers for those of you who think or may know that you had loved ones on any of these 4 flights from American and United. The American Airlines number is 1-800-245-0999. United is 1-800-932-8555. There is also a need for blood from the Red Cross, and I've got that number written down here.
Here it is right here.
1-800-GIVE-LIFE, GIVELIFE. So those are our phone numbers that in case you want information or you want to give blood, because Lord knows they need it all over this country right now, especially in New York.
As well, LA Chief Parks says there will be an emergency hotline. He gave out that number at his press conference today, 888 888-356-4661. If you've missed any of the numbers that we've given you here, log on to our website. I'm sure they're there, NBC4.tv. But they'll continue to update that line throughout the day to let you know what's happening specifically with the city of Los Angeles. I can tell you as well, our own Doug Kriegel is in Manhattan as we speak, and we hope to have a live picture, a live shot from him in just a few minutes.
This is going to be one of those events that, and this certainly is an understatement, that changes this country forever in one way or another, and certainly one of those events like the JFK assassination, when everybody will remember where they were when they heard about this and first saw it on television. I want to remind you that a lot of the information we're giving you, we will continue to give you at the bottom of the screen right there. Certainly John Wayne terminals, the Orange County Airport is closed. Information like that will be going all through the day, and every 15 minutes at 15 after and 15:02, we'll be back to update
15
you.
and 45. We'll see you back here then.
Near Pittsburgh, the United and American flight that you see one on top of the other, Flight 111 and 175 went into the Twin Trade Towers, and Flight 77 is the one that we believe went into the Pentagon after a very low swooping turn over Washington, D.C. on a day when the president was out of the Capitol and the Secretary of State was out of the Capitol, and people were anticipating some budget fights coming up in Congress. But America has changed today. This is a dark day in this country. It's in bold print in future history books about how America was attacked within its continental borders with devastating effect by terrorists in a coordinated assault using hijacked civilian airliners to do just that. I'm told that the president went into the underground bunkers called Stratcom on Offutt Air Force Base at 3:06 Eastern Time today. He will be meeting with the National Security staff on a video teleconference. Offutt is south and just slightly east of Omaha. It's been a fixture there for a long, long time. And of course, it used to get a lot more attention during the Cold War because it was one of the places that B-52s would be launched for a counterattack, if necessary, against the Soviet Union. NBC's Campbell Brown outside the White House. Campbell?
Tom, we do have a little bit more information on what the president is doing right now. As you said earlier, he's at the Offutt Air Force Base. This is just outside of Omaha. This is, of course, the Strategic Command Center. And this information from the Pool reporter who is traveling with the president. They are allowing 5 members of the press corps to remain at least near the president in that area. And we have been told that he is participating, as you mentioned, in this National Security Council meeting by teleconference this afternoon. He's been in close contact with Vice President Cheney, and we have learned that the Vice President is in the White House. He's working out of the Operations Center in a secure area of the White House. We've also been told that the president has been in contact with his wife, that she is fine, but is also being held in a quote-unquote secure location, an undisclosed location. The president right now is traveling with a skeleton staff of close advisors. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer is with him, his advisor Karl Rove, Andy Card, who is Chief of Staff, and Dan Bartlett with him. Karen Hughes, counselor to the president, is expected to give a briefing here at the FBI headquarters to the White House press corps here in Washington. The president told reporters there that he is anxious to get back to Washington, but understands, given the circumstances and the security precautions that are necessary now, that he needs to be there where he is in a protected area. But again, this is a place where they have the most advanced communication systems, where he can be in close contact with his entire national security team. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. In fact, that is the nerve center should this country go to war. Those are hardened bunkers deep in the ground. It was the original headquarters of Curtis LeMay, obviously, and Thomas Power, 2 of the legendary Air Force generals during the worst days of the Cold War, and it's out there in the Great Plains of the Midwest. Lee Hamilton, former senator from Indiana, joins us now. He is a widely recognized foreign policy and national security affairs expert. Mr. Hamilton, the political leadership in both parties, what should be the first moves once we get beyond the ability to get beyond this assignment that we have of rescuing all the people who are still trapped there and sorting out the physical damage?
I think a number of policy areas need to be reviewed and will be reviewed immediately. Everybody thinks first, of course, of intelligence. Our intelligence has been quite good. but massive failure today. There will be almost certainly heavy increases funding for intelligence. There'll be a lot of demands for more human intelligence. Secondly, I think there will be massive reviews of security, all kinds of state, local, federal installations and buildings. How can we improve the security? There'll be, third, a review of community responses. How effective are we in responding to these tragedies and how quickly? There will be foreign policy reviews, particularly with regard to the Middle East, in the likely event that that's the source of the terrorism. And there will certainly be a review of the priority of the threats that we confront as a nation. So I see this event as having very profound consequences in this country for years and years to come. And on policy, those changes will begin very soon.
I know that you have been one of those many people in Washington who have been concerned about the possibility of a terrorist attack, and we have been saying this throughout the day, but I think it does bear worth repeating. No contingency plan that I ever saw or even heard about, for that matter, prepared this country for an attack of this nature, so complex, so sophisticated, and carried out with such cold-blooded efficiency.
That's true, but also predictable. I think most every expert that I know on terrorism has said, as indeed some of the reports have said, that the American people are not as secure as they think they are in their homes and in their workplaces, that eventually the terrorists, because of their increased skills, increased sophistication, and because of the vulnerabilities of our communities and of this country, because of its openness, that eventually they would make their mark, and they have. Now, I don't think any of us predicted this particular kind of an attack, but the fact that you had a massive terrorist attack on American installations and cities should not come as a surprise.
Unfortunately, I think that that's a commentary that rings all too true. Former Congressman Lee Hamilton, thanks very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
It is a new day in America, a day of grieving and shock and anger, and a day of profound changes that are yet to come. In what form we cannot say for sure, but obviously this is not just an isolated incident in our lives. This is one that will be a marker in our history. And watching all of this from abroad is Alex Standish, who is with the Jane's Intelligence Digest, as one of the most highly regarded publications in the world in keeping track of just this kind of an incident. Mr. Standish, where were you and what did you think when you first heard that such a carefully coordinated and, I dare say, cold-blooded, efficient attack had been conducted against the United States?
Well, obviously, like all right-minded people, I was totally horrified, but I'm afraid I have to say not entirely surprised. As recently as Friday of last week, our publication specifically warned that anger in the Middle East directed towards the United States from the Islamic world was reaching crisis proportions. And we also specifically warned that there was an upsurge in terrorist activity in Lebanon, Afghanistan, and various other countries in the region, which were obviously being attended to by US intelligence. And so I think, as I say, we're horrified, but not surprised.
Why the United States has been trying to stay out of the Middle East. They've issued a couple of strong statements against rising Israeli violence, but it has not jumped in on the side of the Israelis, so to speak, in terms of this latest episode of exchanges between the PLO and Israel. Why do you think it came now?
Well, I think this has clearly been an operation which has been planned meticulously, possibly over months, even years. This is not something which has been put together overnight or even in the last couple of weeks. I think these individuals responsible for carrying out these appalling attacks are clearly people who have been in the United States for some time, or have been aided and abetted by those who have been in the country. They may well be what we would regard as sleeper agents. I think the timing is probably designed as far as possible at a time of renewed tension in the Middle East to create really the conditions for derailing, possibly permanently, the peace process. But I think there is also an element in which recent pronouncements by President Bush, particularly his statement on the 24th of August, during which he called upon the Palestinians specifically to desist from terrorist activity, have certainly, I think, given the impression, even if that is not the case, that the United States was firmly in the pro-Israeli camp as opposed to being an equal and honest broker within the peace process.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Standage, for being with us. We're going to go to Washington now. Our Washington Bureau Chief, NBC's Tim Russert. Tim?
Tom, it's extraordinary that the mood in Washington. As you know, the president is now out in Omaha, Strategic Command. People in Washington very much looking forward to hearing more from him. The fact that he has chosen to go there, a place which is the nerve center of all our military activity, is an indication that perhaps this threat has not ended. There was some thought that he may be coming back to Washington, and the fact that he has not underscores the concern that there still may be a continuing threat.
We've just been hearing from some of our people in the Middle East and other places saying it would be inappropriate to link this to the recent administration policies in the Middle East, Tim, because after all, as Mr. Standage just pointed out, this took a long time to plan this. This didn't happen in the last 6 weeks or so.
No, Tom, but there has been a steady stream of reports, very unsettling, from the Middle East. The head of Saudi Arabia intelligence resigned without much explanation. There's reports of a near insurrection in Georgia. Egypt has been experiencing a lot of street activity. Clearly, tensions and anxieties and incitements have become almost the norm, not only on the West Bank, but throughout the Middle East. So clearly, people here in Washington believe there is a tie and are targeting the notion that this is a direct response to the tensions in the Middle East, or at least that ongoing conflict. The other thing I can report, Tom, is that investigators are looking very, very closely. I reported earlier to you that, one, all the flights were bound to California with a heavy fuel load. They also now note that all 4 flights were Boeing 757s and 767s. I am told that these have exactly the same flight deck, that if you can fly a 757, you can fly a 767. And they note that rather than go for an Airbus or a 737, all 4 hijackings exactly the same kind of aircraft, which leads them to believe that the terrorists were, in fact, could very well have been pilots themselves who have been in this country for some time or trained to fly those planes after hijacking them, because they underscore how difficult it is to control a plane of that size directly into a target like the World Trade Center or the Pentagon.
All right, Tim Russert, as we continue to look at pictures at the hospitals here in New York City as they offload the various injured people, many of them suffering from smoke inhalation. A lot of them were not in the World Trade Center itself. They could have been in the perimeter of it when it came down. There was an almost impenetrable wall of dust and smoke at that time. St. Vincent's and New York Hospital are both down in that area. New York has, as you might expect, both just across the line in New Jersey and in the other boroughs and in the city itself, a number of first-rate hospitals. CNBC's Ron Insana was down there, and he was caught in the midst of all of this as well. Now, when you look at that damage, Ron, you realize again how fortunate you were.
Absolutely, Tom. With the debris raining down, it was certainly a harrowing moment for many people in the lower reaches of Manhattan. And it, you know, as Tim Russert was suggesting, this attack clearly was designed to have maximum impact, not just in terms of the toll on human life or the political impact, but the economic impact as well. The World Trade Center is home to several Wall Street brokerage houses, to a few exchanges where gold and silver and things like that are traded. It is, in some ways, the financial nerve center of New York City. And we have to remember that at least 1/3 of all financial transactions in this country are routed through New York City, so it is very difficult at this time to assess what the economic damage is going to be to the country and to the systems that keep it running. Now, Federal Reserve officials and Securities and Exchange Commission officials say that they are in constant contact now to discuss their response to this, and one would assume also that the Federal Reserve, if required, would add what they call liquidity or money to the financial system in order to maintain something of an orderly economic environment. This comes at a time, of course, when the U.S. economy has slowed, where stock prices have come down in historic fashion, Tom, over the last 15 months. This is the type of event that will have rather severe economic consequences on top of everything we already know.
All right, thanks very much. CNBC's Ron and Son. I'm just reading one of the wire reports from the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. One of the passengers on board, we had heard this earlier, managed to get off a cell phone call to an emergency dispatcher saying that we're being hijacked, the plane went down about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. There's been some speculation that it might have been directed at another target of some kind as well, the Capitol or Camp David. We don't know, but it went down at that point. The man was in the bathroom. He had locked himself in the bathroom apparently at that time to say that they were being hijacked. There was an explosion, there was some smoke, and the plane went into a grassy field. All on board that United flight were killed, as you can see, just outside of Pittsburgh in Somerset County. It was that bizarre morning in which there were planes in the air, and some of the airlines didn't know what had happened to them. United, for a time, didn't know what had happened to that flight. In fact, we did know pretty quickly that the American airline flight 11 that went into the Twin Trade Towers first had started in Boston and then gone in there, and as we've been saying throughout the day, these were transcontinental flights and they had a heavy load of fuel, and they might have been picked for just that reason. And Tim Russert was pointing out that if you can fly a 757 or a 767, the flight decks are so similar, so these were probably trained pilots, because it's hard to imagine an American commercial airline pilot, even with a gun to his or her head, that would dive a plane into the Pentagon or into the Trade Center. And of course, which makes this kind of terrorism all the more difficult to deal with, is there are so many people who are willing to die for their cause, as they were in this case. The hijackers went down with the plane, with the planes here in New York and also in Pennsylvania, and again in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon, where it could have been so much worse. It also tells you about the liberties that we have in this country, that 4 airlines were hijacked today. They flew over the nation's capital. One report indicating that it banked right over the top of the White House before heading for the Pentagon. It was a flight that had taken off from Dulles Air Force Base. And then the flights here in New York, wrapping around the twin towers of the World Trade Center and crashing into them. So you may think that you're inconvenienced by airport security, or that you have been in the past. Think about what it's going to be like in the future and how reassuring it will be to you if it gets tightened up considerably, because it will have to be. Those are just one of the many changes that will occur. James Baker is former Secretary of State, former Secretary of the Treasury. He joins us now. He's on the telephone for us. Mr. Baker, this is a stunning and dark day for America.
It is indeed a stunning and dark day. It is a very tragic and sorrowful day, Tom, and I can't imagine acts that are more dastardly or cowardly than what has been done.
There has been a fair amount of discussion today about the United States' role in the Middle East, about how we are inseparable in the minds of the Palestinians and other Arab states with the Israelis. You spend a lot of time in that part of the world. Has it gotten worse, do you think, in the last 2 months?
Oh, I think that the circumstances on the ground in the Middle East have gotten significantly worse in the last 2 months. But then that's really pretty much, Tom, an axiom of Middle East policy, that when there's no progress at the diplomatic table, if there's no political progress, then there's going to be increased violence on the ground. But I must say to you, as bad as it is, I'm not at all sure that we should jump too fast to relate this to the absence of progress in the Middle East peace process over the course of the past 2 or 3 months, because we've had these types of we've had attempts in the past which have been rolled up that had nothing at all to do with the Middle East peace process.
And we continue to be the favorite target of especially Islamic extremists around the world, and whether or not it's related to the Middle East peace process.
That's correct. That's the point I'm making.
Where do we go from here? If you were sitting at the national security table tonight with the President of the United States, what would you be recommending? And I don't want to put you on the spot to try to make it more difficult than it already is for your friend, the President of the United States, but conceptually speaking.
There are not a lot of easy answers. The President, I think, did the right thing when he said America is under a terrorist attack, and we are going to hunt down and punish those we find responsible. And I think that's the approach that the American people want him to take. I do not happen personally to believe we're going to find that a nation was responsible for this. I think we're going to find that it was a terrorist cell or a terrorist group. I think some other things that we need to seriously consider, we actually considered them way back there in my day, is beefing up our human intelligence capabilities. We've let those disintegrate badly over the past 25 years because somehow we held the view in this country that we didn't engage in the dirty business of human intelligence, and it is a dirty business. But if we're going to preempt these types of attacks, we have to have better human intelligence capabilities.
But also dealing with some of those states that are not necessarily sympathetic to our points of view is going to be a very tricky piece of diplomacy in the coming months.
There's a lot of there may be equal parts here of force and strength and resolve on the one hand, and diplomacy and politics on the other. It is very important that we do whatever we can to advance peace in the Middle East. There's no doubt about that, and that of course helps the moderate Arab states that are friends of the United States that have a very difficult time. The leadership of those states have a very difficult time when events like this happen, because when these types of events happen, they harden the views of the rejectionists on all sides.
Mr. Baker, I'm going to presume on our long-time professional relationship and ask you to stay on the phone for a few moments, because we're about to go to the Pentagon, where we're going to get a briefing on what has been going on there. You are a veteran of so many of the American episodes in the Middle East, including, of course, the Persian Gulf War. It's worth pointing out that this briefing is going on outside the Pentagon building. So if I could just ask you to stay on the phone, let's listen to Admiral Quigley.
Okay.
Oops, I'm told it's not quite ready yet. Well, I just will point out that the Pentagon was evacuated earlier today after what Jim Miklashevsky had first reported was an explosion. Then we later learned that it was a United Airlines airliner that crashed into the building near the helipad and penetrated 2 of the 5 rings. There were an untold number of casualties there. We were told earlier by military officials that some people were killed and a number of them had been injured. This obviously is the locus of a lot of the decisions that are being made today. American military forces around the world were put on extra alert. Aircraft carriers were dispatched from the waters off Virginia north to New York City after the second plane went into the Twin Trade Towers. Don Rumsfeld came out of his office for a time and now is working in a more secure location. The President of the United States, who's the Commander-in-Chief, has been moved to Omaha, Nebraska, to Strategic Air Command headquarters, where they have the world's best communication equipment and hardened bunkers that go down several stories, and he can be in touch with parts of his government that are now in different places in Washington, D.C. and the surrounding environs. Secretary of State Colin Powell is en route back from Peru. That's the gaping hole in the Pentagon. That is a stunning sight when you look at it. That building could not be more secure if you're trying to make a personal entrance into it, and it is fortress-like if you have ever driven by it. And yet, when you direct an airliner into it, that's the kind of damage that can be done. Close to 100 people who were on board that plane were killed as well, obviously. Mr. Baker, let's talk a little bit about where we go from here in this country internally, how the President talks to America.
All right, Paul Moyer along with Colleen Williams here in the Channel 4 studio. Attack on America, our local coverage. We're going to break in just for a moment. I want to remind you that if the Pentagon briefing pops up while we're talking, we'll go right to it. We are dealing with two things here. Number one, the immediate effect on Southern California in terms of schools and roads and infrastructure and law enforcement and the fire department, and in terms of any incidents, we haven't had any. Right now, we are considered safe. But we're also dealing with something else, and that is the future effect on lives of people in Southern California and their children, which, of course, there is going to be, no question about it. Let me very quickly run through these flights again in case most of you probably have heard them before, but in case you haven't, very quickly. 8:42 Eastern Time, American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, a 757, 92 people on board, hit one of the towers of the Trade Center. 18 minutes later, United Flight 175, Boston to Los Angeles, a 757, hit the other tower. In Washington, American Flight 77, a 757, 64 people on board, Dulles to Los Angeles, hit the Pentagon. And then in Pittsburgh, southwest of Pittsburgh, north of Somerset County, it was a United Flight 93, a 757, that went down there.
We can tell you that all the airports across the country have been shut down. The doors at LAX have been closed, except to the families of the passengers who were victims on those planes. Coincidentally, all of the flights, 3 of the 4 were coming to Los Angeles. 1 was going to San Francisco. Again, all the federal buildings and any kind of county courthouse and local council courthouse, things like that, on alert today. They're open for business, but they're asking the public to stay out of there. That being said, our Ted Chen is standing outside the federal building in Westwood right now with the latest on what it looks like there. Ted?
Paul and Colleen, certainly a very eerie sight seeing federal agents surrounding the federal building with automatic weapons. Normally, this is a building that's very accessible to the public, a building that's symbolic of our democracy. But as I move aside here, you can see some of the agents standing at the west entrance of the federal building. We're here off Sepulveda Boulevard. This is a sign of just how shaken this country is by this, and the FBI not taking any chances. Let's show you what it looked like a little earlier this morning. At least a couple of dozen FBI agents have surrounded the perimeter of the federal building here in Westwood. They are joined by the LAPD and federal police. The FBI agents, armed with M4s, fully automatic weapons similar to M16s, are turning virtually everyone away from the building. There's very limited access. Only a few FBI agents we've seen come in to the federal building this morning. The federal building, of course, the home of the FBI's LA regional office. Some 600 agents are based here. Other various federal agencies are also here. Suffice it to say, none of those employees are here today. The FBI is saying very little at this point, saying very tight-lipped about how they are deploying their agents, not really commenting on much right now. FBI Special Agent Matt McLaughlin spoke to us earlier this morning.
Taking direction from headquarters, and we are on high alert. And that's about as much specific information that we can release at this time. We don't want to get into where our people are. We are in communication with headquarters. We're continuing to assess the situation here, and that's all that we have at this point.
All right, we're going to go to Karen Hughes, a spokesperson for the White House now, who's making a statement. Do we have that soundbite?
In our national...
Hey, it's Kriegel.
Oh, Doug Kriegel, I'm sorry. We've got so many things going on here.
Doug is standing by in Manhattan.
Doug, you're in.
From there.
Hang on, Doug.
We'll stay
the
with
Secretary
Karen.
of Transportation.
Let's listen in.
And other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
Karen, how long will the president stay in Nebraska? Return to the White House? Will he go back to Washington, Karen? Will he address the nation?
All right, Karen Hughes, very close to President Bush, a spokesperson for him, was throughout the entire campaign for the presidency. And that is what she had to say. We're going to go to New York, I believe, right?
Right. Doug Kriegel is standing by live. Doug, are you in Manhattan? Have you been able to make your way into the city yet? You are. You're at
Yes,
WNBC.
I have. In fact, I think I'm one of the few people who was able to actually get into Manhattan. The island of Manhattan has been virtually sealed off. Thousands of people are leaving through bridges and tunnels. I did manage to get into the island of Manhattan with an NBC press pass and a credit card, but it's quite a situation. The site of the World Trade Center virtually decapitated is devastating people. In fact, the sight of victims jumping from the top of that 110-story building, people on fire, hitting the ground, it was absolutely terrifying. In fact, witnesses still can't believe it. People are still not sure how many victims there were, how many were up in those towers, but you've heard the estimates, and they are frightening. At this point, people are getting out of Manhattan. They're not being allowed inside. You know, New Yorkers are famous for bearing up against whatever the world throws at them. And in fact, they are. Thousands of people are going to hospitals, giving blood for the victims, the wounded, people who need blood. But I would be remiss if I didn't also say there is a tremendous anger and fury out there in the streets at whoever did this act. There is tremendous anger from police officers, firefighters, ordinary citizens. Everybody is absolutely furious, but they are bearing up, as New Yorkers are famous for doing.
Doug, I talked to a couple of New York natives that are working and living out here this morning, and they told me that the sight of the World Trade Center towers being gone was almost too much for them to comprehend. And I'm trying to think of something analogous here in Los Angeles. It's like Dodger Stadium being gone. You know, it's like it's like
the Arco Towers.
The Arco Tower, Staples Center. I mean, having said that, what is the first thing that struck you when you got into the city of Manhattan? Now, the World Trade Center was in the southern part of Manhattan, correct?
Lower Manhattan.
Yes,
Lower
that's
Manhattan.
right. That's right. Actually, driving into Manhattan on the Long Island Expressway, from 30 miles away, you could see the plume of gray-white smoke over the island of Manhattan, over the New York skyline. And I think your analogy is appropriate. Dodger Stadium, Staples Center, something at LAX, the heart of the city. In fact, the bulwark of capitalism, the World Trade Center, if you will, attacked and savagely decapitated. That sight is truly devastating to people here. People just can't comprehend it. It's as if a mortal blow has been struck against the city, and someone apparently has succeeded in committing an incredible act of terrorism. And I think that people find that a little bit frightening. In fact, someone from Israel said to me, now Americans are beginning to realize what it's like to have terrorism on the streets near your homes, in your cities. And I think there's some truth to that.
Doug, even looking at the pictures here, it's hard to comprehend. We remember 8 years ago when there was a bombing. The Twin Towers were open within a month and repaired. This is not going to happen here. The numbers we're hearing, as many as 200 firefighters still missing. What's it like in terms of area around here now? The pictures we see, people are walking around shell-shocked.
That word shell-shocked is exactly the right word. I think millions of people in New York City right now are shell-shocked. They've been attacked. They're not sure who attacked them. They're not even sure how the thing occurred or how they were able to fly those planes into those towers. But people are just totally shell-shocked, especially in the area of Lower Manhattan where it happened. Everybody is sort of covered with cinders and ash, and all of that smoke is still generating a great deal of cinders and ash, and it's just devastating to everyone here.
My God, Doug, to the left of you on our screen, we just saw that shot again. I don't know whether you've had a chance to see it or not, but it's tape of that 757 coming in from the right-hand side and hitting one of those towers and the fireball coming out the other side. Have you had a chance to see that? And talk to me about anger and talk to me about how people think this is going to change their lives forever in New York.
Well, I'll tell you, that site you're talking about, I did see that. In fact, the governor of New York just a short while ago described it as the scene out of some Hollywood horror movie. And indeed it is. It looked surreal. How could it be possible, people were saying, that not one but two planes could actually crash into the World Trade Center at, between 8 and 9 in the morning. It's just unbelievable that this could happen on a work day. That truly has terrified people here. And in terms of the anger, as I was saying, everyone here seems to feel it. Across demographics, across, no matter who you talk to, everyone is furious. They want to know who did this. People are immediately calling for retaliation. And when you say, well, retaliate against whom? They're not quite sure, but they say, well, whoever did this to us, we want them punished. We want them caught. We want them to pay for this incredible devastation. And in many ways, it's an act, it's such a private act of violence to come into someone's country and blow up a monument like the World Trade Center that people are just furious. They are livid. And to say they are angry is indeed true.
Doug, what about reports that the National Guard has been called out and they're on the streets there now, too, helping the National Guard?
Yes, that's true. National Guardsmen are everywhere. In fact, driving in from Long Island, I encountered several National Guardsmen on the Long Island Expressway. Never thought I'd see that. And they were at various checkpoints. Frankly, I was quite surprised that I was able to drive into Manhattan from 90 miles out and able to pass about 15 checkpoints and actually get into the city. I was hearing on the radio that no one is allowed into Manhattan. People are being allowed out on the bridges and tunnel, but they said, don't come to Manhattan. No one is allowed in. And I was able to actually get into Manhattan through about 15 checkpoints. And at some point was curious, only traffic office was there.
We've got to get off. Are you going to have a chance to...
Not police officers.
Are you going to have a chance to go down on the streets now?
That's it from New York. Paul Colleen, back to you.
All right, he's going to... Doug Kriegel, one of the few, if not the only LA reporter to be in New York. And he will have a chance to go out there, take another look, and we're going to have him all throughout our coverage today. Don't forget, information on closures and updates at the bottom of the screen. We'll see you in 15.
Damage when the buildings came down by the force of the winds and the force of the shock of the explosion of the buildings coming down. Just take a look at this, if you will. That's 110 stories of steel, concrete, glass, and electrical circuits collapsing to the ground in what amounted to be a heartbeat. And then all of that smoke and all of that dust and all of that debris began to explode out from the base of the building through the canyons of Lower Manhattan. And no one expected it would happen as swiftly as it did, obviously. And that's what they're trying to deal with down there. And there still is an enormous amount of debris in the air and certainly on the ground. The financial institutions that are located there have established 1-800 numbers, and they're calling their workers. This is the plane, the second plane that went in. Still is hard to imagine, isn't it? And obviously there was somebody at the controls who knew exactly what he wanted to do in this case, which was to drive that plane into the second of the twin trade towers. We were all still dealing with the stunning effect of the first attack when that happened. And then 18 minutes later, the second plane goes in. And when that was reported, I thought it was a wild rumor. And then at 9:30, Jim Mikloszewski said there's been some kind of an explosion at the Pentagon. In fact, it was a plane that crashed into that. Later, we heard that a United Airlines plane had crashed outside of Pittsburgh. It was en route from Boston from Newark to Los Angeles. It was United Flight 93 going from Newark to Los Angeles. It went down after a passenger on board using his cell phone radioed frantically, "We're being hijacked, we're being hijacked." Virginia Cha, you're in Midtown?
See the skyline of Lower Manhattan behind me, the familiar twin towers of the World Trade Center gone, obliterated, and we're not used to seeing that. And the smoke you referred to, the billowing cloud of gray smoke, continuously spreading up into the air for about the last 6 hours. That smoke filled with soot and ash, and most of the folks who are down there working rescue and either wearing gas masks or masks like these just in order to breathe as they work down there. It is the most horrible devastation I've ever personally witnessed firsthand. I was on foot this morning heading down to the World Trade Center area to meet a crew to cover this story when it first broke. On foot because all transportation shut down, police barricades, no way to get in by car. And as I walked down toward that area, thousands of people were streaming toward me, going away from that area, trying to escape the devastation and the potential danger. As I walked toward it, we all heard a rumble. There had been one tower still standing at that point, and we turned and gasped in just a horrific sight, as you've seen many times throughout the day. You've been watching that tower just cascading down. People watching from about 20 blocks north in relative safety saying, "Oh my God," tears, screaming. Unbelievable that there would be people in that building and near the building whose fate it was almost inevitable that they were going to be severely injured or killed. As far as the casualties, the numbers are trickling in, but of course very difficult because the rescue effort has been hampered because of the potential for danger. When we were down there, police continued to move us north, so we would be in one area considered safe, and then moments later, they would come and move us a couple of blocks north more, saying that there was potential for more explosion. This was after both towers had already fallen. So it's difficult for them to get in. There have been hundreds of people taken to area hospitals, critically injured, as well as people who have not made it. And as far as people that may be still trapped or dead in the rubble, that information is still coming to us very slowly, Tom.
Thank you, Virginia. We have on the phone now the Jordanian ambassador to the United States, Marwan Marasher, and Jordan, of course, is one of the moderate Arab states. It's always had open lines of communication to this country. It has a new monarch since the death of King Hussein, and we're joined on the telephone now by Marwan Marasher. There are going to be a lot of Americans, obviously, Mr. Ambassador, who are upset by those scenes of some Palestinians on the West Bank who have been celebrating this day. What has been the official reaction of your government?
First of all, I'd like to express our condolences to the victims of the families and our strong condemnation for the act. His Majesty King Abdullah just sent a message of condolences to the President, and the government has issued its strong condemnation of this heinous and senseless crime. I need to say that the scenes that we've seen on TV are largely those of few kids on the streets. I cannot believe, and I do not think that there is anybody who would really condone such heinous crimes. And I have no doubt that the Palestinians, as the rest of the Arab world, joins the United States in condemning the attack and in really willing to do everything possible to help with all future moves.
As I recall, there was a report that your king was scheduled to come to America sometime this fall. Is that trip still on so far as you know?
In fact, the king was on his way, and he could not land in the United States. He was in midair when these attacks took place, and he had to turn back and go back to Jordan because of the incidents.
Mr. Ambassador, this is going to be a trial for all parties, not just the United States, but Arab states in this, in your part of the world, also for Israel and for right-thinking people everywhere. Do you think that there ought to be some extraordinary summit meeting of some kind to deal with this, what we now know as the cold, harsh reality of terrorism in our lives?
Absolutely. First of all, I need to say that Jordan has always cooperated very strongly with the United States in stemming terrorist attacks. The terrorist attacks that were about to take place during the turn of the millennium, Jordan played a key part in informing the United States about these attacks. We continue to hold very steadfast in our efforts to combat terrorism everywhere. We, of course, still do not know who did these crimes, and perhaps it is still early to tell or assign blame, but whoever did them certainly deserves to be punished, I think.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for being with us today, and we're sorry that King Abdullah was not able to make his trip to the United States, but perhaps he'll be able to do it later in the year. Thank you again for joining us. Maurice Dubois is in Paris. He works for WNBC here in New York. Maurice, tell us what's been going on in the French capital.
Tom, I'm as stunned as anybody. My new wife and I were coming back to New York from our honeymoon from Charles de Gaulle Airport to Paris. We were halfway across the Atlantic between Paris and New York when the pilot got on and said we were turning around. And it almost sounded like one of those moments where he would, be kidding, like you've heard pilots joke around before. But it was obvious that he wasn't, and we turned around, and no one knew exactly what was going on for a good hour. And by the time he told us, and as the word spread throughout the plane, I mean, stunned doesn't even begin to describe how everybody reacted. And right now there's hundreds of people on the ground at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport looking for places to stay for the night and looking for information, any shred of it we can find. People are gathering around television sets, commiserating. Rumors are flying. People aren't sure exactly what's going on, but here we are.
Television carrying this kind of wall-to-wall?
Exactly. As you would expect, like in the United States, the French are mulling it, trying to dissect it, trying to digest it. No one really has any idea. I mean, stunned is the only word I can think of, because I still am. I mean, we got off the plane about a half an hour ago, and we're still trying to make some sense of it.
All right, Maurice Dubois, who works for WNBC here in New York, who was returning from his honeymoon, and he was turned around over the Atlantic and returned to Paris because no planes were allowed to land in the United States. With one report that transatlantic flights would be diverted to Canada. It was a fair amount of chaos today. We can only imagine what air traffic controllers were going through, especially when those 4 planes were hijacked almost simultaneously. And then it does appear that they tried to fly so low because they might have been trying to escape some radar detection on what they were up to, both in New York and in Washington, D.C. There were eyewitness accounts of the airliners going over Washington Square Park here in New York at a very low level, and also over Lafayette Square in Washington, in the heart of the Capitol, at a low level moments before they crashed into the Pentagon and into the Twin Trade Towers. Ken Allard is another one of our national security and terrorist experts, and he joins us now. Mr. Allard, we've been asking everyone all day long, and most experts have been saying, look, I did expect that there would be some kind of a terrorist incident, but uniformly, most people have been stunned by the magnitude of this one and how sophisticated it was.
Well, Tom, I have to say that I'm as stunned as anyone else, simply because of the fact that although we had seen the sophistication, apparently, of the Osama bin Laden network, being able to target 2 embassies in Africa almost simultaneously, the ability to put 4 teams into the air to hijack these airliners, the precision with which they executed this operation also suggests that it was extremely well planned. So again, the thing that I think has crumbled to the ground along, unfortunately, with the World Trade Center are some of our preconceptions about the nature of this challenge and, frankly, their ability to carry out operations within the United States.
What kind of extraordinary measures are going to have to be put in place besides beefing up security at the airports, in your judgment?
Well, Tom, life is going to change. I mean, not only are we going to see much more intrusive security at places like airports and other places where we gather in public, but we are also, I think, going to see some major changes in American foreign policy. We simply have to take another view of how we have fought terrorism. We have looked at this thing in terms of the criminal justice paradigm. In fact, the president said today that we're interested in bringing these people to justice. I think most Americans, once the shock fades, are less concerned about bringing them to justice than sending them to hell. And I really think that more than anything else, what you're going to see is a new seriousness about the nature of this challenge. We clearly need to be much more involved with the international community in a leadership capacity with it. But more than anything else, I think that life has changed both at home and abroad for the United States today.
Mr. Allard, do you think that we're going to have to go so far as to put armed undercover people on some of these commercial airliners? El Al has been doing that for a long time.
I think we'll probably see that. I think we'll see that sooner rather than later, simply because of the fact the last time that we went through this, back in the 1970s, we put sky marshals on board and it began to stop that whole rash of hijackings that we had had. We've gotten in this country, unfortunately, a little bit lax. Those of us that have spent any time at all traveling in Europe are constantly surprised when we get back to the United States to find that the standards are not quite the same. We've enjoyed, Tom, I think, a great deal of security and in this country without having to necessarily be worried about all these threats. Well, that's, again, one of the things that changed today in this country, and I don't think it's going to be back anytime soon.
Thank you very much. Ken Allard, who is a National Security Affairs Authority and an expert on terrorism as well, echoing what so many people have said today about how our lives are going to change and the magnitude of this attack, which has stunned almost all the authorities who have looked at this. They did expect some kind of a terrorist incident, but not anything as complex or as sophisticated or as effective in a most cold-blooded way as this one has been. We're going to go to the Pentagon now, I think. NBC Jim Miklashevsky.
Couple of issues that Ms. Clark addressed a few minutes ago. We didn't have good answers for. We do have a couple of them now. All of the service secretaries and all of the service chiefs are accounted for. Also, all military installations around the world are at Force Protection Condition Delta. D as in Delta. That's as high as it goes. Normally, that is imposed on a local basis. But given the magnitude of the attacks today, it was directed worldwide. Those two things.
About the F-16.
Oh, there was a rumor earlier today, several hours ago now, that some F-16s or one F-16 had shot down some plane somewhere. That didn't happen. I cannot explain to you the cause of the crash of the airplane near Pittsburgh, but it was not engagement by a U.S. fighter aircraft.
What happened? What about fighter aircraft?
I don't have an estimate on that.
What about the two carriers?
So a fighter
There was a rumor hours ago that there was a fighter that had shot down an aircraft.
It's not. So the U.S. Air Force was not shot down. I know. Do you know anything about the plane?
Admiral Quigley, that was just a few moments ago on videotape. He was trying to confirm that all the service chiefs are in a secure location. So is the Secretary of Defense. He also said an F-16 did not shoot down anything. I had not heard that rumor. There have been a number of them flying around today. We've tried to share with you as best we can just what we have been able to confirm. There was a period of great uncertainty, obviously, in the early hours, but now, for several hours, the questions that we have primarily in our mind are how many people are still trapped and how many people may have been killed in the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon when those planes went down. We do know that the death toll from the hijacked planes, the passenger list and the crews, 266 altogether. On the phone with us now is the ambassador from Egypt, Nabil Sami, who joins us. Egypt, of course, has been one of those moderate Arab states that has been closely aligned with the United States. We have a strong military relationship. Mr. Ambassador, what has been the official reaction of your government to what happened here today?
We have unequivocally condemned this atrocious act. The President has publicly made a statement to that effect, and President Mubarak has also sent a condolence message to President Bush. The loss of life, innocent loss of life, whether they are civilians or military, is simply an atrocious event which we truly condemn.
And Mr. Ambassador, within
we are back now with continuing local coverage. What's happening in Southern California in this attack on America? We can tell you the city of Los Angeles is in a stage 1 alert. City and county buildings pretty much closed to the public, although they are open and doing business. The LAPD anti-terrorism unit has been deployed throughout the area. There really have been no confirmed or credible threats to the city of Los Angeles or people here. But keep in mind, 3 of the 4 planes that were used as bombs today were headed for Los Angeles. Security, we can tell you, at military bases in Southern California is at its highest level. Pretty much all major events in and around the city have been canceled. Baseball games, things at the Staples Center, the Latin Grammys were due this week, the Emmys on Sunday. Everything that would draw a crowd is canceled.
This is our continuing local coverage of the attack on America. We heard Karen Hughes, one of President Bush's assistants, talking a few minutes ago about the FAA. They will decide tomorrow if and when to open some or all of the airports in this country. All airports, all air traffic is shut down. That includes here at LAX, Ontario, small airports like Santa Monica, Torrance, Fullerton, Ventura County, and I can go on and on. They're all shut down. Vicki Vargas is out there at John Wayne Airport in Orange County. Vicki, what do you see there?
Well, Paul, it is without a doubt one of the things that is being played over and over at those various airports, the sound of silence. Very few cars, if any, streaming through. They are coming here to pick up those who may have been working inside the facility, and there are probably only a handful of people left inside. One of the interesting things to mention here at John Wayne Airport is that they operate under time constraints. They are not a 24-hour operation a la LAX. They open at 7 in the morning. They close at 11 o'clock at night. And so today, the traffic never took off at John Wayne Airport. No one ever got off the ground. This facility was closed before the first flight out, which would have been at 7 this morning. The decision made at 6:45 a.m. No planes allowed out, no planes allowed in. About a dozen jets remained on the runway. They are now empty, left behind as if they had been abandoned. On any other day, about 6,000 people would be passing through this terminal. It is, by the way, one of the busiest airports in the country for general aviation, private planes. There are about 270 arrivals and departures every day. But right now, the ticket counters are closed. Airport personnel have been told to go home, and those we talked to are angry.
With all the security and all the hassle you go through, they check your luggage, they check your bags, they do everything else, and they search you. It's amazing. How could anybody be able to smuggle anything in an aircraft when they be able to hijack an aircraft?
I may be 5'2", but I tell you, if somebody pulls a gun on me and says I'm getting up in the cockpit, they're not getting up in the cockpit because you figure you're going to die. You know, I mean, I figure if they've got a gun on me, I'm not letting them get in there. I'll fight and kick and scream and pull hair and do everything on this earth possible. They're not getting past me. I don't care.
One of the other landmarks closed today, the happiest place on earth, Disneyland, making that decision earlier on. Knott's Berry Farm closed as well. We talked to a couple of tourists at Disneyland, one of them understanding entirely why the park was closed, the possibility of it becoming some sort of target. Another woman visiting here from Dublin, Ireland, thought that park officials were, quote, overreacting. We also know that both federal buildings in Orange County, the Reagan Courthouse in Santa Ana, the Ziggurat in Laguna Niguel, both have been evacuated. The county courthouse remains open, and sheriff's deputies say they are patrolling where needed. When they are asked by schools to go to certain areas, they will, but no evacuations on that front have been ordered. I want you to see what the Orange County Register has done in just a matter of hours. They have issued an extra bulletin. This is one that came out on the newsstands just within the hour. They have not done this sort of thing, not of this magnitude, they said, since Desert Storm. Some of the pictures inside are the ones that we have seen all morning from New York. This, they say, is an extra edition. It is hitting the newsstands, is being sold also by folks who are on the street corners, literally trying to get the word out about what happened in New York. They say they will have their regular edition tomorrow, but again, this is the first time they have done anything of this magnitude since Desert Storm. Live at John Wayne Airport, I'm Vicki Vargas, Channel 4 News.
Vicki, very quickly, if you said it, I missed it. I don't think you did. You know, when they closed all these airports, you had hundreds of airplanes in the air going someplace, a lot of them coming to Southern California. Any word on where some of the flights are bound for Orange County might have landed?
That was one of the first things we asked them here, Paul, and they were not able to answer that question. A lot of I don't knows. I'll try to find out. But beyond that, the people who've been coming here can't even stop and leave their cars in to check on flights. They've been told to just keep moving.
I can tell you one thing, Paul. I had a friend leaving New York at 8 o'clock this morning who had been in New York for business. He left, and they were diverted to Indianapolis. A lot of the flights were diverted as well to Canada until Canada closed its borders.
Let me ask you something. I hope you don't mind me doing this, but I think it's pretty common knowledge. You're married to a pilot. I'm not going to say the airline. If you want to, you can.
I'm not only married to one, my brother's a commercial pilot.
All right. Now your husband, I think, was set to go this morning, was he not?
He was on his way to LAX and called me and said, flip on television, take a look at what's happened. And he immediately, once he got to the airport, realized that the FAA had grounded everything,
Right.
and he turned around and came home.
So he's at home.
He's at home right now.
Well, you know, he's safe and sound, and we're all thankful for that. Let me just mention a couple of things about road closures or road openings. Buses and trains are running. The MTA was going to shut down the Red Line, which is a 17.4-mile stretch, I believe, at 1 o'clock for an hour. Nothing untoward here. They just want to check it and make sure. They've had no reports of any sabotage or any terrorist attacks or threats, but they're going to shut it down. Caltrans is not going to initiate any freeway closings today. They want the freeways to be wide open so people can get to or from, and I suspect right now most are going home.
But a lot of the off-ramps around the 405 and the 105, and Century Boulevard, Sepulveda Boulevard between a 105, I believe, and Manchester, all shut down. Any access in and out of LAX shut down. I presume the same is true for Burbank and all the other surrounding airports, Ontario. As well, LA City, you know, we talk about LA City Fire Department. They have a 64-person urban rescue unit on its way to New York right now. These are the same people who went in the Oklahoma City bombing. There are 8 urban rescue units about to go in New York, I believe 4 in Washington right now, and they're calling for help, sort of a mutual aid from all over the states right now.
They are going to need all the help they can get. I mean, we were trying to figure out, there's been various estimates of how many people were in the World Trade Center. Each tower, as I understand it, can hold over 10,000 people, so that's 20 to 25, and we've heard some reports as many as 50,000 people, you know, work there in that center. Another interesting point, why did they pick 3 flights to Los Angeles? Well, there's one theory, and that's all it is, and it's been discussed, so I can lay it out there again, is that they picked flights that were full of fuel, that were destined for long-range destinations, therefore more fuel, more damage. Just a thought.
And they're big planes, 757s, 767s, 3 coming to Los Angeles, 1 going to San Francisco. We can tell you as well, there's been a call for trauma surgeons from some of the Air Force bases up north. Right. Trauma surgeons there being air evac'd in. We're trying to find out if some of the people from the Grossman Burn Center will be going as well, because the Grossman Burn Center in Sherman Oaks is certainly a hub, an area where a lot of burn victims from all over the western states eventually end up.
We are also going to hear eventually from Mayor James Hahn, who was in Washington on city business. We're going to hear from Governor Davis. All non-essential state buildings have been shut down. The state capitol in Sacramento is open. Obviously, we heard from Ted Chen. The federal building in downtown Los Angeles is closed. Let me once again, and I'll alert the people in the booth, give you the hotlines to American and United in case you had loved ones or people or friends that you know on these flights, and we've given the flight numbers before. American hotline number is 1-800-245-0999. United is 1-800-932-8555. They're probably really busy right now, but if you want to get through, go ahead and try it. But any non-essential phone calls, don't make them. And unless you really have to call 911, stay off that.
As well, LA Chief Parks gave out an emergency number for LA citizens, people in the county who want to know what's happening here and whether or not they should go somewhere. Bottom line is they say, stay put. If you don't have to be somewhere, stay home. But the number they've given us is 888-356-4661. Again, if you missed any of the numbers we've given you, log on to our website at nbc4.tv, and you'll find all the numbers that we've given you today.
Okay, very quickly, LAUSD schools are open, and after-care programs in LAUSD schools will be in effect. All other programs after school have been canceled. We're going to send you back to the network now. Please, we'll be back at about 15 minutes till. And all the information you might need is at the bottom of your screen. We're going to run it on the crawl all day long. Back to the network. We'll see you in about 12, 15 minutes.
Not only those kinds of things, it's going to involve some very, very tricky questions for the FBI and the various other agencies that are going to be pursuing this investigation. Very simply because the fact that whatever the terrorists were that carried out this operation today had help within this country. And it's going to become an extremely difficult thing, and it's also very clear to me looking at this that some of what we have looked at before in terms of the judicial prohibitions, in terms of the judicial restraints, are going to have to be relooked again, simply in light of this new heightened sense of vulnerability that we have in this country.
Mr. Allard, thank you very much. We're going to now report on something that we've been holding for a time. We had heard earlier, and I alluded to this, that there could be some prominent people on board these planes. The plane that went from Dulles to Los Angeles, for example, and then was driven into the Pentagon. Ted Olson, who is the solicitor of the United States. He argued before the U.S. Supreme Court on behalf of George W. Bush. His wife, Barbara Olson, is a prominent legal commentator. We're now told by a number of their friends that she was on board the plane and called him from a cell phone saying, "We're being hijacked. Do you believe this?" And then the cell phone went dead. I think NBC's Tim Russert is standing by in Washington. He is not there now. At any rate, a number of their political friends on Capitol Hill and within the Washington establishment have been stunned by this news today. Barbara Olson was a very familiar figure on MSNBC and in conservative commentary circles. Her husband is a highly regarded lawyer. He was not on the plane. He is the Solicitor General of the United States. There was some small dispute over his confirmation, but then that was worked out quickly after George W. Bush took office. But you'll recall Barbara Olson was a bright, outspoken, extremely articulate and passionate defender of her causes with a keen sense of humor as well. And apparently she was on the plane and managed to get off a cell phone call to her husband. So our deepest sympathy, obviously, to the Olson family and to all those other families who had family members on the plane. We've also been told today that a man by the name of David Angel, who was the executive producer of Frasier, one of the most popular of the NBC television series, and his family were scheduled to return to Los Angeles from Cape Cod on the American Airlines flight that was hijacked and used in the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. This from his brother. So we are beginning to get now, unfortunately, but it's inevitable, the names and the count of the people who have died. Former President Clinton, who led the nation through the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, urged Americans today to rally behind President Bush in the aftermath of Tuesday's terrorist attack. He said, "We should not be second-guessing. We should be supporting him," he said in a telephone interview while traveling to Australia. He was stunned by what he saw, going on to say the most important thing is we ought to be strong, calm, good Americans now and rally behind the president and support the actions that he doubtlessly will take in the days ahead in both rescue and reconstruction of the area, and especially in investigating and taking whatever action is necessary against those responsible. That according to President Clinton, who is traveling today in... let's go to Ken Allard. Now, Ken, just let me share with you something today. The Arab governments have uniformly condemned these attacks, and we have to be careful that there is a line of separation between these groups often and the governments who do try to act in responsible fashion.
Well, Tom, you know, as I said a moment ago, the thing that I think is probably very much in the United States' interest here is its reaction abroad to what has happened. There is never going to be such a thing as a silver lining in all these clouds. The most that you can hope for, though, is the fact that we can now begin to lead an international consensus against this kind of thing, and that involves making some very intelligent distinctions. We are not at war with the Islamic world or the Arab world in any sense at all. We are at war with a very narrow band of fanatical terrorists, and we need to keep those distinctions very firmly in our mind, because we're going to need the help of countries like Jordan. You had the ambassador on, also the ambassador from Egypt a couple of moments ago. Those are precisely the countries that we need the most to be along with us in whatever it is that we have to go do. I think the critical thing, though, is that from here on out, it's going to include the full range of American military power as well as diplomatic, as well as justice.
Thank you very much, Ken Allard. And we also want to remind everyone that we ought not to engage in stereotypical attacks or jump to conclusions. The Council on American Islamic Relations is sending out an email calling on all Muslims to offer assistance to victims of the attack while at the same time encouraging precautions for followers of the faith. This is part of what they said. They said those who wear Islamic attire should consider staying out of public areas for the immediate future. They request additional police patrols in the vicinity of mosques, of which there are many in America. post mosque members at entrances and parking areas during prayer, report suspicious packages to police, document descriptions of suspicious people or vehicles. There are an estimated 7 million Muslims in America and some 1.2 billion worldwide. Islam, of course, is the fastest growing religion in the world. You'll recall that right after Oklahoma City, all the conclusions were that it was an Islamic terrorist of some kind. It was a homegrown American, Timothy McVeigh, with help of other American veterans of military service, for that matter. Mr. McVeigh now has gone to his just reward, and today we can only assume that this was a much more sophisticated terrorist attack, and because it is the Trade Center, which had been attacked before, most people are concluding that it did come from one of the more radical Islamic terrorist organizations, or terrorist organizations with or without the word Islamic. This is a live picture of Manhattan, looking across the harbor now at the lower end of the financial district. Until 9:42 this morning, you would see the gleaming twin towers of the World Trade Center, and then they were attacked, and within a few hours they went down. We're now told that President Bush is scheduled to leave Offutt, the Strategic Air Command headquarters, shortly for an undisclosed location. That's according to the press pool that does travel with the president. It travels in the back of Air Force One, the 747. That's been set up. There's another angle on the collapse of the trade towers. However many times you may look at it, it still boggles the mind. Belief is suspended, thinking, could this have happened? Was it some kind of a graphics animation of some kind? But we are living through a day, the 11th of September, 2001, that we will be dealing with for a good long time in our lives, and our children will be dealing with it as well in history books, if not in their own lives. Any number of people have pointed out that the 11th of September in shorthand is 9/11, and 9/11 was overtaxed today across this country in so many ways. Now, according to the press pool, Air Force One is headed back for the nation's capital. The president will be returning to Washington, D.C. It is important that business go on as best it can from our institutions of governance, so that terrorists don't have the impression that they're putting this government on the run in some fashion. Amy Baker was in the World Trade Center when Bakehurst. Amy, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. It's Dakers. Hello?
Tell me your last name.
Dakers, like Bakers, but D. Dakers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you?
I was in the 99th floor. In the 2 building.
In the 2 building. Was that was the first one hit?
No, the first. No, the 1 building was hit first.
Right.
And then after the all building got hit.
When the first one got hit and you were just next door, what did you think?
I got so scared that my heart started beating so fast that I just everybody in our department just ran down the stairs.
Who did you work for?
A&R Services of New York. It's an insurance company.
Mm-hmm. And were you able to get all the way down 99 floors and out of the building before your building was hit as well?
No, we was on the 65th floor when our building got hit.
And what happened then? Were you in the stairwell?
Yes, we was in the staircase. Yes, we was.
And what did you think when the building got hit?
Oh my gosh, everybody got scared. Everybody got scared. We were all praying to God that we would make it out in time. We were all praying, and we just kept moving. We just kept running down the stairs. So we got out like in a nick of time.
And was it terribly crowded? And was there smoke?
Yes, it was. Oh, yes, it was.
Water in the stairwell as well from the sprinklers?
Well, I didn't see no water because we was just running down the stairs, running on. The staircase was packed with people. We were just running down the stairs.
And when you got down and got out, what did you do then?
Well, they told us that they showed us exactly where to walk. So I was in Fulton Street, and then a few minutes later, we just started running because the whole building collapsed after that. The whole building just came right down. So, and the smoke was so intense that we was running. We ran all the way to the Brooklyn Bridge. just to get away from the smoke.
And what did you think when you turned around and saw the building coming down?
I said, oh my God, all those people in there. We were screaming. Everybody that was in there, we were screaming, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. We made it up, but all those people in there, we was crying. All those people in there. You know, it shook us up so bad. It shook us up.
What about your friends and the people that you know that work in the building? Were they all able to get out, Amy?
Well, the people in my department, I think everyone made it out safe, but I don't know about the rest of them. I mean, you know, I'm worried about them because I don't know if they made it out safe or oh God, or if they died or what. I don't even know.
Where are you now, Amy?
I'm home, but it's like I'm in my bed because my whole body is just shaking. My whole body is shaking. It's like I can't even move. It's just shaking.
Well, Amy, we're awfully glad that you're okay, and we thank you for sharing this terrifying story with us today. And we hope that your friends are going to all be okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay. That's a very vivid account of what so many people went through, and as she indicated, there were so many people left in the building when it came down. Bob Bazell telling us the chilling story of a nurse online with her husband who was still in the building, and then the building came down. There were people in wheelchairs. CNBC's Ron Insana was down in the area when the building came down itself, and even those who were in the immediate surrounding area were in great peril, Ron.
Absolutely, Tom. The billowing smoke that rushed through the streets of Manhattan really enveloped several of us who were trying to get around the World Trade Center and go down to the west side to hook up with NBC and CNBC crews. And it was so enveloping that the air around us turned jet black. You could not see. As I told you earlier in the day, I had the good fortune to find an unlocked car which I was hiding behind, really, to get away from the blowing winds. And as it got darker and darker, I crawled in and stayed there for several minutes until you could see some light again, and then managed to get inside a building as well and connected with a couple of police officers and some others. That video that you look at right now, in some ways does phenomenal justice to what it looked like, but as it's chasing you down the street, there's really no way to describe the feeling that you have trying to get away from the falling debris and the smoke and all the other materials that were flying through the air.
Were you able to breathe during that 2-minute period when it was just pitch black and the air was thick with smoke?
Luckily, the car that I was leaning against and kind of hiding behind was open, and I jumped in as soon as I could. It was very difficult breathing, and it was getting reasonably hot inside the car for lack of air. I don't believe that it was life-threatening, but it sure felt that way. I mean, there was no way to know what was going to happen next. We couldn't tell the trajectory of the building as it began to implode. We didn't know if it would fall on the surrounding buildings or just simply come straight down as it ultimately did. And you didn't know what was next. It was dark. It was impossible to see, hear. There's really no communication with anybody else for 3 or 4 minutes. And inside the building, it was certainly calmer, but again, people were panicked there as well.
All right, thank you very much. CNBC's Ron Insana. In the Middle East today, the Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres was scheduled to meet with Yasser Arafat. Obviously, that meeting was called off. Yasser Arafat has condemned this attack in the United States in the strongest possible terms, and Foreign Minister Shimon Peres joins us now from the NBC Bureau in Tel Aviv. Has your government been in touch with President Bush, Mr. Peres?
No, we were in touch with the American ambassador. We have offered to send our rescue group, which is very trained on it. As a matter of fact, they're already on their way. You know, all of us feel today like being an American. Your pain is our pain, and we can imagine what's going over in the country. But it is the United States, again, that can again save the humanity. One of the greatest dangers to civilization, to our future. It's an attempt to bring us in a jungle where people will not be able to walk or to fly or to feel free. And I think there are ways and means to handle this challenge. And there is nobody better equipped, in spite of all the agonies, than the United States to lead again the world to become a more civilized and safer place.
Mr. Perez, there are going to be so many people who are worried that this act of war, and it is nothing less than this, on the United States will only have a polarizing effect, that it will not be in any way a means to get countries together and right-thinking people in all of the world, including in your very volatile part of the world, to come to some common agreement against terrorism.
I don't think so. I think that the ones among the Arabs who are engaged in terror will today understand that this is the end of the story. They cannot go ahead with it. And I think the world has to get itself organized with the leadership of the United States to identify countries or organizations which are hosting or supporting or financing this terrible form of terror. I think also leaders, religious leaders, spiritual leaders, newspapermen, political figures have to condemn with a full heart the appearance of suicidal murders, which really cause the same damage like in Pearl Harbor. They shouldn't be permitted. It's against the gospel. It's against everything we stand for. And I see it as a world struggle that concerns each of us individually, and I believe we can manage and handle it, no matter if you're an Arab or a Jew or an American.
And what about the conduct of the Israeli government in its continuing conflict with the PLO and with Yasser Arafat? Is that going to be changed as a result of all of this?
That's my hope. We are telling today the Arabs and the Palestinians, look, today it's the chance to depart from terror completely and fully and go back to the district of negotiations, of understanding. Nothing will be solved by weapons and killings, and everything that was solved in the past and may be solved in the future is around the negotiating table.
Have you had any contact with Chairman Arafat today or with his representatives?
What I'm telling you, we let them know as well.
Has there been any rescheduling of the meeting that you were supposed to have today with the chairman?
Not yet, but first of all, let us see what will happen. I hope the Palestinians will use this terrible occasion in order to free from themselves from the mistake of being engaged in acts of terror and destruction.
Shimon Peres, the foreign minister of Israel, a man who's been prominent in that country's leadership, regardless of the government, for so many years. Thank you very much for being with us here today.
All right, Paul Moyer and Colleen Williams back here in Los Angeles at Channel 4 studio. I would say good afternoon, but I think that's kind of a misnomer. We are presenting the local angle here of the attack on America. And we have no idea how many people from Southern California were on those airplanes. 3 of them were headed to LAX, 3 of the 4. The other one was going to San Francisco. But we do know, and we've been holding this, but NBC News has reported now that at least we know about one person. An executive producer in Hollywood by the name of David Engel, who is or was executive producer of the Frasier program on NBC, was apparently confirmed by NBC aboard one of those airplanes, and we understand now, too, that his family may have been with him. They were returning from a vacation on Cape Cod. And the other name that has come to mind is Barbara Olson, who is the wife of Ted Olson, who is the Solicitor General of the United States.
You may remember him. In fact, he argued before the U.S. Supreme Court for the Bush camp at one point. And we understand that she was actually on her cell phone, was able to get off a phone call to her husband where she said, "We are being hijacked. Can you believe what's going on here?" Again, all air traffic across the country has been grounded. We can tell you that any cargo vessels coming into the port of Los Angeles or San Pedro, they will not be allowed in as well. Gordon Tokamatsu is live at the airport in Burbank right now with more to paint a picture of what's going on there. Gordon?
Well, Colleen, an eerie silence settled in here at Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport a few hours ago, and that is exactly the way it remains to this hour. No whining jet engines that we always hear, no smell of jet fuel in the air, no passengers rushing off to get their flights. As I step out of the shot here, you can take a look at what's happening. This is the drop-off area in front of the airport, almost completely devoid of activity now. Burbank police officers, as you may see, have taken up positions in front and throughout the terminal. And as we roll tape, you can look and see what was going on inside earlier today. Passengers, grim looks on their faces, sitting in the bar and restaurant watching news coverage from the East Coast, riveted by what's happening. Flight boards, cancellations up and down the list, all flights grounded. The FAA, of course, canceling commercial flights and shutting down airports like this one, all of this until further notice. Now, within the past 4 hours, they shut off the lights at the major airline ticket counters here, Alaska, Southwest, America West, all of them closed. Now, we've been seeing some police officers who've been trying to shoo some cars away from the curb here at the airport. Obviously, they don't need much traffic here during this potential threat. And curiously enough, we have seen some parcel deliveries, which have been apparently going along as usual. We've seen UPS, FedEx, and the U.S. Postal Service bringing in deliveries. That appears to be the only business, however. As you can see behind me as we come back here live, this is what the front end of Burbank Airport looks like. Hardly a car in sight. Very strange indeed. Reporting live, I'm Gordon Tokumatsu. Back to you.
Gordon, earlier today when we saw pictures from LAX, the doors to the American terminal were actually locked. There are passengers, stranded passengers inside the terminal in Burbank?
Actually, there aren't. If you mean stranded by they have nowhere to go, I only saw a few that were actually sitting around having a few drinks, watching the coverage, but most of them have been picked up.
The doors are not locked.
That's right. In fact, I'm looking at them right now, and they appear to be completely wide open.
And again, Gordon, I asked Vicki Vargas this question. She's in Orange County, as you probably know. You've got these airplanes in the sky that are heading toward Burbank or heading toward Orange County, and all of a sudden the FAA says, you got to land right now. Do we know perhaps planes coming in from the east where they landed if they were bound for Burbank? I don't know, Las Vegas perhaps, Tucson, Phoenix. Do we have any information like that?
Well, Paul, those are all possibilities. My understanding from news reports earlier, this coming from the FAA, is that at one point they allowed it, it was basically up to the pilot's discretion as to where they landed, especially for the domestic flights. So indeed, those could have been some of the airports, particularly considering the fuel considerations for domestic flights that may be heading here to Burbank.
All right, so for people that have loved ones or friends on flights that were coming in, they've got to call the airline and find out where they are.
That's right.
All right, Gordon Tokumatsu, thank you. Same story as in Orange County, shut down tight.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock with another update. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. The hour got away from here. 2 o'clock, as well as 15 after 2 and 45 after the hour. As well, we have Doug Kriegel in Manhattan.
We've got probably the only local reporter that's in Manhattan. He managed to get in there. How he did it, I don't know. We'll hear from Doug, and also we're looking for Governor Gray Davis to talk to us, too, probably around 2 o'clock. Back. We'll see you then.
D.C. and where he will be going. There's a 40-story building that is near the Trade Center that is in danger of collapsing as well because of the shock of the explosion that was coincidental with the two towers coming down. 40 fire companies, we're told, are in the immediate area. Well, there were 40 fire companies in the immediate Trade Center area just before the towers collapsed. The great fear is that many of those of New York's finest were lost in that debris and all that rubble and the force of that explosion. Pat Dawson, downtown. Pat, can you bring us up to date on the emergency efforts that are underway?
Well, at this point, Tom, literally hundreds of rescue workers are waiting to go in there. The problem for the authorities here, of course, is when can you send them in there? We are told by Port Authority officials that they are unable to send people actually into the debris of the building. However, they do have people on the perimeter, on the along the sides of the building, and they've been able to look there. There are still fires burning in there. We were told by somebody that was down there a little while ago that there were still fires burning in some areas of those buildings. Now, as we stand here, probably a good 6 to 7 hours after the buildings came down. Obviously a very, very difficult circumstance and a big challenge for rescue officials here as to exactly when to go in there. As we discussed earlier, the problem that they have, of course, is when can they go in to search for survivors and yet still not put the rescuers themselves, many of whom, no doubt, from earlier this morning are casualties of the first events of the day, not put those rescue workers into danger themselves. So that is obviously the problem. We were told by a couple of people that were in there before rescue workers that there are bodies a number of bodies lying around in the debris and on the street there. Obviously, part of the job will be to bring them out. We are also told by Port Authority officials that the building over there, which is building number 7, which you can see, it is referred to as building number 7. It's about, I would say probably a 20-story building, that there is some concern on the part of Port Authority officials about the stability of that building at this point. So obviously, as we have been discussing all day, a very, very difficult circumstance here as to exactly when that area really is going to be truly secure. Tom?
All right, Pat Dawson, I want to bring everybody up to date on a kind of a national roundup because while the specific targets were in Washington, D.C. and in New York City, it did have a devastating effect around this country. In terms of transportation, you know that all airports were shut down nationwide. They will remain shut down until noon tomorrow. Also, all vessels on navigable waters are under command of the Secretary of Transportation. Greyhound canceled all bus service in the Northeast. Amtrak temporarily suspended train service along the Northeastern Corridor. Sections of the U.S. section of the St. Lawrence Seaway were closed. Manhattan subway lines, most of them were shut down. There was later service, limited service, so people could get out of the lower part of Manhattan. Security for Great Lakes shipping tightened. Coast Guard inspecting ships at St. Mary's River, which links Lake Huron and Lake Superior. Flat tops, aircraft carriers were moved from the waters off Virginia up into the New York area. The tunnel between Detroit and Windsor, Ontario was closed to car traffic. Security tightened at all U.S.-Canada border crossings. Ports of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border remain open, but there's a high security alert. Space shuttle operations were halted in Florida. 12,000 employees at the Space Center were sent home. Non-essential personnel from the Naval Weapons Station Center in Goose Creek, South Carolina, evacuated. 1,700 workers at the Space and Naval Warfare Systems sent home. Oklahoma police created a one-block perimeter around the jail where the bombing conspirator Terry Nichols has been housed and is awaiting trial with the possibility of facing the death sentence on state charges. As you know, all financial markets in New York City were closed down, including the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and the Chicago Board of Trade, although most banks remained open today. Heightened monitoring at all bridges and dams, including Grand Coulee and Hoover Dam. At the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, heightened security. The UN building was evacuated. General Motors gave its 6,000 employees the day off in Detroit. Ford Motor Company closed world headquarters in Dearborn. The Internal Revenue Service in Michigan closed down. Sears Tower in Chicago shut down. The 51-story IDS Center in Minneapolis shut down. New York City's mayoral primary, which was scheduled for today, was postponed. All Major League Baseball games were postponed today. Walt Disney World in Florida was shut down. Philadelphia, the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall were closed. Space Needle in Seattle closed and evacuated. Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York closed. And a number of entertainment and theme parks in California were closed, as well as the New Mexico State Fair. That's just what we know about what was going on around the country. Obviously, a lot of people were glued to their television sets or listening to radio or dealing with this national crisis in one form or another. Let's go to NBC's Dan Abrams now. Dan, what do you have for us? Dan Abrams, are you there?
Tom, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am here. Okay. As you can see, Tom, behind me, the smoke still billowing from the area where the Trade Center was. There's still concern about a building right there where there is a fire still going, and the police here still concerned that that building, too, may be in jeopardy. They continue to push the crowds back. A block, another block, another block. They remain concerned that that building could fall as well. They're concerned about the way the wind has been moving. I'm joined now by Sergeant Moses Cruz from the New York City Police Department, who was there during both of the buildings falling. Describe, first of all, what you saw when the first building fell.
Well, I heard the rumbling. I looked up, and then I saw the top of the building just collapsing down.
And immediately, what did you do? I mean, you're a New York City police officer. You're seeing the World Trade Center coming down. What did you do?
Well, first reaction was, oh God. In other words, though. Then I turned around and started yelling for people to run.
And as you're telling people to run, shortly thereafter, the second building then comes down?
That was half an hour later.
Half an hour later.
The initial collapse was we started running, then the smoke caught up to me. As you can see, everything's just actually I'm clean now compared to what I was before. And then you couldn't really breathe, you couldn't see anything.
And what was the most important thing you were trying to get people to do? It was just leave?
Yeah, just run, get out of the way.
And were most of the people running in a pretty orderly fashion?
Oh yeah, they were running, but then the smoke that caught up to them, a lot of people were collapsing, they were having trouble breathing.
There were people collapsing literally on the ground in front of the building?
Yeah, actually, I was like a block away, so they were actually collapsing as they were trying to run.
Okay. Well, Sergeant Cruz, thanks very much for joining us. We appreciate it. And we appreciate all the work you're doing there. Tom, there are triage centers set up here on both sides. I'm sort of in the middle area. On both to the east and the west of me, there are triage centers. And in fact, there's one place where a school bus has been converted into an ICU. So, Tom, as you can see, the issues continue here. More people coming in and coming out. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Dan Abrams. We're coming up now on about 8 hours since that first attack that stunned everyone on the World Trade Center. We did know it was an attack at the time. We were only told that a plane had hit one of the towers as people were rushing all across New York City trying to get to jobs like mine. And Katie and Matt were on the air with the Today Show. Then there was a report of a second plane hitting the other trade tower, and we understood that this was no longer the possibility of a bad aviation accident, that was very likely a terrorist attack. And then about 45 minutes later, of course, the Pentagon was hit. And we began to hear from United and American Airlines that not all of their flights could be accounted for. We did know that it was American Airlines Flight 11 that had left Boston that had hit the first tower. And then we began to hear that a flight from Newark to Los Angeles was missing in action, in effect. Also a flight from Dulles. It was that kind of a day. It was a day of surrealism and disbelief, but the cold, hard reality that this country was, in effect, in a terrorist war. The most severe attack in America since Pearl Harbor. In the eyes of a lot of people, a more devastating attack because we don't know who did it. And these were terrorists who used innocent people as weapons. Katie and Matt will be here momentarily. I'll see you again at 6:30, and we'll be on throughout the evening on this NBC station. There's so much more to come on this devastating day in America.
I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything like this. Saw a lot of people die, but nothing this devastating.
We carried a bunch of people that we found laying in the debris. There was complete darkness. We stumbled over some people. We picked them up and carried them across the street.
You could hear the rumbling. When you looked up, you could see the top of the building just crumbling.
I heard the sound of the rumble, and I ran. I heard the rumble, and I just heard the rumble, and then I ran like hell, and there was a large wind coming.
It started from the train. There was a gentleman on the cell phone who just started screaming that the planes had hit into the World Trade Center, and everyone in the car ran over to the other side, and we could see the burning and the big hole through the Trade Center. And as soon as we got out of the train station, people were screaming and crying and yelling, and it was just total chaos.
I was in the building when they announced that there was a fire, and they evacuated the World Trade Center. And then when we got outside, you looked up and we saw flames and smoke. And then as we were moving away from the building, I heard, a loud explosion, and, saw the second tower caught in flames. And at that point, everybody started running.
In the second tower, it was like something went in and came out the other side, and a huge, huge fireball. And that was it. And then we left our building, evacuated, and we're walking around for the last 2 hours.
I've been to Turkey, the earthquake 2 years ago in Turkey, 19,000 people died, and Bosnia and Macedonia, a number of places in the world. And this is certainly, when you start talking to a New York police officer and they start crying for what they've seen in the last couple hours, you know the seriousness and the gravity of the situation.
I was there when the tower, it just rained building, okay? And I was buried alive for 15 minutes until I scrambled out. And I'm just very concerned about the 6 firemen who were with me because I'm not sure they all made it.
3 hours all this could happen. 3 hours. I don't know if I was going to live or die within 3 hours. So I just thank God I am alive. So I can say. I hope my coworkers are too.
For those of you joining us, it is 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and you are joining a live special of NBC News on the attack on America. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Lauer.
And I'm Katie Couric. It's been more than 8 hours since the first plane hit the World Trade Center tower this morning. We
interrupt this program for a Channel 4 News special report.
2 airliners bound for LAX slam into the World Trade Center in New York in the nation's most devastating terrorist attack ever. The hijacked airplanes destroying New York's Twin Towers. They are gone and badly damaging the Pentagon. A day of terror, death, and fear unlike this nation has ever known. Good afternoon, all. This is a special edition of the Channel 4 News, and I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
All 4 of today's doomed airplanes were heading to the state of California, 3 of them bound for LAX, 1 to San Francisco. Channel 4's Patrick Healy is live now at LAX with more on the security measures now in place there. Patrick?
Paul, Colleen, we're expecting another briefing here at LAX within the next hour. We're in the maintenance area, which is just west of the main terminal area that now is in a state of unprecedented shutdown in the history of LAX. We may be able to have, yes, this live camera from the hotels just east of the airport. Look at this scene. All visitors, including media, everyone who was in the airport except for law enforcement and security personnel, they have been evacuated from the horseshoe area that services the 7 main terminals. No visitors being allowed inside the airport. LAX, of course, the destination of 3 of the aircraft that were apparently hijacked before their crash landings. Now, there have been some special security concerns as well this morning at LAX. Items that were left behind during the evacuation accidentally or on purpose are being examined by explosives experts. Nothing out of the ordinary has been found so far.
International is one of the airports that we've asked to be evacuated early on and work directly with security here to maintain safety and security. These actions were taken and at many different stages, many different levels at security to provide safety all the way down to basic levels of checking vehicles that may not normally have been suspicious, but in this heightened state of emergency here, we're taking exception.
We're not allowing any commercial or private vehicles into any of our airports. If there is a potential of some international arrivals, we are going to move those meters and greeters out to our Lot B, which is east of the airport, and we will provide transportation to that location so that people can meet if those flights are and do arrive at Los Angeles. We don't have any information at this time that they are, but because they're such long flights and they can possibly divert to other cities. But we're prepared to handle that. But it's very fluid. We're very interested in protecting the public.
None. Relatives of only a few of the passengers on the flights that went down had reached LAX before it was shut down. We spoke with the captain and first officer of an American Airlines jetliner that was preparing to take off when word of the tragedy arrived.
When we fly airplanes, we have a moral integrity that it is our responsibility to get these people safely from point A to point B. And to see someone not do that in such a horrendous and horrific and damnable way, I can't even begin to comprehend that sort of thinking.
There had been concern earlier in the day about other aircraft that were still in flight. We were told by the FAA and also by American Airlines that they have accounted for all the aircraft. They have been brought down safely, but for the 4 that were lost earlier in the day. Right now at LAX, the FAA, the FBI, LAPD, and airport police are all on scene handling security. Officials now pondering whether it will be necessary to search every single aircraft now parked here before operations are able to resume. Again, we're expecting an updated briefing within the hour. For now, reporting live from LAX, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
All right, Patrick. In the meantime, there are several emergency phone hotlines set up for information. This is info about the LA area. It's being updated throughout the day, we can tell you that. The phone number you see at the top of your screen is 888-356-4661 if you have any questions or concerns about the city of LA. And there are 2 hotlines set up for the relatives of the passengers seeking information about those flights. The American Airlines number is 800-245-0999. The United Airlines number is 800-932-8555. Again, if you missed those numbers, log on to our website at nbc4.tv. The city and the county of Los Angeles have been on tactical alert since very early this morning. The LAPD has deployed anti-terrorist units citywide, but at this point, the Southland does not appear to be the target of an attack. Channel 4's Fernell Chapman is live at the Emergency Operations Center at LA City Hall with more on that part of the story. Chat?
Well, Colleen, we're expecting another briefing within the hour here outside the LA City Hall South. And I must tell you that if you were in downtown Los Angeles right now, you wouldn't believe where you are. It's like something of a ghost town right now. Let's take a look at what it's like. Many of the streets are cordoned off at this hour. In fact, some streets are actually barricaded. You are limited in where you can go. Most public buildings were ordered evacuated, and a lot of people got the day off unexpectedly. In fact, some were stranded for a while in terms of getting a ride home. City Hall, the courts, the federal buildings have all been ordered evacuated and are closed. The Emergency Operations Center has been activated here in downtown Los Angeles. Officials are now assessing things locally, and they say that everything that has been done so far in Greater Los Angeles has been strictly precautionary. In fact, a city official talked with us earlier today saying there is no trouble in Los Angeles at this time.
I want to underscore, we have not received any credible threats, have not confirmed any threats against the city of Los Angeles at this time.
We've talked with the FBI, the LA sheriffs, in our department, and we've not been able to identify any credible threat directed to the city of Los Angeles.
Now, as I mentioned, we will get yet another update on the assessment locally in Greater Los Angeles at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Let's now move on to Ted Chen at yet another location. Ted?
For now, this is what terrorism has done here. The biggest symbol of the federal government in Los Angeles in virtual lockdown, in literal lockdown. As you can see across the street, the west entrance to the federal building, FBI agents have positioned themselves at the entrance. They've also positioned their vehicles at the entrance to make sure no unauthorized person gets in.
So can I exit that way?
You can go out either way.
Okay.
All right, we're apparently missing the sound from that piece, but these are FBI agents surrounding the federal building, armed with M4 machine guns, a couple of dozen surrounding each entrance, and it's very eerie to be driving around this building, which is usually very accessible to the public, and see all of these agents along with the FBI, along with federal police. No one is being allowed in. We've seen a few postal workers. There is a postal station here right next to the federal building. That seems to be at least in semi-operation today. But other than that, the only federal personnel we have seen go into the building are a limited number of FBI agents. At this point, the FBI is being very hush-hush about their deployment strategy. There are some 600 agents based here, the LA regional office of the FBI. You can see the 17-story Westwood Federal Building behind me. And you'll remember after the 1994 attack on Oklahoma City, there was extra security added to this building, barriers placed around the perimeter, but nothing like we're seeing today. We're supposed to get a briefing ourselves in just a little while by the FBI here in Westwood. Reporting live from Westwood, Ted Chen, Channel 4 News. Colleen and Paul, back to you.
All right, Ted, we're going to go now to Governor Gray Davis, who is speaking right now live, or will be speaking in just a moment. We were told he was going to have some comments. State office buildings.
I want to thank everyone for coming here this afternoon. I have with me, as you know, Mike Elmick, who is the head of the Highway Patrol, the Lieutenant Governor, Sheriff Blanes, who is the sheriff in the county in which we reside, and Aaron, who is the head of who represents the Office of Emergency Services and participates in our terrorism task force, which has had 2 meetings by phone today already. I want to just brief people on the steps we are taking to keep people safe in California and protect their property. First of all emergency services operations are up and running throughout California. Secondly, all law enforcement and firefighting personnel at the state level are fully deployed. Thirdly, we've taken measures to protect vital assets on the ground and in the air in California, including the electrical grid, the state water project, and a number of our bridges. Next, the Department of Health Services has been in touch with the Red Cross, LAX, and San Francisco Airport to prepare to offer assistance to the relatives of victims on the 3 or 4 flights that were headed to Los Angeles. Next, I had a fairly lengthy conversation with all the regional aid coordinators, which consist of 9 sheriffs, the sheriffs of Alameda, Los Angeles, Orange, Sacramento, San Bernardino, San Diego, Santa Barbara, Shasta, and Stanislaus counties to coordinate efforts around the state to protect important properties, particularly those properties that are on the FBI's target list, to ensure that there are resources to protect them and to minimize any potential threat. I have, as you know, lowered the state flag, and I want to urge all Californians to be calm, if they can, to spend this day with their family, and above all else, to say a prayer for the many victims of this dastardly act committed in New York and Washington. This may well prove to be the largest terrorist act ever on American soil. As you know, 3 and maybe 4 of the planes were headed to California and presumably include some California passengers. Our hearts and prayers go out to all the victims, no matter where they reside. And I have advised the federal government, and I'm trying to advise Governor Pataki directly, that we are authorizing the release of some urban search and rescue teams. These are highly skilled rescue workers, particularly adept at dealing with structural collapses and the rescue operations entailed therein. We're releasing them to assist people on the East Coast, given the calamity that they've faced. I know they'll appreciate the additional resources that these urban rescue teams provide. These people did remarkable work in the Oklahoma City tragedy. I've talked to the governor of Oklahoma on more than one occasion when he expressed his gratitude to their heroism and dedication, and even flew to California to participate in a ceremony honoring their service. 2 of those 2 delegations of urban search and rescue teams have already taken off. Another one will take off at 4 o'clock to assist our fellow Americans on the East Coast. With that, I'd like Lieutenant Governor to make some remarks in Spanish to share with all of our Spanish brethren some of the comments I just expressed, and then I'd like to call on Sheriff Blandis, who has other commitments, and then the Commissioner of the Highway Patrol, and then we'll answer your questions.
Thank you, Governor. Quiero asegurar a todos los californianos que estamos tomando todas las medidas necesarias para proteger la seguridad de nuestro pueblo. Todos los centros de emergencia están funcionando. Los equipos de policías y bomberos están en alerta. Estamos tomando medidas de precaución para...
All right, we've lost the signal there from Sacramento. Lieutenant Governor Bustamante, you heard from Governor Gray Davis. Okay, we've got it back. Here we go.
Nuestros equipos expertos en búsqueda y rescate para asistan en Nueva York y Washington. Las oficinas de Estado están en contacto con 58 condados. Hemos estado en contacto con todos los alcaldes de nuestras ciudades principales y hemos ofreciendo cualquier asistencia que necesiten. Al igual hemos ofreciendo asistencia a la Casa Blanca y al gobernador Pataki de Nueva York. Nuestro Departamento de Salud está ofreciendo asistencia para las víctimas de las familias de Los Ángeles y San Francisco. Para la información, miembros de la familia pueden comunicarse con American Airlines al 800-245-0999 o con United Airlines al 800-9 32-85-55. He ordenado las banderas del Capitolio sean puestas a media asta. Pido a todos los californianos que mantengan la calma y que oren por las víctimas y sus seres queridos. Que Dios nos bendiga.
And now, Sheriff Blanes.
Thank you, Governor. First of all, my prayers and thoughts go out to all Americans. This is a tragic day for our country. Today, Governor Davis called upon the sheriffs statewide to make sure that we were all coordinated in our effort to protect the citizens of this great state. We had a conference call with 9 sheriffs to see what each and every one of us were doing on a local basis. We all have operations centers set up. We all are working closely with the federal government. We have teams set up and working out of various FBI headquarters in the different jurisdictions throughout the state. We're also at the airport, Sacramento. I control the airport security-wise. We have that airport closed down. And the other sheriffs are coordinated with their airport directors and commissions. Also coordinate very closely with local chiefs of police here in Sacramento. We have a coordinated effort between the Sacramento Police Department, Sacramento Sheriff's Department, and California Highway Patrol, which is a key element, as you know, with the state. We haven't had any verified threats yet. We're working with all those agencies. I'd just like to thank the governor for his coordinated effort and his program to make sure all citizens in the state are safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. I think it's important to first mention, as Lou did, that we have received threats here in the state of California, but none of them have been verified. We're not aware of any real threat to our people. Certainly, this is a time when all of our people need to reflect and to be calm. Clearly, the governor has put all of the operational procedures in place that are provided for by him. All of the local law enforcement, as well as state law enforcement and fire and other emergency services, are in place. I think it's important to note again, as the governor did, that the major thoroughfares in this state, specifically the larger buildings, our roadway system, our bridges, all of those things are being closely monitored. And at this point, we're not aware of any concern that our citizens should have. I think it is a time for being calm and reflective. And again, thank the governor for all of his efforts in bringing this to bear. Thank you.
Let me mention one other thing. I want to commend the heroic efforts of firefighters and police officers in New York City who are working against tremendous odds to try and save lives. This is a calamity of unprecedented proportions, and by all accounts, those emergency services personnel did extraordinarily well. You know, I have high regard for our emergency service system in California. It seems that fire and police officers are all cut from the same cloth. They go above and beyond the call of duty to save lives and protect property. And certainly no one could imagine a catastrophe on this scale, but by all accounts, the rescue efforts in New York were nothing less than heroic. We hope in a small way to provide some additional assistance to the urban search and rescue teams that should be arriving late tonight or early tomorrow morning in New York. One final thing. On the call with the sheriffs, there were repeated concerns about taking precautions to protect any reprisals against Americans. We are one country. We may be of different faiths and come from different nations, but we're all Americans. And we need to let the federal government determine who the culprits are that caused this unspeakable act and let them develop a plan for decisive and coordinated action. We do not want Americans turning on Americans. We do not want reprisals within our borders or within the American borders. So individual sheriffs are meeting with community leaders from various different communities, urging calm, urging discussion, letting people air their concerns and grievances, but doing everything they can to keep it in the discussion stage and prevent any unwanted violence. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
How much consideration has been given, if any, to closing schools? And secondly, how long will the Capitol itself be closed?
If there are no further events today, we intend to have state government fully back in business by tomorrow. All essential functions are being conducted today. As to schools, we think that's a decision best left to local school boards. Many people would say that children cannot be in a safer place than in school, and so individual school districts will make that decision. I believe most of them are keeping the schools open today.
When the airports might reopen?
That's a decision that the FAA will make relative to flights. As I understand it, all air traffic is grounded in this country until further notice. I believe on top of that, LAX closed down, and I believe Sacramento airport is closed down as well. So first the FAA has to give permission for commercial flights to resume, and then the individual airports governed by local authorities have to decide to go back into operation. The simple answer is I don't know the answer to your specific question. I would assume that additional resources will be necessary to help local governments and law enforcement protect people and property within their jurisdiction. That subject did come up on the call with the sheriffs, and I said we would make available additional highway patrol officers to assist them in their security efforts, and if it required additional resources, I would go to the legislature to seek them. Beyond that, in terms of financial losses and business transactions, I have to believe there will be some consequences, but it's way too early to determine what they are. But I think you were next.
Can you describe the nature of any terrorist threat unverified, so they may be?
I would prefer not to. There have been some threats. They have been checked out, and they were determined to be unverified. But clearly, given an emergency of this proportions, the prudent thing to do is to err on the side of caution. That is what we're doing. We did have, for whatever reason, 4 planes headed to California, and we have to do everything we can to protect Californians, to pray for the victims who have already been lost, and to offer comfort to the families who've lost people in this terrible tragedy. We've asked for the manifold list. We've not yet received them. As soon as they're made available to us, we will release them. The individual airlines may choose to do so before then. I have to believe there were some Californians on those flights because they were headed to Los Angeles and San Francisco. And my heart goes out to everyone who was on those planes, to the families of anyone who lost a victim, no matter where they resided. This is a time for prayer and for coming together as a country.
All right, Governor Gray Davis talking to us from Sacramento, and I'm not going to repeat everything he said because I assume most of you heard it. However, it's important to note that the state government, he says, will be back running full force, he hopes, by tomorrow. There have been threats in California, none verified, and they are doing all they can to take care of the infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, and including the power grid. All right, we're going back to network. Another building apparently in New York has collapsed. Here's network.
Pat Dawson. Pat, thank you very much. Meanwhile, Dan Abrams is on the telephone, apparently at the scene. Dan, what can you tell us?
Well, hi there, Katie. I'm standing about 5 or 6 blocks away from where that building just collapsed. The one piece of good news is...
Okay, obviously we have lost contact with Dan Abrams, who is nearby the building. As he said, that just collapsed. We'll try to maintain contact with him in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden is a name that we have been hearing all day long as an individual who may, and we emphasize may, be responsible for these terrorist acts. It is a name we have heard before as well. Hoda Khatbi has this report.
The early focus is on guerrilla leader Osama bin Laden because of the level of logistics necessary to carry out today's series of attacks. Bin Laden is a millionaire Saudi businessman believed to be living in exile in Afghanistan. U.S. officials link bin Laden to numerous terrorist attacks, including last year's bombing of the USS Cole in Yemen. He was blamed for the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, in which 224 people died. And one of his top lieutenants was convicted this year of plotting to bomb the Los Angeles International Airport at the turn of the millennium. An Arab journalist with access to bin Laden told Reuters that the guerrilla leader had warned just 3 weeks ago of a, quote, unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. Since 1998, he has declared all U.S. citizens legitimate targets of attack. The tall, thin bin Laden's goal, in his own words, is to unite all Muslims and establish a government which follows Islamic law. His network supports terrorists in Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, Somalia, Yemen, and Kosovo. We should note, though, that just hours after the attacks, Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers condemned them, rejecting suggestions that bin Laden is behind them.
Meanwhile, NBC's Andrea Mitchell is at the State Department this afternoon. Andrea, what are State Department officials saying about the possibility that this is the man responsible for these attacks?
Usually they are very cautious about drawing these conclusions. Since the State Department was evacuated, Katie, I'm here in our newsroom and talking to national security officials, intelligence officials, and others in the government. They now believe that bin Laden was responsible. They have seen some evidence since the attack this morning pinning this on those involved with bin Laden's organization, a global organization that George Tenet has been warning Congress is the one organization capable of multiple attacks with no warning. This is his MO. This is the way he, according to the indictment and the arrest warrant, was able to attack both the embassy in Tanzania and in Nairobi, Kenya, almost simultaneously. It is a requirement of a great deal of coordination, of money, of expertise, a global terror network, if you will, which has been almost unique to bin Laden. So while he was immediately under suspicion, we are now told from top U.S. officials that they have seen evidence, which we can presume is some sort of electronic eavesdropping evidence, that in fact bin Laden was in some way responsible for this. That is certainly their operational theory. And regarding Hoda's report, the Taliban leaders of Afghanistan would be well advised to deny any complicity because they've been harboring him within weeks. Only weeks ago, U.S. officials warned the Taliban that if anything happened to the U.S., they would hold it.
All right, we're going to break in again. As we reported just a few minutes ago, apparently another building at the World Trade Center has collapsed. This is a building that's been burning all day. Let's go to Ashley Banfield, who's on the scene.
Responding to this tragedy from not only New York City, but also all of the boroughs, all of the different, just read it and see if I can't read that, I'm sorry, but all of the different counties and different states as well. A lot of New Jersey respondents as well. Federal police as well. We've had New York State Police. You can see them walking over there. I don't know if you can pan over to see New York State Police who are on the scene as well. Most of them are patrolling as well. Are you able to see that? Those New York State Police over there. It's really just everyone is trying their best to get some sort of a plan, but as you can imagine, the communication systems are so difficult. We've had trouble just getting cell phone calls out. It took me 40 minutes just to get a cell phone call out this morning. It's down to about 10 or 15 now, but clearly this is a very tenuous situation with emergency vehicles going in towards that second, or that now. It's hard to keep count of the number of buildings that have come down. 1 world, 2 world, 6 world, 7 world. And there have been other reports of other buildings in the near vicinity going down as well. We were told one on Trinity Street went down as well. Trinity Street, it's just remarkable. At this point, we're not aware of any other buildings that are in jeopardy. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I was just going to say, what's cruel about this, especially for all of those of us who were around in '93 for the First World Trade, is that this is the attack that just keeps on playing out during the day. It is part of the challenge facing the American president tonight as he takes to the airwaves and tells a jittery public that the government is up and running and just fine, and that the people who did this today to the United States, carried out these coordinated attacks on New York and Washington, will be found, and there will be retaliation. It will be, if we can go by the statements of the president already today and by those of his surrogates, it will be swift and it will be sure, and there will be no mistaking it. But the scene over the city of New York is very disconcerting tonight. Let's play a little bit of videotape for those people tuning in right now. 5:30, by the way, in the East, and we've been at this all day. For those who weren't watching a few minutes ago, our own Ashley Banfield was about to begin an interview with a woman who was with her young child, and we'll let the tape play from there.
Starting to see people moving north. In fact, you were just told by police that you should move out of your apartment, Fabiana. Yes. You've got Carolina here?
Yes. They advise us to leave because we have...
Oh my God. Look behind us. Please pan in this way. Please be careful of your baby. This is it.
That's the building coming down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No. No. Listen.
We're okay.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley! I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right. We're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way.
Yeah. Ashley, get out of there. Leave the camera unmanned if you need to, and get out of there. What we've been fearing all afternoon has apparently happened. We were watching number 7 World Trade, which was part of the ancillary damage of the explosion and collapse of the other two. And that was all day about a few moments ago in Lower Manhattan. The building has since come down. We're still joined by military and security analyst Dan Garay. Dan, you know, as we continue, as I said, this story keeps playing out, and in a way, it's the terrorist damage keeps going on these hours after the initial attack. What does this do? You were talking about the American psyche earlier.
Well, you know, we know a lot from at least past experience, not only American, but worldwide and in history, that people do react with shock and even panic at the beginning of these kind of attacks. The bombing of Britain, or even the Allied bombing of Germany, and then they essentially not get used to it, but learn to cope, and if anything, become more defiant. This kind of terror action globally, historically, produces the exact opposite reaction that its perpetrators want. It produces anger, defiance, and a determination to win.
Now, Dan, let's take this a couple days in the future. The United States has a pretty good idea of who carried this out. Who decides what the threshold is? How much evidence is enough evidence? How much evidence is enough to act?
Well, at this point, quite literally, it's going to be the President of the United States who makes the final decision. If you recall, the Clinton administration struck at Iraq allegedly because they had plotted to kill President Bush's father, the other President Bush, when he was in Kuwait. We never got the public evidence. There was no trial. There was no public hearing. The President said that there was evidence. It had to be kept secret, and we struck. It could be no different this time. Or, in fact, if he wishes to, he can make a public case and turn around and retaliate or act right there.
All right, Dan Garay, thank you. Bob Kerr is with us at FBI headquarters in Washington. Bob, here we are looking at this smoke and dust plume several thousand feet above New York City. I know Washington's had a state of emergency declared there all day, and we are waiting to hear what the FBI has to say about all this.
Well, Brian, it's actually an interesting situation. We're here at FBI headquarters because, as you know, the White House, with the exception of a few essential people, was evacuated early today. So the White House set up a sort of press briefing area for a very small group of us right here at the FBI building. They told us just a few minutes ago that President Bush is on his way back to the city and will address the nation, presumably from the Oval Office tonight. There's no time set yet. Then a small group of us, again, will be escorted, I think, back into the White House. But nonetheless, Brian, you mentioned that this city is in a state of emergency. It is surreal. It is like a ghost town. I was at the White House earlier this morning when the first plane went into the tower in New York City. We rushed over to the press office. In the press office, the press workers at the White House were watching aghast, but at that point it was only one incident. There was really nothing unusual to detect in the way of activity at the White House. Then the second plane in the second tower. At that point, went out on the White House lawn. Again, nothing unusual right away. The White House tours were still underway. People were still lined up along Pennsylvania Avenue just looking in at the gate. There were no visible signs of guards with their guns drawn, that sort of thing. Then word filtered a few minutes later when the Pentagon was hit by a plane. As soon as that happened, people started rushing out of the White House. The order was given to evacuate. What I first noticed as I was standing on the White House lawn, people in chef's uniforms and staffers in the 50s, 100 or so, running out of the building, out of the front door, out of the side door, making their way across the White House lawn, out of the White House, and across the street into Lafayette Park. Subsequently, of course, we were moved even from Lafayette Park. Police tape was brought out, and they secured eventually a 3-block perimeter. No one was allowed anywhere near the White House. All that time, though, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and also Vice President Cheney stayed in the White House. We presume in the Situation Room in a secure location in the White House, presumably with some others, and did their work. And as you know, President Bush was in Florida at that time, left Florida rather quickly, went to a military installation in Louisiana, and then after that went to another military installation, an Air Force base in Omaha, Nebraska. And we were told here not that long ago by Karen Hughes, the president's counselor, that from that location in Nebraska, the president held a national security meeting, presumably, obviously, by secure telephone line. That was at about 3:30, 3:45 Eastern Time this afternoon. So, Brian, this has played out in such a way in Washington as to leave the city a ghost town, and we do know now that President Bush is en route back and expects to make a statement from the Oval Office at some point tonight.
Bob, that scene you describe at the White House with people like household staff members, people in chefs' outfits coming out, how much, when the command came, when it was made very clear to you that people were leaving the building, how much was anyone told? Did you think there was anything else going on you didn't know about?
Well, I must say, Brian, that when those of us even in the press room were watching the breaking news this morning as it happened, okay, one plane hits the World Trade Center, and you think, well, hopefully, it's horrible as an aircraft accident, as anything. It's horrible. But you're thinking in the back of your mind, well, hopefully, it's not an attack. Then, a few minutes later, the second one, I know that I stood there. I was alone in our White House booth, and I looked up at that screen and I said, this country is under attack. I mean, that was my reaction. At that point, still, there was confusion in the White House. What they normally do first in a time of stress, such as when there's a danger lurking on Pennsylvania Avenue, perhaps, is they clear the lawn. They make us go back into the White House. That was the first step they took, and we were sort of on our way back into the White House. Then they changed their minds. They said, well, it's okay. You don't, oh, I'm sorry, I missed a step there. We went back in, nothing much happened, and they said, there's an order to evacuate. As we prepared to evacuate and leave the lawn, I mean evacuate the White House grounds and get out, all of a sudden there was some confusion. We didn't have to evacuate, we stayed. Then we heard about the Pentagon explosion. People were seeing smoke in the direction of the Pentagon. It was at that point that the uniformed and non-uniformed divisions of the Secret Service took out their weapons. You saw the weapons raised. People were running around the lawn, and we were fairly forcibly told to get out. Well, and then it was sort of step by step after that, a block away, 2 blocks away, and eventually 3 blocks away, which is quite a distance from the White House. All we could see at that point, Brian, as we looked back at the White House, you could then see a very visible presence of security on the roof. You know, of course, that you occasionally see that, but we saw it in some number at that point.
Bob, we also had then that run of stories that turned out to be false, some of which we broadcast unknowing. Car bomb, State Department, and an aircraft crash landing at Camp David.
Well, I can't give you any more information. I must say, Brian, we were wrestling with our own incidents, which turned out to be false alarms. I can give you an example. I was standing on Connecticut Avenue and I Street, essentially between 16th Street, the Hay Adams Hotel, and Connecticut Avenue, the regular downtown. At one point, someone started shouting, and the uniformed Secret Service people ran after this person who had dropped an apparently overloaded backpack in the street and was making all sorts of shouts. We couldn't tell exactly what he was saying. At that point, they blocked off another street, brought in the dogs, searched that bag, gave a thumbs up, there was nothing wrong. But it was a day filled with incidents like that. And another image that will sit with me, Brian, is, you know, there was gridlock in terms of traffic on all the main arteries going outside the city. And you can imagine hundreds, thousands really, of people parked in these underground garages who were just inching along out of the garage and down the street, hearing things on the radio, and actually a look of fear on many of their faces, concern. Another image, of course, cell phones, and not just casual cell phone conversations. I was close enough to hear some of them and see, and obviously parents calling, wondering about kids in school. A lot of schools let out early here. So this was a very, very tense morning overall in Washington, D.C., and you've seen what happened, and how could it not have been?
Absolutely. And Bob Kerr, we thank you for giving us that rundown on what happened today. I think it probably can safely be said that for the first time really since about the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a palpable sense of fear in many quarters in this country today. For the next few minutes and to update us on where we stand with all of this, over to Lester Holt. Lester?
Brian, I want to give folks a picture for the area we're talking about. The World Trade Center is actually a large complex of several buildings in lower Manhattan. The ones you're familiar with are the 2 towers. This is the first one that was hit. Tower 1 was hit by an American Airlines 767 initially. That was a little bit before 9 o'clock. Tower 2 was hit by the United Airlines plane a short time later. Tower 2, though, was the first one to actually go down. That was the first collapse. All right,
we want to give you an example. We've got some tape to show you. That tower number 7, see the circle going around there?
Please pan in this way. Please.
That's the building you're going to see go down right now.
This is it. That's the building coming down. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! No! Listen. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're okay. Ashley! I think we're okay. Ashley, I think we're okay.
All right, we're going to have to move this way. We're going to have to move. We're going to have to move. That cloud is coming this way.
Yeah. Ashley, get out of there. Leave the camera unmanned if you need to, and get out of there. What we've been fearing all afternoon has apparently happened. We were watching number 7 World Trade, which was...
That was obviously a building that had been on fire for quite some time. The 2 twin towers, the tall ones, are 1 and 2. That was number 7. That is north of the other complex.
That picture you just saw, the plane hitting, that was the second plane to hit the towers. That hit at 9:03 this morning, just 21 minutes after the other. Again, the reporter on the scene was Ashley Banfield for MSNBC. We're going to turn it back over to the network and NBC right now.
Had a plan for this that worked as far as we can tell very well. They set up triage centers in 2 locations at least, maybe more, in the downtown region, and they sent people off to various hospitals so that no one hospital was swamped. And in fact, a large number of people were taken on the Staten Island ferry across the Hudson River to hospitals both on Staten Island, and even a much larger number to hospitals in New Jersey. And so as a result, the hospitals have managed to be able to deal with the load that they've had, and they're starting to get ready for the long haul. Everybody who was on the staff of every hospital showed up volunteering. At one point in St. Vincent's Hospital, which is in Greenwich Village, they put out a call for blood donors, and so many showed up, hundreds and hundreds of people within minutes showed up, that they had to take them in buses to other hospitals where there was still a great need for blood. But nobody thinks this story, in terms of caring for the survivors, is anywhere near its end.
All right, Bob Bazell. Bob, thank you so much for that report and for talking with us this afternoon. We appreciate it. Incidentally, 2 makeshift morgues have been set up here in Manhattan, one in the borough of Manhattan Community College, the second at Greenwich Street and the corner of Northmore, and a third makeshift morgue may be set up a little bit later on. Matt?
And as Bob may have mentioned, New Yorkers have been lining up at some hospitals looking to donate blood for survivors who may be in need. Ashley Banfield has been down in the area near the World Trade Center reporting all day. She joins us now. Ashley?
Hi, Matt. I'm having a tough time hearing you, but there are a number of emergency vehicles that are now coming out of the vicinity of number 7 World Trade Center that has just gone down. And I just wanted to let you know very quickly, before that, number 6 World Trade Center went down, and housed in those 2 buildings, offices of OSHA, U.S. Customs, ATF, and a number of other retail spaces as well. Not only that, but financial offices too. Those buildings had all been cleared out after the first plane hit the World Trade Center this morning. So there was some speculation that there's not a soul in those buildings at the time. Certainly, number 7 that just went down as we were live on the air earlier on with MSNBC was cleared out. Most people, they said earlier that they were just waiting for that building to go down. So they were expecting this to happen. Not only that, it is still an awesome sight when this happens. I just wanted to introduce you very quickly to Mel and his son Max, who have basically evacuated their own house. You live just down this way, just past this red building, is that right?
Yeah, Duane Street, just by Chambers Street.
You just picked up your animals and one overnight bag and gotten out of there. Were you told by anybody that you needed to get out of there quickly?
No, actually, we had a hard time getting back there because the whole area's been cut off, but we'd already left, but we didn't have any of our stuff, so now we're trying to get back because the water, the electricity's all been cut off. And, we basically have to move out of the area.
Where are you going to spend the night?
Friend's house. We have, our children, our other children in Brooklyn. We can't even figure out how to get there. So.
Max, you were in school, you were in high school, not far away. You could see the actual plane crash and the fireball that ensued after that?
Well, I was in class and my friend said, oh my God, someone bombed the World Trade Center. And we all said, that's not funny. And we looked out the window and there was an explosion. Then we turned on the news and we saw on the TV, the smoke and the coverage. We saw another plane going. I said, well, is this a replay of some sort? And we looked out the window and we saw the explosion carry through the other side of the building.
And they just kept you in the school at that point?
They kept us in the school, and I think it was a smart idea because if they kept us in the school, like that way kids wouldn't run down there and see what was happening. And then later they evacuated the school.
Thanks very much and good luck to you. I hope you are all safe. Matt, I just wanted to tell you really quickly what happened earlier. We have been moved about 5 different times. My producer and I, early this morning, right after the first World Trade Center came down, were caught in the debris of the collapsing second World Trade Center. In fact, our clothes are still covered with all of this gray ash, and that's what you see when you see a lot of the people who are coming out of that epicenter. They're covered from head to toe in gray. Some of the emergency vehicles that have been coming through here as well, windows blown out. We saw an ambulance that was completely burned out on one side. The windows were blown out. The ambulance driver just told us as he was rolling by, this was a brand new ambulance this morning. Not only that, but we can tell you that we've been moved 5 times because there is the concern that more buildings will collapse. We are not being told now that any more buildings are in peril of collapsing, but we have heard other buildings potentially nearby are unstable. They are keeping us at this particular perimeter because there's not too much concern that the wind is going to blow northward. The wind has been blowing eastward off of the island of Manhattan and into the other boroughs east in Brooklyn. But at this point, we seem to be okay at this vantage point, and we are about, I'd say about 7 blocks from where 7 World Trade Center stood just within the half hour.
All right, Ashley Banfield reporting from downtown. Ashley, thanks very much. Just a reminder that airports across the country are closed. There's a ground hold in effect until about noon, at least noon tomorrow. For a while, the borders between the U.S. and Canada and the U.S. and Mexico were closed. We're not sure whether those have been reopened. There was a high state of alert issued for nuclear power plants across the country. Obviously, some fear that if planes had been hijacked, that one might target a nuclear facility. Again, so much of life in America as we know it has been disrupted, and that, of course, is one of the targets of terrorism.
That's right. We want to remind people also, once again, Matt, that President Bush will address the nation at some point tonight. When we find out specifically when, we will let you know. Meanwhile, there is a sports facility, a massive sports facility called Chelsea Piers here in Manhattan, which is about 20 blocks away from the World Trade Center, from the Twin Towers, which we've been watching first burn and then totally collapse all day today. Apparently a triage unit has
All right, we're going to cut into NBC here. We've been watching the World Trade Center area, a third building go down just a few minutes ago. Reporter Ashley Banfield was at the scene. That's a building that's been burning since early this morning when the other two collapsed. Our Doug Kriegel actually heard the collapse. He's in Manhattan right now. There he is right there. Doug?
That's right, Colleen. About 15 minutes ago, the latest thing that happened is that another structure at the World Trade Center collapsed, came crashing to the ground. This was Building 7, a 10-story structure that housed the CIA, other federal offices, and the New York equivalent of the Department of Emergency Services. Now, the building that just collapsed had been compromised earlier by the destruction at the Twin Towers. Again, the CIA would have been in there normally, but they had, of course, abandoned the building when the catastrophe occurred. By way of explanation, the World Trade Center is made up of about 10 buildings. 2 of them, known as the Twin Towers, are the most famous, but there are 7 or 8 other smaller buildings, and one of the other smaller buildings has just collapsed. Now, New York City now in a state of controlled chaos. The city has been virtually shut down by this catastrophe. It's still unclear how many people have been killed at the World Trade Center when the planes hit those buildings, but thousands of relatives are now waiting for word that may not be able to come to them at some point. Witnesses are still talking about what it looked like when people actually jumped. People who were on fire actually jumped more than 100 stories out of the building. That was their only hope. The floor was on fire. Their only hope was to jump out of a building. There they were on fire, coming down, hitting the ground. That must have been an incredible sight. People were blown out of the building, and in lower Manhattan, of course, everyone was showered with ashes, debris, cinders. Of course, New Yorkers have a strong sense of pride that they've got the strength to deal with virtually anything, including this, which may be the most serious event to ever hit this city. And New Yorkers are responding. As you've been hearing, thousands of people are going to hospitals to donate blood to the victims of this tragedy. But we would be remiss if we didn't say there is tremendous anger cutting across the city. People want revenge. They want payback. They are furious. They are saying this city has been violated. We want to know who, and we want to know why. We want answers. Live in New York City, Doug Kriegel. Back to you in Burbank.
All right, Doug, I just want to reinforce that you are live in New York City, which is something of a feat on a day like this. You got in there. Don't know how you did it, but you did. One loses track of time during coverage like this, Doug. I think it was about 2 hours ago that we talked to you last. Have you had a chance to go down into the streets since then?
I have. And, you know, New York is now in a sense of sort of controlled chaos. People are calm, but underneath they're furious. People are trying to behave. The traffic is not getting out of hand. Police, of course, all the emergency service personnel are down in lower Manhattan. There are virtually no cops uptown. But there's sort of a sense of controlled chaos, calm. Underneath there is fury. People really are angry at this event. The city has been violated. Everybody knows it. It's something that happened to everybody here. And there is fury, Paul.
Doug, we heard Karen Hughes at the White House a little while ago mention that 8 urban rescue teams were about to go on scene and begin to search. With the latest collapse of this third building, are they even able to get close to the scene to look for survivors yet?
There are ways to get to the 2 big twin towers without going around this Building 7 that just collapsed. But it's going to be very difficult to approach that structure because everything is very tenuous. Everything there, all of the structures have been compromised by the fire and the crash. And so it is going to be very difficult for emergency service personnel to actually get into that structure and get at some of the victims. And maybe there are people who are still alive in there. Did you see those pictures of the firefighters who went in to save people? They were collapsing from smoke inhalation. I mean, it's a tremendously terrible scene inside those structures. And so as you point out, it's going to be very difficult to get up and at those people.
Doug, we're learning a lot more about the World Trade Center. I must confess that I, like probably a good many other Southern Californians, associated the two twin towers with the World Trade Center. But indeed, there are a lot more buildings than that, as we pointed out with building number 7. Having said that, how was that building compromised early on? Do we know, was it one of the planes that hit the twin towers, or perhaps was that another bomb that was put inside building 7, or do you know?
We've been told that that some of the fire that hit the Twin Towers actually spread to some of the other buildings, and that's how Building 7 was compromised. Fire in that structure was unable to be got at, and so that was compromised that way. But of course, you raise an interesting question. The Central Intelligence Agency had offices in Building 7. Is it possible at this point? Of course, it's speculation that perhaps the CIA was also targeted. There are also other federal offices in Building 7. In addition, the Department of Emergency Services in New York is in Building 7. It's quite possible that perhaps among the other smaller buildings of the World Trade Center, that Building 7 was targeted. It is interesting. That's the one of the other smaller buildings, the only one that went down. So that's going to be an interesting question.
All right, Doug Kriegel reporting live from Manhattan. Doug, we'll get back to you shortly. We keep looking at that picture over and over again of that, I believe that was a United Airlines flight that hit this particular building.
That was the second plane to hit,
the second one that hit
building number 2, we're calling it, yeah.
904. And this one, witnesses say this plane couldn't have been more than 1,500 feet off the ground.
Let me mention something very quickly. I don't know how many children or young people are watching this, but I know I had to get with my wife this morning and talk about how we were going to tell our 11 and 9-year-old just a word, and certainly not being presumptuous enough to tell anybody how to be a parent. But it might be a good idea if your kids have watched or are watching this to talk with them honestly about it and explain to them exactly what is going on.
It's really hard to explain to adults what's going on here, Paul. They still can't account for hundreds of firefighters who went into the Twin Towers this morning. As many as, 10,000 people in each of the 2 tall towers.
Right.
So
right.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, there could have been 20,000 people in here.
My point being that if the child is old enough, it might be better to, in a simple way, a simple honesty might be better in this case than trying to skirt the issue. That was my point. Okay. We're going to wrap it up for this hour. We are going to be right back with more of our special coverage, our local angle of attack on America in just a moment.
This has been a Channel 4 News special report. Now back to regular programming.
September 11th, 2001. A day that will forever change the United States. A day of terror, shaking Americans to their core. 2 hijacked airliners bound for LAX, slamming into the World Trade Center in New York, collapsing the Twin Towers in the heart of Wall Street. A third plane crashing into the Pentagon. An unprecedented all-out assault on key symbols of American military and financial power. The nation brought to a standstill. Good afternoon again, everybody. I'm Paul Moyer.
And I'm Colleen Williams.
The nation, quite simply, is in shock today after an unthinkable attack on thousands of innocent people, innocent civilians. Authorities on alert, obviously, tonight from coast to coast right now, tightening security just about everywhere in this country and elsewhere. The chaos actually began just before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock our time in Los Angeles, and apparently it is not over yet. About 30 minutes ago, as Colleen and I were talking, another building in Lower Manhattan collapsed. This is a look at the flying debris from the number 7 tower. You're going to see that almost coming down the street toward the camera. Number 7 tower at the World Trade Center. Rescue crews were concerned about its safety because it was damaged in the earlier collapse. It was compromised by fire, and about a half an hour ago it went. The 47-story building collapsed about a half an hour ago. Channel 4's Chris Schabel is here with us now with a chronology, the timeline of all the events and all this destruction. Chris?
Paul, the first attack in New York was baffling at first, with people not even knowing what was going on. Was it a bomb or even an air traffic control error? Then the second plane targeted the World Trade Center, as word of similar hijackings came from both Washington, D.C. and Pittsburgh. America began to understand it was under attack. The terror begins at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. as a hijacked commercial jetliner crashes into the first of two World Trade Center towers. It's American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 from Boston on its way to Los Angeles International Airport. On board, 81 passengers, 9 flight attendants, and 2 pilots.
All I know, I got up this morning, come to work to do my job. And I didn't hear anything about these terrorists, nothing.
Roughly 18 minutes after the first crash, disbelief as a second commercial plane slams into the other tower. It's United Airlines Flight 175, a Boeing 767 from Boston on its way to LAX. On board, 56 passengers, 2 pilots, and 7 flight attendants. As the towers burn, emergency crews scramble to attend to the victims. There are reports that victims trapped in the World Trade Center towers are forced to leap from high floors or burn. President Bush speaks for the first time from a school in Sarasota, Florida.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
About an hour after the attacks in New York, another plane crashes at the Pentagon in Northern Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. This one is American Airlines Flight 77. It's a Boeing 757 from Dulles Airport near Washington, also heading to LAX. On board, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. As the rescue efforts continue in Manhattan, the Federal Aviation Administration shuts down all air travel nationwide to help prevent further hijacking attacks. Just after 10 o'clock, the horrific sight of the first World Trade Center tower collapsing in a cloud of dust and debris. Untold numbers more people killed.
Yeah, we ran and fell into the thing, and then we came back and we were walking around the other side, and the other building blew. And I pulled a woman underneath a truck because all the debris was falling down then.
Soon after, word comes that a 4th jetliner has crashed at Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania, about 80 miles east of Pittsburgh. This one is United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757 heading from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco. The plane was carrying 38 passengers, 2 pilots, and 5 flight attendants. Then, at 10:28 Eastern Time, the second World Trade Center tower collapses, tumbling down on emergency personnel below. Authorities say from the plane crashes alone, 266 people are believed dead. There are hundreds, perhaps thousands more people believed killed in the buildings and surrounding area targeted by the terrorists.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
A high-ranking federal official has told NBC News early evidence suggests terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden masterminded today's attacks, but there's no other confirmation of that claim. It is worth noting that this day marks the 23rd anniversary of the Camp David peace accord, which ended disputes between Egypt and Israel, but angered much of the Arab world. Paul, Colleen.
Chris, thank you very much. On a day when it's very difficult to get around into New York, and certainly to get into New York from outside, we have managed to get one of our own in New York. He is reporting for us all day long and has been. Doug Kriegel, bring it down, bring it down. Okay, Doug Kriegel is in New York. He was there when the attack happened. Coming up in about, I think about 10 minutes, we'll have a chance to talk live with Doug about how he got in there, what he saw when he first got there, and what he's seen in the last couple of hours since we talked to him last. Actually, we talked to him about 5 minutes ago, but we'll update that in just a couple of seconds for you.
In the meantime, across the U.S. today, every single commercial flight is being grounded. As we've been telling you, at LAX, extra security measures are in place because 3 of the 4 planes today were bound for LAX, one, of course, going to San Francisco. Channel 4's Patrick Healy is live at LAX right now with the latest on all of what's happening there. Patrick?
Colleen, Paul, we have new stats from the LA Department of Airports. 125 aircraft are currently parked at LAX, and it appears that all of them will have to be searched before the operations can continue. We're expecting an update shortly from Lydia Kennard, who is the executive director of LA World Airports. They right now are waiting for new information to come from LA City Hall, where a briefing is supposedly going to start in the next few minutes. This much we can tell you for certain, though. As you say, not only have airport operations been canceled, but the airport is in a complete state of lockdown and probably will remain so at least until tomorrow morning. This is a live camera looking at the airport, and this is unprecedented. This is a scene we have not seen in more than 50 years of operations at LA International Airport. Literally an entire lockdown. All visitors to the airport have been evacuated. The only personnel remaining on scene are federal and local law enforcement and those few necessary personnel in facilities and the various airlines. But other than that, everyone has been evacuated from the airport. And in fact, an area has been set up outside the airport for those travelers who are going to meet somebody here today or who would have visitors who are arriving that had previously scheduled a visit. They're going to be at Lot B at 111th Street and La Cienega Boulevard. The video now you're watching was taken earlier in the day. This was at the point when even the news media was evacuated from the terminal area because a number of suspicious items had been identified and explosives experts were brought in to examine them. So far as we know, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but still the lockdown of the airport remains in effect. We'll bring you more when it becomes available. For now, reporting live from LAX, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much. We are going to update you now, and I may have pictures when I'm telling you this. We may not. We do have some video from Afghanistan. Apparently, military attacks are underway. We don't have the video? All right, I'll tell you anyway. Underway in Afghanistan. Okay, we do have the video. Thank you in my ear. These are military attacks going on in Afghanistan. As you probably know, Osama bin Laden is certainly a suspect in all of this, and his headquarters, for the most part, are in Afghanistan. And President Bush promised swift and thorough retaliation. And I say apparently because we haven't confirmed this, but apparently that is what's going on. Let's listen into MSNBC right now on this.
That we would retaliate. This warning has been communicated to the Taliban leaders directly and indirectly over the course of many weeks. They denied today any involvement by bin Laden, but we have been told by top officials in the United States government that they are 90% sure that bin Laden was responsible. I don't think we would have been told that if they didn't have enough evidence to retaliate. So what you may be watching, and I should stress, Brian, that we don't know the source of this video, but what you may be watching is tracer attacks, signs of missile attacks on Kabul, and if that is the case, it could well be a U.S. retaliation for what happened today.
Andrea, the missiles were earlier visible in midair, and the trails behind them were consistent with what we've seen to be cruise missile attacks in the past. Now we see the flames flaring up in the center of the lens. We're going to pause just a minute. We'll dip into the audio of their coverage. We'll come back and talk further about what is underway tonight.
First, we're seeing the flash, and then we hear the detonation some several seconds afterwards, and they appear to be coming from that airport area, in some cases several miles away from us. There is still a lot of flashing we can see in the air reflected off clouds. That could be thunder and lightning. However, there's a possibility that those reflections are missiles landing elsewhere. The flashes as they explode and reflecting off the clouds. But it's not a good indication. We certainly don't hear any detonations coming from that particular direction at this time. The anti-aircraft fire that we were seeing a little while ago is not coming up from the city. The city, apart from the detonations we were hearing a few minutes ago, appears very, very calm. The visibility here is excellent. We can see all the way across the city. It lies on a plain that's surrounded by the mountains here in Kabul. We have high mountains to the right. These mountains were used by the Mujahideen as vantage points for shelling the city several years ago during the Mujahideen infighting in Kabul. The last 5 years, the Taliban have been in control of this city, have been trying to extend their control over and across Afghanistan. And the foreign minister this evening telling journalists and CNN that he didn't believe that Afghanistan would be attacked. He said if Afghanistan was attacked, then they would call it, the Taliban would call it an act of state-sponsored terrorism, Joey.
All right, that is CNN's Nick Robertson. Again, please keep the line open to us. Nick Robertson there.
Andrea Mitchell back in the Washington Bureau on this day when, if nothing else, we have learned to expect anything and not to trust anything. We've had false reports of a car bomb at the U.S. State Department and a plane landing at Camp David. If, Andrea, this was indeed an American cruise missile attack retaliation, what footprints would the attack on the U.S. have to have left behind?
Skip Brand, former counterterrorism director for the FBI.
We've apparently lost touch with Andrea Mitchell in Washington. John Palmer is at the Pentagon for us tonight. John, perhaps you can handle that question. And the question is, what footprints would the attack on the U.S. have to have left behind for retaliation to come so swiftly, it being just past 6 p.m. here in the East now?
Brian, they would have to have certainly hard evidence to trace this back to bin Laden to carry out this particular attack. It's been unusual today because officials have been rather outspoken, pointing fingers. And as Andrea Mitchell reported a short time ago, that's a little bit unusual this early. Just a short time ago, a number of reporters were picked up. We're about
okay, as we continue to look at the pictures from the capital city of Kabul, Afghanistan, we understand the city council president, Alex Padilla, is speaking. Let's listen in.
All activities throughout the city of Los Angeles. We announced this morning the closure to the public of City Hall and our other city buildings in the Civic Center, namely City Hall East and City Hall South. That continues to be the case. I'd like to announce and ask you to convey to the public, to all city employees, that given what we've seen so far, we will expect city employees to return to work in their entirety tomorrow morning, although we reserve clearly the determination, if there are to be any incidents later today, to change the status of that as well. The airport, Los Angeles International Airport, continues to be closed per FAA order, and we will continue to work with federal agencies on the timing of when Los Angeles International Airport will and can be reopened. But for the time being, for people traveling to LAX, expecting loved ones, for people traveling to LAX, expecting a departing flight, we're doing everything we can, working with Los Angeles World Airports to provide any kind of assistance there in the vicinity of the airport. Also working in conjunction with local car rental companies, local hotels, and other entities to make any necessary accommodations to passengers and their families. On a note of local news, there is a special election today in the 4th Council District to elect a city council member to represent that district. The primary election is scheduled today and continues until the polls close this evening. And so I want to remind everybody watching at home, for those living in the 4th Council District, that the election is proceeding as normal and as scheduled. And finally, I want to mention that I did have an opportunity to speak with Mayor Jim Hahn a couple of times this afternoon, at the latest, about one hour ago. And I believe he had a cell phone in one hand and a needle in the other. He was in Washington, D.C. participating in a blood drive at that time. And he wants to convey his messages as well to the residents of the city of Los Angeles to participate, if at all possible, in blood donating programs being headed by the Red Cross. There's a number of Red Cross facilities throughout the city of Los Angeles. A number of them have had overwhelming response, lines around the door. So once again, we want to convey the number 1-800-GIVE-LIFE and encourage people to please schedule appointments to donate blood at your local facilities. At this point in time, I want to call forward again for an update from the Los Angeles Police Department, our Chief of Police, Bernard Parks.
Thank you very much. Just to give you an update, since this morning, the department is on TAC alert and will remain on TAC alert. And as you understand, that process is to keep more officers on the street. Some of our specialized units, such as Metro and our special enforcement units, will go on 12-hour shifts so that their visibility is certainly more presence on the street. And they've been given some very specific tasks to look at some of our more critical structures and infrastructure in the city, to look at issues that we think are relevant as it relates to this national tragedy. We're also will be assessing our deployment throughout the evening to determine if we should make more officers available as tomorrow comes about for the day watch. We're also, just for information, looking at a variety of things, such as the airport certainly is a high visibility location. We are certainly have all of our bomb technicians out on the street because of that particular hazard. Since we have met earlier, We've had 20 bomb calls. All of them have been false alarms. And so we have seen that that resource has served us well out in the community. Our primary mission as a police department is to enhance the safety of the community and do our best to return everything back to a normal process. And so we're here today to say that we believe everything is working well in the city. We intend to monitor and continually stay in touch with the federal, the state, and the county officials to assess whatever intelligence information that comes through the system to ensure that we can make the best decisions. And we believe that we're more than capable of impacting this current problem, but also we want to assure the public that these are all precautionary measures, that we're doing this for the benefit of precaution in the city, that we have no valid threat to the city of Los Angeles. And so it's our effort to ensure that our visibility, the fact that they see more officers in the street, will cause them to be less concerned about what's going on 3,000 miles away. And so these are issues that we're concerned with. We also, again, ask those that are public service minded to strongly consider giving blood. As we know, there's a shortage of blood throughout the nation. And here's an opportunity in which certainly we'll be taxed as a nation to provide that life-saving gift to a large number of people. And so that's our report. We will continually keep our command post open. The city's EOC, the department's DOC, all of them will stay open on a 24-hour basis to assess every piece of information that we can get through a variety of sources to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Chief, what might you think?
We're going to have a couple more reports, and then we'll open up to questions as we did this morning.
It is too early to say when the airport will reopen and under what operating conditions.
We're now looking at a press conference at
Please
LAX.
appreciate that the amount of information we can release at this time is very limited for security and other reasons. We will provide additional information as soon as it is appropriate to do so by the various government agencies who are coordinating to respond to this tragedy. Thank you.
What is your title again, Madam?
Okay. Executive Director.
Thank you. Livia is Executive Director. And now we have Richard Garcia, Special Agent in charge of the FBI office in Los Angeles.
I'm Richard Garcia. I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Los Angeles FBI. I echo the comments earlier of the tragedy that took place this morning. This country has not faced anything like this in the recent past. The FBI across this country and the offices throughout the world are working closely with state and local federal agencies as well as other government agencies involved in this particular tragedy. The investigation that we are conducting right now is to find out who is involved and how quickly can we bring these individuals to justice. The FBI will be working with FAA, the military, as well as other agencies in this country to try to solve this problem. Any comments we make regarding this investigation have to be limited, if discussed at all, due to the security involved in this investigation. The FBI and our headquarters is giving direction to all the field offices on how we will act and what we should be doing in this particular case. The FBI here in Los Angeles naturally was involved in this investigation since these flights were supposed to arrive here from this East Coast. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Can you tell us about the inspection of the facilities at LAX?
The questions and answers will be at the end of these comments. Thank you.
I'm Bernard Wilson, Chief of Airport Police for Los Angeles International Airport. As you all know, we generally take a very restricted approach on releasing security information, and today this unprecedented series of events makes it even more important that we do so. I can let you know, though, that the airport police is in the business of taking care of responding to emergencies as they affect aviation and aviation security. We are following long implemented plans today. We have been in contact with federal, local law enforcement agencies working in very close cooperation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Los Angeles Police Department, and we are basically doing the best we can to make sure that this airport is taken care of and following, as I mentioned before, established procedures. I think if there are any questions, we'll hold them until the end, but I can just tell you right now there's not a lot we can answer in regards to questions today. This is unprecedented, and we're still reacting to a lot of it. Thank you.
Commander Gary Brennan, Assistant Commanding Officer of Operations West Bureau.
Could you spell your last name, sir?
Brennan. The LAPD has a long-standing, effective working relationship with the FBI, the Department of Airports, Police, and all the other agencies that are involved in providing security here at the airport, not just at the airport, but in the surrounding area, and we continue to work in that capacity today. Our objective is to ensure that the airport is safe and secure, and plans that need to be put into place to provide for that kind of security today and in the future are being coordinated by those involved agencies. Naturally, we are reluctant and not going to address specific security issues at this time. Questions will be handled now.
Okay, let's take questions just one at a time. We have time for just a limited number of questions.
Can you tell us
sir?
if the airport's
Just
been
a moment.
sanitized
Just
yet?
a moment.
What's happening to people who've landed here who are displaced?
Okay, Bernie, want to take that?
The air carriers are following established procedures and plans for dealing with their passengers. My understanding is that the facility we had set up to take care of the passengers is actually in the process of closing down. They have been taking.
We've been listening to a news conference from LAX, the FBI, police, LAPD, and airport security, basically saying that LAX will remain closed until further notice.
And also, Chief Parks reassuring us that nothing has happened. There have been no credible threats in Los Angeles and that they're going to go on 12-hour shifts. I'm going to hold this up. This is the hot off the press edition of the Daily News, and you can see the one-word headline there, and I don't have to spell it out. It jumps off the page. Let me just tell you, if this looks a little rough up here, it is. We're having feeds coming in from all over the world and all over Southern California. My partner and I are trying to smooth it out for you and do the best we can. But this is the way it goes in live television. All right, Doug Kriegel. Okay, we've got Doug Kriegel. Doug Kriegel is in Manhattan for us. He's in New York. And Doug, I guess you're still at the studios of WNBC. What is the latest for you in New York?
Well, Paul, it's interesting that Building 7 that just collapsed about 30, 40 minutes ago that we've been reporting, that housed the New York City Police Department Command Center. And when the cops moved the command center to the World Trade Center complex, they were severely criticized. It was a move by Mayor Giuliani. They were told you shouldn't do that. The World Trade Center was attacked once. You could become a target. What happens if that building becomes a target again and you are trapped inside of it? Well, it has become a target. That building has now collapsed. There's the New York City Police Department Command Center inside a building that has now been devastated. And of course, as we said earlier, the Central Intelligence Agency had offices in that building. Other federal offices were in that building, as well as the New York City Department of Emergency Services. So it certainly sounds as if that building may have also been another target, perhaps from the ground. Now, it's interesting that 50,000 people work at the World Trade Center buildings every day. Tens of thousands of other visitors come there. There's no idea how many people were inside the structures when the two planes came crashing into the towers. At this point, emergency service personnel are trying to reach victims who may still be alive inside those collapsed structures that had caught fire and had been destroyed. But since the buildings were compromised, it's very difficult and dangerous for paramedics and firefighters to get at the victims, get at the people who may still be alive inside. Meantime, hundreds of relatives of people who may be victims are coming to the scene. They want to get into Manhattan, want to find out what's happened to their loved ones. Have they been injured? Have they been killed? And they're not being allowed inside Manhattan. And that is creating a great deal of frustration among the residents of New York City. I was actually able to get into the city with a NBC press pass and a credit card, but Manhattan is virtually sealed off at this point. No one's being allowed inside. The millions of people who work in Manhattan every day, they came to work. This terrible event happened. They were forced to actually walk home to the Bronx, to Queens, to New Jersey, to Westchester. They were forced to walk out of Manhattan to the safety of their homes. That's the situation here. People are being allowed out to leave Manhattan, but nobody is being allowed inside. Manhattan is sealed off. The World Trade Center decapitated virtually. Another building in that 7 to 9 building complex has just gone down. That's the latest here. The city itself going through a state of controlled calm. People very angry. People want to know who violated the city in this way. And in a sense, in a very real sense, New York City, for the first time in our lifetime, has actually been shut down. Live in New York, Doug Kriegel, Channel 4 News. Back to you in Los Angeles.
All right, Doug, thank you. Again, as we look at those pictures, it's incredible every time we see it. A total of, we talk about the planes. There were 4 planes, 2 American, 2 United, a total of 266 passengers and crew members. There will be weeks trying to count the number of people on the ground. As many as 200 firefighters from the New York Fire Department still missing at this point, and that number may have grown since earlier.
Well, we don't, when we get down to it, you really don't know how many people are going to end up being casualties of this. As Doug pointed out, 10 to 15,000 people in each tower. But that, as we now know, the World Trade Center is not just the Twin Towers. There are 7 or 8 buildings
complex
there. And as we understand it, perhaps as many as 50,000 people go to work there every day. So when this is all said and done, and it's not going to be all said and done for probably days before we really know the extent of this tragedy, but we do know that it has changed the world. It has changed the way we think about things in this country and the way we are going to live in this country, meaning we and our children. There's no question about it. As you take a look at the pictures of the brave men and women who tried to go in there and save as many people as they could. You've got to believe that when those airplanes hit at the top of the world, of those 2 towers, people on the bottom, perhaps the bottom 5 or 10 floors, probably managed to get out. But as for the people above that, we really don't know.
Now, we've been talking about the passengers or the crew members as well. Relatives of the United Airlines passengers are being taken to the Sheraton Gateway Hotel near LAX. That's where Channel 4's Jennifer Bjorklund is standing by with more on that. Jennifer?
Colleen, we were at the airport this morning as word was filtering through to the passengers who were planning to leave this morning about these attacks in New York City. And we are here now at the Sheraton Gateway where family members of the passengers on the United plane are being directed. So far, we are told it's very quiet inside. Very few people have come here so far. But earlier, some people arriving at the American Airlines terminal were hustled away from cameras and hustled upstairs to the area. That was about an hour before that first plane was supposed to have landed. That would have been the hijacked American plane. Flight 77, Washington Dulles to LAX, would have arrived at 10:36 a.m. It was about 9:30 when the first people started showing up that were being taken away and upstairs. Meantime, the airport's operations were shutting down and people were starting to leave, and there were very few cars coming around the terminal. Then American Flight 11 with 92 aboard from Boston would have landed at 10:59 a.m. That's one of the 2 that went into the World Trade Center and into Tower 1. Right now we have some phone numbers to show you if you are concerned about people who may have been on either one of those planes. You see there the American Airlines hotline in the middle, 800-245-0999. The United Airlines hotline, 800-932-8555. That number on the top is the City of Los Angeles Emergency Services hotline, 888-356-4661, if you have any questions about operations within the city of LA. Now here, family members of people aboard United 175, that's Boston to LAX, 65 people aboard. Another one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center. This is where the families of those people are being directed. Inside, hotel security telling us it is so far very quiet, very few people showing up. Again, family of American Airlines passengers are being directed toward the Marriott, the LAX Marriott. And of course, at LAX, the terminals were closed and the airport completely shut down before anyone scheduled to meet those flights would likely have shown up, although there were a few people that filtered in and were taken away and taken upstairs. And there is also a staging area at 111th and La Cienega, where the Red Cross is, where there are people showing up that might have been there to meet flights, but we're told no flights have landed for such a long time that staging area is beginning to be dismantled. So that's the scene here at LAX nearby, where some of the family members are scheduled to show up later.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. A very difficult situation, a very difficult time, obviously, for the relatives of the victims and also for the good people who are volunteering their time trying to help those people and trying to sort this out as soon as they can. We've got video now coming in courtesy of our friends at Extra. This is a different angle of, I believe that's one of the towers coming down.
The first tower collapsed at about 9:59 this morning. The second one at 10:28. The south tower was the first one to collapse. The north one collapsed at 10:28, almost 10:30. The first plane hit just in less than 2 hours before that.
The video of the plane hitting, I mean, as horrific as that is, to watch these monuments of New York, these monuments of America that have stood there for what, 40 or 50 years or however long it's been, 30 maybe, come crashing down. It's just beyond comprehension, but there it is. And you look at it and you think this has got to be a dream. It's not. This is real. And as Colleen pointed out, the two planes hit within 18 minutes of each other, and the buildings came down. I haven't got my notes in front of me, Colleen. Maybe you do, but I think probably within about 20 or 30 minutes after that. One came down and then the other came down.
That's right. The South Tower first collapsed at 9:59, the North at 10:28. And we talk about these flights to Los Angeles. We don't have a manifold, we don't have a passenger list, but we do know of a couple of people who are on these flights. One of them, a man by the name of David Angel, who's the executive producer of Frasier, someone who's involved with charity around Los Angeles, certainly knows his name. He apparently was on the plane, may have been with his family. Also a Barbara Olson. She is married to Ted Olson. She's an MSNBC commentator. She apparently was able to get off a phone call to her husband. He's the Solicitor General of the U.S. She said, "We're being hijacked. Can you believe this?" And then the line went
You might
dead.
remember her from a lot of appearances on Geraldo. We got about 30 seconds here. We're going to throw it to the network. Let's reassure you locally, things are fine in Southern California as they can be. No credible threats so far. The freeways are open, the buses, the trolleys, the trains are running, the airports are closed. The police are on 12-hour shifts. The ops centers are up for both the county and the city. Governor Gray Davis said that the infrastructure is being protected in the state of California. So as much as we can be comforted by that at this hour, that's the way it is.
We will continue with our local coverage. Now we switch to New York and nightly.
Attack on America, a special edition of NBC Nightly News. Terrorists declare war on the United States, hijacking jetliners, crashing them into New York's World Trade Towers. Another airliner into the Pentagon, threatening the seat of national power. Thousands likely dead. Downtown New York in chaos. America wondering, what next? On Midtown Manhattan, and tonight America is at war with terrorists after a stunning series of attacks today against targets in New York and in Washington, D.C., the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. The terrorists used hijacked civilian airliners and their passengers as guided missiles in their attack. The most serious attack on this country since Pearl Harbor, and tonight the dead still are being counted. An unknown number still are missing. At this hour in this war, another development. There are reports out of Kabul tonight, the capital of Afghanistan, of explosions. But the Pentagon and the CIA are flatly denying that the United States had anything to do with those explosions. This has been one of the darkest days in America, and it is not yet over. Here at home now, a quick look at the locations where the four airliners hit. The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, 20 minutes apart. Then, within an hour this morning, the Pentagon. And then, the final crash just minutes later, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, 266 people on the four airplanes alone, all presumed to be dead. At the World Trade Center, even more than 9 hours now after this disaster began, officials do not know how many people were killed, how many still are trapped in all of the rubble. We do know that on most days there would be at least 20,000 people at work in the World Trade Center at the time that the airliners crashed into those Twin Towers. Another 90,000 could be expected in the vicinity of those towers in the course of an average workday. And of course, scores of police, firefighters, and other emergency personnel were in the area when the buildings came down. We're going to get the view now from the White House and our correspondent there, Campbell Brown, also from the Pentagon and from Jim Miklashevsky. And I'm going to join now with a complete account of what this day has been like from NBC's David Bloom, who's been my colleague all day long. David, bring us up to date.
Well, Tom, more than 9.5 hours since the first attack, the smoke billowing from the hulks behind me is now more gray than black, indicating that the fires have diminished somewhat, but it's still an extremely dangerous situation. Just within the last hour or so, a third building, a 40-story building, also collapsed. 40 more stories of concrete, steel, and iron crashed into the ground. A makeshift morgue has been set up near the World Trade Center. New York City police still sticking to their early estimates that the casualties ultimately may number in the thousands. Nothing more precise than that. We've put together a chronology of the events as America's watched, dumbfounded, and yes, outraged and defiant. The first attack plane, a hijacked American Airlines flight out of Boston, slams into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center at approximately 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time. The explosions and fireballs broadcast live by television helicopters, which then, horrifically, spot the second attack plane, a United Airlines flight hijacked from Boston, taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's South Tower. It's now approximately 9:03 a.m.
Where the hell can I meet you? I'm across the street from the Marriott, man. A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the two 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling, and in some cases, jumping from the two buildings.
But there were people falling out of the sky.
At 9:29 a.m., President Bush in Florida addresses the nation for the first time.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
But in the nation's capital, just 11 minutes later, 9:40 a.m., a third hijacked plane, an American flight out of Washington Dulles, crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames, the plane's wreckage tearing a gaping hole into one side of the building. Federal buildings are evacuated, government leaders taken to secure hideouts. 9:59 a.m., the until now unthinkable. The South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. An unknown number of people still trapped inside, including the rescuers, firefighters, and police who'd gone in trying to save lives. Then at 10 a.m., hundreds of miles away in western Pennsylvania, a fourth hijacked plane, a United flight out of Newark, crashes 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. 1/2 hour later, 10:28 a.m., the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapses. Rubble, debris spreading for blocks. In all, 266 people aboard 4 hijacked planes are killed. Untold others in Washington and New York missing and presumed dead. In New York, a defiant Mayor Rudolph Giuliani.
The city of New York in the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists.
For the first time in U.S. history, the Federal Aviation Administration closes all domestic airports, shutting down all U.S. airspace until at least noon tomorrow. The U.S. military and American embassies worldwide placed on the highest alert. Navy aircraft carriers and destroyers deployed along the eastern seaboard. The president, now in Louisiana, speaks for a second time.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test.
The president is then taken to the secure Strategic Air Command in Nebraska, meets with his national security team via teleconference before boarding Air Force One to return to Washington. But in New York late this afternoon, a third damaged building, the 40-story World Trade Center number 7, also crashes to the ground. And emergency officials allow the first camera crew from NBC News inside the smoking hulks of the Twin Towers. Ground zero, cars overturned, steel torn apart, glass shards, small fires still burning. The very picture America most feared, the image terrorists most wanted. As to who might be responsible, a senior American intelligence official tells NBC News tonight that they are now, and I'm quoting here, 90% certain that Osama bin Laden, the Saudi-born terrorist, was responsible for today's attack. This official tells NBC News, quote, "This is not just surmise, this is new information." The president plans to address the nation from Washington, D.C. tonight. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's David Bloom. And we're going to go now to Washington, where NBC's Campbell Brown, who covers the White House, is on duty. But across the street from the White House, the president is expected back there shortly. Campbell?
Tom, the president is on his way back to Washington tonight. We're told that Air Force One is being escorted by F-15 fighter jets on each wing. As David said, he is planning to address the nation tonight. One aide says his message will be one of resolve and reassurance. And Tom, we are reporting to you tonight a block from the White House at a hotel. That's because those of us in the White House press corps, along with White House staff, were rushed out of the White House this morning as the entire complex was evacuated. Needless to say, this has been an extraordinary day for the president. One aide says when he spoke with his national security team in a live teleconference today, he said, quote, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences."
Steal. Yes, steal.
The president at a Sarasota, Florida elementary school about to begin a reading event gets first word shortly after 9 a.m. in a phone call from his national security advisor. One plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. Minutes later, Chief of Staff Andrew Card leans over and whispers in the president's ear. The reaction on Bush's face, the first sign of more horrifying news. A second plane has now hit the World Trade Center, with all indications this is a terrorist attack.
Today, we've had a national tragedy.
As Bush speaks, chaos at the White House. Staff and press are ordered to evacuate. People run from their offices across Pennsylvania Avenue. Crowds pour into the streets as buildings nearby are evacuated. People gather around car radios for any information. Fire engines blaze toward the White House. Shortly after 9:30 a.m., the president's national security team is in the Situation Room, a secure communications center in the basement of the West Wing. Vice President Dick Cheney is there, along with National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. Meanwhile, the president leaves Florida, his destination at takeoff a secret. We later learn he's landed at Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base. There, he pledges, the U.S. will retaliate.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The president then flies to the Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, the U.S. Strategic Air Command Center. We're in a bunker there. He convenes a national security meeting, joining his team live by teleconference. Back in Washington, his top advisor, Karen Hughes, insists the White House has the situation under control.
Your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it.
By telephone, the president calls New York Mayor Giuliani and New York Governor Pataki. He also speaks with First Lady Laura Bush. The First Lady and Bush's two daughters are also rushed to secure secret locations. Mrs. Bush, on Capitol Hill when the attacks began, tries to offer words of reassurance.
Well, parents need to reassure their children everywhere in our country that they're safe.
We have just learned that Air Force One has safely landed at Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington. From our vantage point, we can see sharpshooters on the roof of the White House tonight, Secret Service patrolling the grounds, police cars driving up and down Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House in a lockdown as we wait to hear what the president has to say to the nation. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. And there are so many questions, but a major question tonight. How could they hijack 4 civilian jetliners in such a precise fashion? How do they pull all that off? Our aviation expert is NBC's Robert Hager, and he's standing by now in Washington as well. Robert?
Tom, 4 airliners turned into deadly weapons. There's a nationwide hold now on all commercial flights. That's the first time that's ever happened in our nation's history. And it lasts at least until midday tomorrow and might last longer than that. And there are also some chilling first details of what may have been going on in those cockpits. But first, the facts.
The string of events that results in these 4 horrific crashes begins at Boston's Logan Airport, 7:45 a.m. American Flight 11, 767, with 92 on board. Supposed to fly Boston to Los Angeles, but over New York State, it's diverted, forced to fly south, directly into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. A long day of carnage is underway. Back in Boston, United Flight 175, another 767, with 65 aboard, is already in the air, also bound for Los Angeles, 15 minutes behind the first flight, when it too is hijacked. This, the actual plane, as it hits the South Tower of the World Trade Center. 8:10 a.m., American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard, has taken off from Washington's Dulles Airport, also bound for Los Angeles. It too, taken over and loops back into the Pentagon. It slices in at an angle, leaving a deadly and ugly gash in the nation's military nerve center. And finally, 8 a.m. out of Newark Airport, United's Flight 93, a 757 with 45 aboard, bound Newark to San Francisco, hijacked as well, but crashes short of whatever its intended target is, comes down in rural western Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses there.
And I heard a loud noise, and I happened to look up, and it was a plane. It was real low to me. It sounded like it was running fine to me. I just kept watching. I watched it go nosedive straight into the ground.
You could see where the plane made the initial impact in the ground, and it was still on fire. It made a crater probably 30 feet by 30 feet, and it's probably 15 or 20 feet deep, and there's just debris scattered within probably a half-a-mile radius.
There are only two ways terrorists can sneak themselves or their weapons aboard planes, either through passenger screening or by going unscreened through locked doors into off-limits areas or onto the tarmac. Periodic FAA tests have found plenty of flaws. Found when government agents tried to sneak into secure areas, they were successful more than 2/3 of the time. Found testers also often able to sneak fake guns and explosives by X-ray screening. Once aboard, many speculate the hijackers must have disabled crews and taken over the plane's controls. More likely that than forcing a pilot with a gun at his head to fly right into the World Trade Center, for instance. Former American Airlines pilot Jim Tillman.
It is inconceivable to me that any airline pilot would allow anyone to force him to fly into an inhabited building. I cannot imagine how any pilot could be conscious or capable of doing anything to control that airplane at the time that it was directed at one of these buildings.
Terrorism specialist Neil Livingstone.
I suspect that what we're going to find is that the pilots were overwhelmed, perhaps dead already, and that trained pilots from the hijacker camp were in charge of those aircraft and were willing to die for their beliefs.
If there was time, if there was, the crews may have been able to press a button in the cockpit and send out a coded warning to controllers that there was a hijack in progress. Controllers may then have radioed back inquiries. But if the crews were disabled, the controllers would have been left in the dark for real information. Whatever else, controllers must have been surprised, in disbelief. There hadn't been a commercial plane hijacked in the U.S. for 10 years, since 1991. And now this. There are several unconfirmed reports around that give little glimmers of what may have been going on in the cockpits. There's one from a controller in New Hampshire who says that a microphone was left on in the first plane of the day that was hijacked, that the pilot had his microphone keyed, so it was picking up the what was going on in the cockpit, and that the controller then, off at the control center in New Hampshire, heard a terrorist say in English, "Don't do anything foolish." Then after that, the microphone went dead. The transponder of the plane went off. That's a device that radios information out to the radar, so controllers could only watch the blip. They could no longer tell what altitude the plane was at. There were several cell phone calls from relatives on board planes who reached their relative on the ground. One reported the terrorists had knife-like instruments, and there was one unconfirmed report that an American Airlines flight attendant actually reached her company to say that terrorists had killed the crew of her plane. Whatever else, we may know some more from the cockpit voice recorders, which could have survived those crashes and would give us an actual recording of what was going on for audio in the cockpits. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager at the Pentagon right now. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Henry Shelton. Let's hear what he has to say.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman,
that is
preceding Carl Levin,
General Shelton, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking about the institution strong and our unity is strong as war. We are on a war footing, in effect, in this country, even though there has been no official declaration of any kind. But from a military point of view, political point of view, and certainly from a psychological point of view, we are at war with these terrorists. The question is, who are they? Within the intelligence community, all the fingers are pointing at Osama bin Laden, the very wealthy Saudi dissident who has been harbored by the Taliban, it's widely believed, in Afghanistan. Let's get more tonight on the continuing speculation about who is responsible from NBC's Andrea Mitchell now at her post in the nation's capital. Andrea?
Tom, tonight, U.S. intelligence officials are mobilizing worldwide to try to find the culprits and make sure that they don't strike again. An attack on America coordinated with military precision 4 planes, split-second timing, penetration of airports and airspace, no warning.
They can destroy buildings, they can kill people, and we will be saddened by this tragedy, but they will never be allowed to kill the spirit of democracy. They cannot destroy our society. They cannot destroy our belief in the democratic way.
The first question tonight, is it over? The terrible answer, despite billions spent on U.S. intelligence, the nation's top experts do not know where or when terrorists will strike next.
The problem is that they are hard to penetrate. They are located in places that we're very hard-pressed to get any kind of information out of. And as hard as our agencies have tried, they've had some success. You don't hear about that. We only hear about the failure.
Who could have done this? Before today, the worst failure, the attack on 2 U.S. embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Again, perfectly timed, no warning, 224 dead. The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden also involved, U.S. officials say, in helping the man convicted of bombing the World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, 9 years ago, by protecting Youssef before and after that attack. Last winter, CIA Director George Tenet told Congress that bin Laden is capable of multiple attacks with little or no warning.
Osama bin Laden and his global network of lieutenants and associates remain the most immediate and serious threat.
Bin Laden's alleged millennium plots planned attacks on 3 tourist areas in Jordan frequented by Americans, on Los Angeles International Airport, and on a U.S. destroyer in Yemen, all foiled. But 6 months later, terrorists do strike successfully, ram another destroyer, the USS Cole, killing 17. In June, bin Laden brags on this home video of killing U.S. sailors, a remarkable tape made to recruit more terrorists against America. And just 3 weeks ago, a warning to a London newspaper, allegedly from bin Laden's group, that he was targeting America again.
I think it is a dilemma for the United States now. I believe the only thing is, to revise their policies, to look at what's happening. Why, for example, the anti-American sentiment is very high in the Middle East and in the Muslim world.
How could this happen? Only from a massive intelligence failure. But in this case, at least there will be some evidence.
The good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in, and they will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names.
If the U.S. cracks the case, how will it retaliate? Current and former officials say massively, but carefully.
If we're going to act, we need to be able to convince the world that we were justified in our actions. We had that evidence during the African embassy bombings, and I think it's critical that the intelligence community now begin to develop that with respect to these attacks.
Today, Afghanistan's Taliban leaders deny any involvement by Osama bin Laden. But as David Bloom alluded to earlier, intelligence officials and others are telling NBC tonight that they are 90% sure that bin Laden is involved. And Tom, if that proves to be the case, there is no doubt in anyone's mind that the U.S. will retaliate.
But the question is, how do they find Osama bin Laden, and who do they retaliate against?
They cannot find Osama bin Laden. They have not been able to. He is number 1 on the most wanted list of the FBI. They have warned the Taliban that they will respond against Afghanistan's leaders. So the attack would be against Afghanistan. Within the last 3 weeks, they have warned Afghanistan that they will hold the Taliban personally responsible if Osama bin Laden attacks the United States.
Andrea, already there is talk about a massive intelligence failure. It's not so much the blame game as much as it is that this could happen again. There have been a number of red flags that have gone up for years now, but even in Washington at the highest political levels, people have refused to take them as seriously as this day indicates they should have.
Exactly right. I mean, in our report, Senator Warren Rudman, former senator, you spoke to him earlier today. He and Gary Hart, another former senator, had a blue panel commission, a blue ribbon commission. They warned that the nation's defense, the national defense here at home, not overseas, is the greatest vulnerability. That was in February and March. Not much has been done. The bureaucracy moves so slowly, and after the 1998 bombings, Tom, America's embassies were not greatly enhanced in their security, partially, but Congress rejected demands by 2 secretaries of state to beef up security to a much greater level overseas.
Thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell, the United States, at once so powerful and so innocent in its worldview in so many ways. Let's go to our Pentagon correspondent now, NBC Jim Miklaszewski. Jim, you have some information for us about why these particular targets might have been chosen.
Well, these particular targets, first of all, the World Trade Center for its very high profile and the obvious trap that the terrorists set. After the first attack, they knew very well that all television cameras in one of the most media-intensive centers of the world would be focused on those twin towers, so that when that second plane came in with that horrific video of it striking the second tower, that would achieve a monumental victory for them. The target here, obvious, the most powerful, the center of the most powerful military in the world. Tom?
All right, thanks, NBC Jim Miklaszewski. I'm told that Marine One, the helicopter bearing the president from Andrews Air Force Base back to the White House now, is landing on the White House lawn. We do expect to hear from the president before the end of this night. He has had a long and challenging day, beginning in Florida, then going to Louisiana, and then to Offutt Air Force Base, the home of the Strategic Air Command, before returning here to his office at the White House this evening. He'll be meeting with his national security advisors. By then, Colin Powell, the Secretary of State, may be back from his trip to Peru. Also, Condoleezza Rice, who's been in the White House all day long and informed him of all of this. And Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Vice President Dick Cheney, who has managed to stay in the White House, too. These are the kinds of days that you know in the back of your mind may occur when you become the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief when you're on the campaign trail. But the cold, hard reality has been visited on this president, one of the greatest national security crises this country has faced in many, many years within his first year in office. So let's just watch for a moment and see if we can't see the president as he gets off the helicopter, and then under very heavy guard. There's extraordinary security now at the White House. The sharpshooters on the roof, people have been cleared out. Our correspondents are operating from across the street. We'll see whether we can see him as he moves from Marine One into the Oval Office. Mick, we had, as we expected earlier today, the president had a fighter plane escort coming from Omaha back to Washington, and my guess is that he must have had one earlier today when he left Florida, and also when he went from Louisiana up to SAC. Jim,
it was shortly after the attacks occurred on the World Trade Center that the Pentagon went into a crisis mode. They were trying to establish exactly what additional threats there may be, and then it was just about 28 minutes after that that the airplane hit here. It was after the attack on the Pentagon that the Air Force then decided to scramble F-16s out of the D.C. National Guard Andrews Air Force Base to fly cover, a protective cover over Washington, D.C. It was something straight out of a war zone, Tom. One Air Force officer standing next to me looking up in the sky at the F-16 said, "My God, we're flying cover on the nation's capital."
All right, Jim, let's continue to watch here as the president still is on Marine One. We do expect that momentarily he'll be exiting that helicopter and moving briskly into the Oval Office. Laura Bush, he had talked to earlier today. She had been moved to a secure location. His brother Jeb Bush declared a state of emergency in the state of Florida after the president left today, a contingency that a lot of governors took around the country. Secret Service detail exiting first. There were Secret Service offices and a number of other government offices in the World Trade Center. There's the president now, walking to what will prove to be one of the longest and most important nights of his presidency. Back into the White House Oval Office. We do expect him to address the nation later. His father, obviously, was president during the Operation Desert Storm, the Persian Gulf War. father had been the ambassador to the United Nations, director of the CIA, and vice president of the United States for 8 years before he occupied the Oval Office. There is very little in your experience as governor of Texas or even as a senator of the United States or almost any other job to prepare you for these kinds of occasions. Let's go to NBC's Campbell Brown. Campbell, what can you tell us about the plans for tonight?
Well, Tom, we're not sure as of yet exactly what time the president will be addressing the nation, but now that we do know that he is back at the White House, he will likely be joining the vice president and the national security advisor Condoleezza Rice in a room, what's referred to as the Situation Room in the White House. This is a wood-paneled room, extremely secure, in the basement of the West Wing. And in that room is a giant conference room around a big table. There are 10 chairs. There are about 20 chairs around the perimeter of the room, and there are 2 giant video screens that can open up where the president and his team can meet and essentially watch all of the communications coming in from around the country, or around the world rather. Right next to that conference room is a special communications center where 4 people are on staff 24 hours a day, military, State Department, intelligence, who are sifting through all the cables, all the information, providing them instantly to the president and his team. That's where the vice president's been all day with the national security advisor and other key personnel. In all likelihood, the president is joining them there now to get an update before he addresses the nation. Tom.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown. And at his side, he will have veterans of other crises in the national security of this country. Vice President Dick Cheney was Defense Secretary during the Persian Gulf War. Donald Rumsfeld served as Defense Secretary before and also as White House Chief of Staff. Condoleezza Rice has been on the staff of the National Security Council during President George Herbert Walker Bush's administration, President 41 Bush, as they like to describe him. Now back here in New York, as you can see behind me, the billowing smoke, the continuing dust and debris from the collapse of the World Trade Center earlier today, and then Trade Center number 7, a 40-story building that went down. But the World Trade Center, one of the targets of the terrorists today, is one of the most distinctive architectural edifices in the world. The world's largest commercial complex, completed in 1976, an architectural marvel, its details immense. A massive twin structure, 110 stories tall, built of 600,000 square feet of glass and 200,000 tons of steel, 1,350 feet tall, 43,000 windows, 99 elevators, and a home for 1,200 businesses. Businesses where 50,000 people work. Businesses that include commodity exchanges, investment firms, law firms, banks, restaurants, a hotel, government offices, atop an observation deck, a renowned tourist attraction. The Trade Center could draw 90,000 additional visitors on a busy day. Today, the Twin Towers, many of those inside, gone. That's just one of the many reasons, of course, that today will be remembered as one of the worst days in the nearly 400-year history of the great city of New York. And NBC's Pat Dawson has been on the streets of New York, very near the World Trade Center throughout most of the day. He's been witness to the heroic rescue efforts that were effected there today. And of course, tonight, Pat, still an unknown number of dead trapped there in the rubble.
It's very true, Tom. Police, fire, and emergency workers first on the scene this morning knew they had a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. What they didn't realize is that after they arrived, it would get worse, and that many of them would be victims as well. Within minutes of the attack, New York rescue crews responded. Dozens of emergency workers running headlong into the chaos, a swirling mass of fire and smoke more than 60 stories up. Chief Albert Turry of the New York Fire Department was one of the first on the scene.
The initial reaction was that it was an absolute terrorist attack.
His job, direct a rescue effort inside the Trade Center. His team of 200 firefighters fanned out into the burning towers to search for survivors.
When that first tower fell, I was trying to evacuate everybody 3 blocks north, away from every high-rise building in the area.
But when the towers started crumbling, crashing all around them, The original rescue effort became an exercise in survival, the rescuers themselves running for their lives.
But I'm telling you right now, there wasn't time to evacuate our people.
Most of those that did make it out of the Trade Center covered in debris, ghostly figures coughing and vomiting from the smoke and dust.
It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building.
At midday, the financial district of Lower Manhattan looks like a war zone. With no idea if another attack is imminent, hundreds of companies throughout New York send their workers home. Bridges and tunnels across the Hudson River are closed. Mass transit shut down.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
When rescuers finally got inside the trade towers, the damage left many of them shocked at the near total devastation. There's no way to estimate casualties. Thousands are believed dead. For those used to saving lives, the frustration is overwhelming.
When you start talking to a New York police officer and they start crying for what they've seen in the last couple hours, you know the seriousness and the gravity of the situation.
Throughout the day, rescuers have faced a terrible choice with hundreds, perhaps thousands of people trapped in the rubble in there. When is it safe to go back in? And Tom, the most vivid example of that, referred to by David Bloom a little while ago, that, of course, the loss of Building 7 of the World Trade Center just over my shoulder, which tumbled to the ground 8 hours after this attack began. Tom?
NBC's Pat Dawson in Lower Manhattan tonight, and of course, for many of the people who lived through all of that, it will be one of the unforgettable moments of their lives. NBC's Ann Thompson was in the vicinity of the World Trade Center when the buildings began to come down. Ann?
Tom, this is the view tonight down West Broadway. Smoke's filling the air where the two towers in building number 7 stood. In the last hour, we have seen busloads of police, of doctors, and ambulance after ambulance go into that area to try to repair a city that's been mortally wounded by this attack. A direct hit that shattered New York City's confidence.
Well, as soon as the first building collapsed, everybody made a mad dash to just take cover.
And everybody just started running. I just happened to duck right into the post office.
As soon as we got out of the train station, people were screaming and crying and yelling, and it was just total chaos, and the bottom of our building was blown out.
For me, Ground Zero, Fulton and Broadway, about 2 blocks from the World Trade Center, just as the South Tower crumbled. Hollywood could never imagine something like this. A tidal wave of smoke and debris came roaring down Broadway. I was standing at the corner of Fulton and Broadway. I ran into a building, ran between a column and a building at 195 Broadway, and pushed my face and my body into that building. For what seemed like 5 minutes, I was pelted with all kinds of debris. I crouched down, was coughing, trying to breathe. You couldn't get any air. The air was so full of smoke and dust. When it finally settled, I stood up. My glasses were covered with dust. Hours later, I'm still covered with dust. The building that I was in front of, 195 Broadway, the doors were gated shut. They opened the doors, let us in, and inside we were finally able to breathe. It wasn't easy. My eyes were filled with dust. My mouth was filled with dust. I was choking. The people I was with were choking. It was just absolutely horrific. All I could think of was, this is war.
I just heard the rumble, and then I ran like hell, and there was a large wind coming.
Down here, panic. Survivors flee by whatever means they can, fearing more destruction at any moment. At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandelier shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
Everyone, please clear the corner.
Palpable fear as people run through the streets, choking on dust and debris.
You gotta chase him. Come on, let's go, let's go.
We saw the building come down. We all ran, and the walkway held up to save like 40 or 50 of us that were right there. We were buried there, and then cops shot out windows in the next building. It was the only thing that was in front of us was like these 1-inch windows.
The streets of the financial district covered with debris, in some cases ankle deep. Cars on fire, cars just turned by the force of the explosions. It was like something no one had ever seen. Panic, like smoke, heads uptown. Officials ordering precautionary evacuations of some of New York City's landmarks.
This is an orderly evacuation of 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
On the street, anxious commuters trying to call home, cell phone service dead. At Grand Central Station, travelers desperate to get out of the city.
It's gonna take a long time, but you're gonna see Mama and Papa today, okay?
Outside the station, a surreal scene. People buying postcards of the Twin Towers that no longer exist. As the day wears on, witnesses who survived the attack now face a new horror, searching for missing friends and co-workers.
We can't account for all of our employees. We're just in a state of shock.
The biggest, busiest city in the world, the attack revives fears of the 1993 bombing. Suddenly, nowhere in the financial district seems safe. Did you ever think this could happen again?
Police headquarters right downtown. No, I really didn't. I lived through the first one.
After a tragedy so great, tonight a city comes together, searching for safety and comfort. Tom, now this area is more than just a business district. It is also where people live. And within the last hour, we have seen families bringing suitcases, crates carrying their family pets to leave and to go elsewhere. They have no water, they have no gas, and there is also the fear that more buildings will collapse. The area is covered by police from all over New York City, and they tell us that they will be here through the night. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Ann Thompson. But let me ask you, after you finally emerged from that building, what about other people who could not get into a building? What kind of casualties did you see?
Tom, I will tell you that when I walked out of the building on Broadway and headed down towards Canal, it was as if there had been a blizzard of debris and dust all over the street. I saw people running, I was walking, there were a lot of rescue people there, but there were people injured. I saw a woman being carried by two men. It was like something I had never seen anything like it, and all I could think of was just to get away from there, to get to safety. And as I kept walking to Canal Street, I could hear yet another explosion behind me. It was truly one of the most frightening moments I've ever lived through.
Thanks very much, NBC's Ann Thompson. Any number of NBC News personnel were caught in all of that today. Among them, our producer, Mary Beth O'Toole, and correspondent Rahema Ellis. And they provided us tonight with a kind of a video diary. We'd like to share that with you now. Well, we'll hope to get back to Rahema Ellis. Obviously, we're having some difficulty with what has been going on with the audio part of our broadcast tonight in that particular videotape. This is a live picture looking across New York Harbor, and I'll ask your forbearance and patience here because we are doing the very best we can under, as you might expect, some very trying circumstances. That's looking across from the other side, from the New Jersey side, at the lower end of Manhattan. That is a picture that has been going on all day, but when it began, there were the two 110-story towers of the World Trade Center. They are now gone from the Manhattan skyline. It's still a stunning thought to realize that they have been brought down so coldly and so efficiently in such a cold-blooded fashion by these hijacked airliners in this terrorist attack. Another colleague who captured some of the most horrifying moments today is Christian Martin. He's a native New Yorker and he's a producer at Dateline. He had his own camera with him when the buildings began to come down.
And I saw a tourist with a video camera, so I said, let me buy that from you. I took a shot of a huge wheel of a plane lying in the middle of the avenue. There was all these sort of white sheets in in the middle of the street, which took me a minute to figure out what those were. I mean, the collapse happened 10 minutes after I got the camera. I shot a couple of shots of the building burning. I was shooting the building, and the building started to collapse, and that happens pretty slowly. Everyone gets into the job for adventure. This turned sour pretty fast. You know, I was down in Oklahoma City, and I got there about 4 hours afterwards, and that was pretty chaotic. This was about 1,000 times worse and more chaotic than that. And then, you know, the cop was like, run, run, to save my life. I had literally a mouthful of soot. You couldn't see. It's just... And then people were just remarkable. You know, I mean, everyone was just in a horrible, horrible place. You couldn't see. Everyone was hurt. I was so lucky, so lucky, so much luckier than so many other people. I mean, you just cannot overemphasize how many completely innocent, beautiful people were just, you know, destroyed by this.
One of our producers, Christian Bernard, tonight, in his own words, he was there in the middle of it. Christian Martin is a producer for Dateline. He managed to buy a camera from a tourist and then almost lost his life as he was trying to record what was going on down there. We want to tell you that momentarily we do expect to hear from the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, who does have supervisory responsibility for the FBI. He's our chief law enforcement officer. And also from the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, the former governor of Wisconsin. He'll be dealing with a lot of the relief that is going on. Behind me, you can see the dusk is now beginning to settle over the city of New York, and the billowing smoke is still emanating from the lower part of Manhattan, the site of what was once two towers, each 110 stories high. 20,000 people, we believe, are in them at that time when they were attacked today. And the 40-story 7 Trade Center now missing from the Manhattan skyline. We're going to see if we can't get Rahema Ellis back. She was with Mary Beth O'Toole today. They had a kind of a video diary. So let's join that now. We may have to come out of it as we go to Attorney General Ashcroft. But let's hear from Rahema.
New York City's Brooklyn Bridge, normally clogged with vehicles, today an escape route. It's 11:45 in the morning, and there is a mass exodus from downtown New York City. You can take a look, and you can see hundreds of thousands of people leaving the area.
These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy?
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson with John Ashcroft, who is the Attorney General of the United States, talking about the role of the federal government now in tracking down those people who are responsible for today's attacks, and then the process of healing physically and psychologically and politically this country. Big part of the story today, the medical response. Witnesses kept saying the scene today was like a war zone. In fact, one of the rescue workers said, "I spent a year in combat. I never saw anything quite like all of this." New York area has first-rate medical facilities, and many of them, and NBC's Robert Bazell was at one of them today, and he joins us now. Robert?
Tom, within minutes of the first explosion, thousands of doctors and nurses at hundreds of hospitals around the New York City area responded with emergency plans to the biggest medical crisis this city has ever faced. At the scene of the explosions and building collapse, emergency workers set up triage sites to put the dead aside and move the most critically wounded to area hospitals. The closest trauma center to the World Trade Center is St. Vincent's in New York's Greenwich Village. A steady stream of ambulances began minutes after the explosion and continued through the day with many kinds of injuries.
Several fractures, several patients have already been to the operating room, and because of the intense fire and smoke, multiple patients with inhalation injuries, and they're being monitored in critical care units.
Medical staff stood prepared to meet each ambulance, some carrying many injured. This one hospital sent out a call for blood donors, and within minutes, so many volunteers appeared that the hospital was swamped and arranged for buses to take donors to other hospitals.
What if you know you're just and you're not sure whether you're negative or positive?
More than 400 casualties were taken across the Hudson River to hospitals in New Jersey and Staten Island.
What next? Oh my God.
Among the first casualties, about 1 in 5 were rescue workers, firefighters, police, and EMS technicians involved in the rescue effort. Many of the rescuers, hardened by years of tragedies, said they had never seen anything as bad.
They turned in tonight for about 2 or 3 minutes and took an inventory of myself and went about.
As of late this evening, the total number of casualties taken to all area hospitals stands near 1,000. And that number is very low because rescue workers expect that there are still thousands of people buried underneath all of that rubble. And all of the doctors and nurses expect that they are going to be treating casualties from the rubble for several days to come. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Robert Bazell tonight. Now let's go back to Washington. It was the scene of the third hit, of course, a direct hit on the emblem of American military power, the Pentagon, the headquarters for our military services. An estimated 100 casualties there on the ground. 64 were on the plane that hit it, including a prominent Washington lawyer. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski. Well, before we get to that, we're going to go to the congressional leadership. Jim, if you'll just stand by at the Pentagon, Jim Miklaszewski will be coming back to you momentarily. Let's go now to the Hill, and Tom Daschle is the Senate Majority Leader.
To justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
Now, House Speaker Dennis Hastert, who's third in line in succession.
We know as a nation As we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We'd ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
A rare and welcome bipartisan gathering of the Republican and Democratic leadership of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives.
This is wild.
On the steps of the U.S. Capitol, men and women, black, white, and Asian, conservatives and liberals and independents from all corners of this country, a spontaneous demonstration of unity, a declaration of support for the President of the United States, and a very important symbolic message to be sending around the world and to this country at this hour. NBC's Tim Russert is our Washington bureau chief. Tim, Washington has been riven in recent years by petty political divisions, but this is bound to have a big impact on the ability of Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, to say nothing of the other political players in this country, to find common ground.
Tom, the rancor and partisanship in Washington disappeared immediately. Such national unity as just demonstrated in the steps of the Capitol. Remember, 24 hours ago, it was the Bush tax cut, the Bush budget, the Bush economy. You don't hear any of that tonight. It's America's enemy. America's under attack. Tomorrow, the Congress will convene. Almost an act of defiance saying, we are here standing strong, Democrats and Republicans arm in arm. It's a very, very important message, not only for the world and the terrorists, but for our own nation as well. And it's quite welcome, frankly, by many people who've been covering a Congress constantly bickering with one another almost every issue. Tonight, they have found, in a very tragic way, a common bond because out of the necessity of protecting our country and our values.
Thanks very much, NBC's Tim Russert. Every generation of politicians has, in its own way, Tim, a test of its steel and its strength and its long view for this country. But I think that it's worth also pointing out that whatever happens in Washington in the next several days, that America is going to be changed by the events of this day. Let's go to NBC Jim Miklaszewski now, who is at the Pentagon, across the river, of course, from the nation's capital. He was there in his office this morning when he heard an explosion and told us immediately he didn't know for sure what it was. We later learned, of course, Jim, it was the unthinkable, a hijacked airliner that had crashed into that building.
Back here, fresh flames are flickering from the roof of the building. Rescue workers continue to search the bombed-out portion of the Pentagon. It's believed that scores of dead are still buried beneath the rubble. No exact death toll has been yet released here, but a temporary morgue has been set up at the courtyard at the center of the Pentagon complex. And the dead. This was the second target in a well-coordinated act of terrorism. At 9:15, after the second plane hits the World Trade Center, the Pentagon puts together a crisis action team to assess any additional threats. 9:30, American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 with 62 people on board, takes off from Dulles Airport for Los Angeles. Believed hijacked, it heads instead for the Pentagon. 9:38, flying low alongside the Pentagon, it banks sharply 90 degrees, flips on its right side, and slams into the Pentagon's lower 2 floors on the southwest side, exploding on impact as horrified commuters watch.
I saw a plane going down, big plane, commercial liner type, going down full speed and just inside the side of the Pentagon.
Panicked employees evacuate by the thousands. The plane slices deep into the lower Pentagon, leaving a gaping black hole of destruction. The upper floors later collapse, burying hopes any more survivors will be found alive. At the opposite end of the Pentagon, well out of harm's way, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was at his desk.
Secretary Rumsfeld was in his office at the time the plane hit the Pentagon and proceeded down towards the impact point in the building. It actually went outside the building and was helpful in getting several people that were injured onto stretchers.
It was 4 hours before the fire is brought under control and rescuers enter the building in search of more dead or possible injured. In a scene straight out of a war zone, F-16, scrambled by the National Guard, fly cover over the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. But the attacks appear over, the unspeakable deed done. And a short time ago, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Hugh Shelton, expressed America's resolve with a firm pledge to retaliate against those responsible. The #1 suspect, Osama bin Laden. Now, the military has always had contingency plans for attacks against a variety of bin Laden targets. Behind me and what's left of this building here tonight, the military is literally dusting off those plans. Tom?
NBC's Jim Miklaszewski. Jim, around the world, American military forces still on the highest status of alert?
The highest state of alert, Delta. And a short time after that, military commanders all around the world took the responsibility, went to Delta, which puts those forces on a virtual war footing, prepared for anything.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon tonight. As New York was a target and thrown into chaos in Los Angeles, it was a city stunned by the attack and the fact that 3 of the 4 hijacked airliners were bound for Los Angeles, the other for San Francisco, California. NBC's George Lewis is at Los Angeles International Airport tonight with some of the grieving families and the latest on some of the crash victims that we know about. George?
Yes, Tom, a lot of grieving going on here on the West Coast because all of the people who were lost on those planes were bound for California. Ordinarily, Los Angeles International has 2,100 flights daily, but tonight the airport's completely buttoned up. Nothing taking off or landing. Please. Shocked and grief-stricken, the relatives of those aboard the hijacked flights rushed to the airport, where authorities quickly took them to private rooms. Grief counselors from the Salvation Army joined airline personnel in trying to comfort the families of the passengers.
It's just to be there and to say to them, we are here and we'll do whatever we can do to help you through this trauma and this pain.
The first plane to crash into the World Trade Center, American Airlines Flight 11, was bound from Boston to Los Angeles, piloted by 52-year-old John Oganowski. This afternoon, his brother spoke to reporters.
I ask all of you for your prayers, for as I refer to him as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today.
Among the well-known passengers on the hijacked planes, the producer of the TV series Frasier, David Angel, and CNN commentator Barbara Olson, wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson. She reportedly called her husband twice on a mobile phone to tell him her plane was being hijacked, that the crew and all the passengers were being herded to the back of the aircraft. And on United Flight 93 from Washington to San Francisco, one of the flight attendants, Cece Myers, also used a cell phone to report that hijacking to her husband, a policeman in Fort Myers, Florida. By midday in Los Angeles, FBI personnel were swarming over the airport checking for possible bombs, but none were found. As a precaution, police and the FBI ordered the airport evacuated.
We're evacuating all terminals and we're stopping traffic all over.
An eerie scene at Los Angeles International tonight, the airport completely empty. And why were all of the hijacked planes California bound? One theory is that the hijackers deliberately chose planes that would have been fully loaded with fuel for a transcontinental flight. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's George Lewis tonight. Now let's go to the reaction around the rest of the country. This day of terror rippling from coast to coast. NBC's Jim Avila is at the Sears Tower in downtown Chicago. Jim?
Tom, Chicago's skyline intact but virtually empty tonight as America's skyscrapers were evacuated through most of the day today. That includes Chicago's Sears Tower, the Arco Towers in Los Angeles, the Bank of America in San Francisco, all waiting for the all clear. The nation's landmarks, America's gathering spots, today abandoned as potential terrorist targets, from the Seattle Space Needle and LA City Hall in the west, to Disney World in the southeast, to the world's biggest shopping mall, the Mall of America in Minneapolis, closed. And of course, at the country's tallest building, Sears Tower, and Michigan Avenue in the Midwest, the symbols of American life frozen in fear.
It's scary. Your family's away from home, your kids at school, so it's very scary.
America hunkered down, Chicago's financial district virtually empty. Every sworn police officer in the third largest city ordered to the streets. The nation's workforce turning around and heading home. Larry Hudson works at the Sears Tower.
And I got to the elevator and I said, hey, what am I going up for?
Kelly and David McLean split up to go to work this morning and quickly decided home in front of the television set was the safest spot today.
Now this nation has turned, it's turned upside down. Emotionally, perhaps financially, who knows? It's absolutely, it's one of those moments that you can't believe you actually saw played out.
At America's 5,000 airports, total shutdown.
Ground stop for all airports until 1 o'clock. That means that no airplanes will be leaving any of the airports in the United States.
An estimated 200,000 passengers stranded. At O'Hare, world's busiest, a line of jets held on the runway for hours. No open gates, but surprisingly few complaints.
Being upset about missing the right plane, that's trivial compared to people that were on the plane and in the buildings.
Military planes like this one in San Francisco escorting the last of the commercial jetliners safely to the ground. But a crippled air travel system is more than inconvenience. Aviation expert Mike Boyd.
Air transportation is part of our communication system. Today, it's shut down entirely. People aren't moving A to B. Goods aren't moving. Mail isn't moving. And because of that, we're probably going to have a tens of billions of dollar hit on our economy for this quarter.
Phone service strangled too. America's largest cell phone network, with cell towers atop the World Trade Center destroyed, reports call volume nationally doubled.
We can't compare today's events to anything that we've experienced before. We've withstood earthquakes, hurricanes, significant floods, but nothing like today's event.
Get to 12 extra right here.
In Chicago, 800 miles from the attacks, Karen Davis frustrated in her attempt to work at home.
I could not get a signal on my way home, and then I couldn't get a signal on my home phone when I got here. Just really frustrating not to be able to get in contact with anybody.
Among the events canceled tonight, Major League Baseball postponing games from coast to coast. NBC's Tonight Show called off, and the Emmys, scheduled for Sunday, canceled too.
We all could see the gravity of the situation and realize this is a true national nightmare come true, and that a celebration and a comedy show would just not be something that would be appropriate for this country this weekend.
We cannot let it happen again.
Most of the nation's schools stayed open through the tragic day, students watching terrorism on their own shores for the first time.
And I just was asking myself over and over why they did this.
Teachers trying to make sense of it.
There are other places in the world where this is commonplace. And for us, it's a first.
At this hospital in suburban Chicago, Americans responding by lining up to donate blood. Midday church services more crowded than normal.
I guess I'm just looking for a peace in my heart and for peace in other people's hearts and from all the destruction.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
At SMU in Dallas, older students sing the national anthem at an outdoor rally, mixing tears and patriotism. Experts say Americans should expect a jump in the national anxiety level.
They may be irritable, they may be really
very acutely aware of their environment around them and any kind of threats to them.
Also tonight, some of the first effects of the fear in the economic fashion. Already today, there's been problems with gas gouging. In fact, gas prices have gone up in Kansas to as much as $5 a gallon. Tom?
NBC Jim Avila tonight reporting on the length and breadth of this country from Chicago, the heartland of America. Told now we have a tracking tape. It shows the pattern of the flight that went into the first of the twin trade towers. It took off from Boston. That would be Flight 11 American Airlines. And then you can see that sharp left turn as it heads for New York, well off course. And the second plane headed now going from New York, and then this is the second one that comes into New York. The second one goes from Newark to Pennsylvania, where it went down. There's still some uncertainty about whether that was going to be directed by the hijackers into one of the other many government or financial buildings that could have been a target for it, either in the Washington, D.C. or New York area. We don't know for sure. Of course, for many Americans tonight, the anger and the rage that they feel is directed at one man that they have never seen except on some vague videotape. Osama bin Laden, the world's best-known Islamic extremist. He's on almost everyone's list of the most likely suspects for today's attacks, and NBC's Keith Miller has more on him tonight from London for us. Keith?
Tom, he is one of the most dangerous terrorists on the planet. The U.S. government has put a $5 million bounty on his head. Osama bin Laden was last seen publicly this January at his son's wedding in Afghanistan. Rare pictures of a man who reportedly travels only at night, often in disguise, surrounded by bodyguards. He made his reputation in the 1980s, fighting the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan.
He was involved in some horrific battles, which he said later gave him a sort of tranquility and a sense of peace. And it basically made him a pretty fearless guy.
Today, the Central Intelligence Agency calls him the most immediate and serious threat to U.S. security. Bin Laden says the jihad against the United States and killing of Americans is the core of his faith. He was born into a family of wealth, power, and privilege in Saudi Arabia 44 years ago. It was during his days as a student studying economics that he turned to radical Islam. He is linked to a series of global terrorist attacks. February 1993, the bombing of the World Trade Center in New York, 6 dead, more than 1,000 injured. August 7, 1998, the simultaneous U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, more than 200 killed. And last year, the suicide bomb attack on the USS Cole, resulting in the death of 17 American servicemen.
He alone, probably within the Islamic world, has amassed and developed a terrorist network, an international network, which would be capable of carrying out such an atrocity.
After the embassy bombing, the American government retaliated with missile strikes. The missiles damaged bin Laden's headquarters in Afghanistan, but he escaped unharmed. The U.S. has demanded that the radical Islamic government in Afghanistan hand bin Laden over to American authorities. But the Afghans have refused, despite bin Laden's declaration that all U.S. citizens are legitimate targets.
He's targeted the US because he sees America as the head of the snake, as he calls it. The body of the snake is the corrupt governments in the Middle East that he has promised to overthrow, and also Israel.
Meanwhile, his popularity in the region is reportedly increasing. Recently, an estimated 25,000 followers scattered around the world and prepared to engage in a holy war against America. From Afghanistan tonight, a statement from the government claiming bin Laden didn't do it. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence officials say he was last seen near Jalalabad in eastern Afghanistan, but because he moves at least 3 times a week, he will remain difficult to catch. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Keith Miller tonight. We want to give you an update now. The President of the United States will be addressing this nation on this difficult day at 8:30 Eastern Time tonight. And of course, we will bring that to you live. There are people around the world who do not wish America well. We know that as a result of today's attacks, but also on the basis of their reaction to what happened here today. Some of them are even celebrating. With that story, here's NBC's Martin Fletcher in Tel Aviv. Martin?
Tom, Israel is declaring a day of mourning tomorrow in solidarity with the United States, but not all reaction here has been so sympathetic. There's a sense here among some Palestinians that America had it coming. These Palestinians in East Jerusalem today delighted at the bombings and American loss of life, offering cakes and sweets, calling out, "God is great." Thousands more celebrate in other West Bank towns until Palestinian police disperse them. The Palestinian leader, however, stunned and sympathetic.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
But the voice of the street reflects anger at America's role, especially in Israel and Iraq.
We should show America that they should learn and they should know what is to attack somebody like Iraq. It should be more.
And many Arabs furious at American support for Israel. This man holds up an American-made bomb part fired by American-made aircraft used by Israel. American support for Israel, some believe, makes America a legitimate target for terrorism. Many also angry at years of almost daily American bomb attacks against Iraq, which didn't stop with the end of the Gulf War a decade ago. And US troops still in Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden, the prime suspect in today's terror attacks, angry at American support for what he calls a tyrannical government of Saudi Arabia, his homeland, and for America's close ties with Israel. In almost a year of unrest, more than a dozen Palestinian suicide bombers and other attackers have killed 170 Israelis, while Israel has killed more than 570 Palestinians. A conflict that always threatens to suck neighboring countries into the fighting. Israel tonight called for an international war against terrorism.
The fight against terror is an international struggle of the free world against the forces of darkness who seek to destroy our liberty and our way of life.
Today, the leader of Hamas, the Islamic militants who send most suicide bombers against Israel, called on America to change its policies. Sheikh Yassin said America is behind injustices in many parts of the world, but then he said Hamas doesn't support attacks against civilians. Tonight, Israel closed its airspace to foreign airlines and then closed its land borders to prevent any possible terrorist attacks. There's a sense here that Palestinian militants may try to take advantage of the confusion to kill more Israelis. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's Martin Fletcher. An already very complex and volatile situation in the Middle East is even more so tonight. Now to a different kind of problem. The World Trade Center towers were some of the most famous buildings in the world, of course. They've survived hurricanes, fires, and even one previous terrorist bombing. NBC's Roger O'Neill talked to the architect of those buildings and how they were put up and what brought them down.
Hyman Brown was the project engineer on the Twin Towers, the man on the ground in charge of making sure the buildings were built right, the way it was designed.
There was a lot of pride in it, and we were doing something that hadn't been done before. But no one ever considered any types of forces like this.
Brown, who spent 6 years building the towers from day one in 1966, says the planes didn't cause the towers to collapse, but rather the fire and tremendous heat that exposed the steel superstructure to forces it could not withstand.
Structural steel is fireproof to last between 1 and 2 hours, which it did, and then steel melts.
Each tower was built around a central core. That core kept the building up, supporting the tower's so-called dead weight. But when steel melts, according to Brown, like dominoes, it falls. Brown says the towers were built to withstand 200-mile-an-hour hurricanes, the 100-year storm, the worst nature could dish out. But he says an airplane crash never entered anyone's mind. Still, it appears the outside columns, made of prefabricated steel, absorbed most of the energy from the planes and may have kept the two towers from collapsing immediately. University of Colorado engineering professor Stein Stur thinks the energy from those large planes would be equivalent to a medium 5 or 6 Richter scale earthquake.
As the airplanes came in and hit, energy was absorbed tremendously. Some of that core may have been damaged tremendously and